Yo.
What's cracking?
Yo. Apparently the live stream died a couple hours ago, and I didn't even know that.
Minestrone.
She just posted it. Well, no, I don't think that. I guess I just fired up. I just
wanted to say the word.
Nice. I just fired up a new one. It looks like it's live. I'm gonna go double check it. Well, it's funny because that last one was actually episode 66. So I guess 66 just didn't care for 66 too much. We're on to 67.
Shit.
Yeah, it's working. We're back live now.
We're going hard for 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't always have it open or playing, so if it doesn't go down much these days at all. It's usually up all the time, but sometimes I guess on a rare occasion it will kick offline for whatever reason. Maybe there was a dip in the matrix. Oh yeah, no, it did say it had a bunch of dropped frames. Yeah, 4 hours ago. Yeah, it was a major drop frames actually. So I wonder what that was. Maybe the internet on the where the server's at just went out or something. That's probably what happened. Or that's one thing that could happen anyways.
Hey, did Branch ever make a server? Of course not. But of course.
Yeah, Branch probably talked us up. He's just well, I think he was going to make a live stream, wasn't he? Or what? I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know he's capable. There's a lot of tech gurus or whatever. But
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, really.
Well, I think he said that he's done one for Gem, I think, or something. So I think he was like asking if I wanted him to do it or something. Or I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he just wanted to get involved.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't help Gem do anything.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the overall direction of that environment is.
I guess I'm kind of confused. People tell me all the time, like, "Oh, Gem's not too bad. You know, he's actually kind of a nice guy. He's really softened up to me." Blah blah blah. I hear all this shit, but it actually doesn't matter to me. He's such like a nasty antagonist. It just like it's beyond recovery for me. I really don't see me coming around and be like, "Oh, it's okay. He did it for good reasons." Whatever.
I'm with you all the way on that one, 100%. Gem, scumbag, slime, no good.
Yeah, stinky.
Disinfect.
He's got a stinky vagina.
Yeah. If he's got one of those, yeah. But you know, definitely inhumane. Inhumane. There isn't a humane cell in his body. Sorry. Done before.
He's definitely been taken over by dark entities.
Yes, anyone perpetuating agnotology definitely doesn't deserve any praise whatsoever. Agnotology is the manufacturing of ignorance, which is what they do. They're helping everyone be dumbed down.
Agnotology.
Yes.
Or ignotology.
Yes, agnotology. AGNOT Word.
Interesting.
It was coined by a professor in Harvard, 1995, and today they're saying that this word is still in its infancy. Well, they would know, wouldn't they? But there you go.
Yeah, the study of the willful acts to spread confusion and deceit.
Yes, that's the word I learned 3 days ago now. Gio, nice to hear your voice. Sounding good.
Yeah, you as well, Jin. Yeah, great to hear your voice as well from across the water.
Yep. Right
We
around
can
the other side of it.
We can almost see each other because I'm in Northern California, so I'm on the west side of the United States. So maybe if I throw a flare up there, maybe you could see it.
Yeah. The flight pattern would be a straight line, basically, from me to you, wouldn't it? Would it not? From Japan to where you are in Canada, that would be a kind of like a straight line, wouldn't it?
California.
Sorry, are you in California or Canada?
Yeah, California.
California. Okay, yeah. It's a straight line. Straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, dude, I would love to meet you someday, Jin. That would be amazing. Like before this life is over, I'm gonna make it. I would love to if you're up for it. It would be so cool to meet you in person.
Yeah. Me too, man. I'm well up for that. Easily. Easily. And we have to be flat smacking on the street just for the fun of it, for the laugh. You understand? Make it a moment, a real moment. What'd you say?
Yeah. Well, we could. My thoughts are to do retreats in different places around the world, and when we go to these places, we can just share information and just mingle. And I mean, I don't know how much I want to. I don't really like bothering people. That's the only thing, Like I don't. But if people are interested, yes.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. Let's say that for me to entice the sleeping, the sleepwalkers. Let's just call them that because they are sleepwalking. We cater for them. That's what I would do. That means I'm going to cook for you. I'm going to lay on the food. You got your accommodations laid down there in your tent. It's going to be outdoor, and then listen to what is going on. That's all. That's all we ask. Not more than that. How would you like that approach? What do you think about that approach? That we are enticing those who are not aware to come to our camp, our area, and learn something. Listen to what we got to say. But at the same time, you be accommodated, fed, but bathed, and everything else. What do you reckon?
Oh, absolutely. That's definitely the game. That's my game. That's my game plan. 100% is exactly to have places. Well, that's actually what I was going to say before. Like that's like the difference between, like by acquiring interest through attraction rather than promotion.
Yeah.
So people are just naturally attracted, and so they just come to you essentially, whatever that means. Whether you're, like in terms of like the sacred medicine work, for example, like using the plant medicines, it's similar in that way too. And I think it's a healthier way of like people find their own path, as it were, rather than having to promote and push it, or push anything.
Yeah, well, that's a great avenue. I think you're looking for the word avenue. That's a great avenue you've created there. Yeah, you got your avenue, and then those in their paths will somehow come onto your avenue, gain an experience, some knowledge, and then move on and hopefully spread that around. Great. I can see that happening. Yeah, man.
But what you're saying too, in terms of like spreading the word, yeah, that's a very interesting. Well, and this idea of having, once we can get enough land, and we can start to set up like a whole. What I would love to see, because this goes back to the ancients, like the pyramids and what they've been doing since the dawn of time, which is to create architecture that is in alignment with the earth and the sky and the stars, and create that architecture to be as potent as possible.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I wonder if you could help me here, Gio. What you're saying is bang on with this guy. This guy, it was called the Something Project. He died when he was 90, but he was promoting his project from like the bloody 30s. Do you know who I mean? Something, the Phoenix Project, something like this, yeah? And it's exactly what you're talking about. Architecture in harmony with nature. So it's all produced from nature and blends in with nature. It's not dominating, it's harmony. Do you understand?
Exactly. Which is
encroach on life. Yeah, yeah, go on.
You're familiar with Feng Shui as well?
Yep.
Oh, that's more like
yeah.
Yeah, that has its own quality to it. But what I was going to say before about once we get enough land and we can create like these like demonstration sites, but they also would be potentially like healing sites. We could do spiritual ceremonies there. There could be knowledge shared. There could be research shared. And we can actually measure the earth in those places as well. So we can literally have these places that measure the earth with a bunch of different ways. And it's like a celebration place. And like you were saying, accommodations, food, a swimming pool, hot tubs, whatever could be done in terms of that. So it's like an actual like place that people could come. And then there could be like multiple different things that are happening there. And it could be like a haven of sorts where, that'd be, and then also measuring the earth. Yeah. Like right along with it.
Exactly. Yeah. Like a flat earth summer camp, simply put there, but, on a grander scale. At the same time, it's not oppressive. It's welcoming. You're free to do as you wish. This is what we have on offer if you're interested. If not, you can be listening, but enjoy the experience. Onsens, hot baths, like you were saying, yeah. Food, health food, herbs, spices, enjoy. This is what it's all about. This is what I mean by the good people. So if we were to have this utopia, that kind of what you've just described, those people out there, they're waiting. They're out there. They're out there in their millions. I know, they're out there, man. I saw them and I was glad to meet them in the 70s. So I know they're there. I was lucky that I called, at that time, they were known as the hippies. Do you remember the hippie people? Love and flowers and spirits. Do you remember those people, anybody? Anyone remember them? The hippies from the 70s, 60s and 70s?
Oh, yeah. Far out, dude.
Yeah, right.
Of course.
Those are the good people that I'm talking about, because they have all that knowledge and all they want to do is just live in peace and harmony. But this oppressive, tyrannical system, has forced them to go kind of like underground. And then, on the outskirts and the fringes, bring in the good information. Even to the point where they're coming to the platforms like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and others, and now they've been censored. Now they've had to create another platform. Those are the good people that I talk about. If we were to have this utopia, the good people are there waiting in the wings to come in and re-establish what the Creator wanted the earth to be, and that is living in cohesively with nature, in harmony, and sharing the abundance of produce that is on the earth. Some areas want this produce that they can't get. Okay, we can ship it. It doesn't cost any money. Here it is. It's because it was free anyway. Here you are. Can we have what we don't have? Yeah, we'd love to have some of that. Thanks. That's what it's all about. That's the test. We're not there yet. Nowhere near that at the moment. We're still killing. Children for the so-called freedom. Yeah, if you know what I mean, folks. Not to put a dampener on anything, because I'm an uplift kind of guy. But it's good to know the extent of the cancer that we've got, so that we can then uplift in a serious way. And bearing in mind, I am a helium balloon, by the way.
Nice work.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, due to the fact that I was a helium balloon in the first place, and the flat earth has just given me more boost. So now Jim's never coming down. Never coming down. You can't bring him down.
You're up there with Lockheed Martin then.
You can't bring him down.
Yeah, I think we need to uplift, but then downlift the cancer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, eradicate the cancer. Exactly.
Downlift. We downlift
cannabinoids. Yeah. Downlift it to mean to eradicate the cancer. That's correct. And we can do that with the natural herbs and spices that are out there already. The natural cures are already out there. In fact, back in 2006, I discovered, I watched a documentary, and it said back in the 1960s, only one in 20 got cancer. Okay, 1 in 20. By the 70s, it had gone up a bit, and now it's 1 in 2. Okay, right, that's now as we speak. So, and it said cancer is the cancer industry and the research is the only industry that hasn't advanced. And it compared it to like the military, the aircraft, cars, and these things that have evolved and advanced. But cancer hasn't advanced at all. That's what this documentary said. But yet, it goes on to then highlight all the natural cures that are out there that are not being promoted, that are being suppressed. You see. So yeah, you know what you said is correct. Down, what do you call it? Downlift. Yeah, downlift the cancer. Absolutely correct. I agree with that. And you can eradicate cancer through natural herbs, spices, good living, and you'll be okay. To be quite honest, reduce your contact to chemicals as best you can where you live, in your house, where you spend a number of time. Reduce all those chemicals coming in. That's going to go a long way to promoting good health, because we do get tied up into buying products for the car, products for the bathroom, products for the toilet, products for the kitchen. Then you've got products to wash your windows, products to clean the floor. You know what I mean? And when I've worked it out, one product is all I need to do all of that, and it's bleach. And then, okay, with washing up liquid to wash the dishes, which I use to wash the car, which I can use to wash the floor. In fact, there have been times when I was in London, so we're going to go back 20 years and beyond that. There were times when I ran out of body soap and I used washing up liquid to wash my body at the end of the day, until I got to the shop the following day because I forgot to buy it because I ran out. Do you know what I mean? Didn't kill my body, didn't harm me in any way. You see that? Oh, it's gone quiet. But I have
I'm here, mate. I'm listening.
Yeah, I've actually done that. Yeah, I've done that, because I forgot to buy body soap, and I ran out of my body soap, which I normally get from Body Shop. So what do? You've got to have a wash. Well, give me the washing up liquid, have a butt wash, and then you're smelling it. It's soap anyway. If it's good for the dishes, it's good for your body. I mean, come on. It's good to wash the car. If it can wash the dishes, then surely it's good enough to clean the car. Surely it's good enough to clean your body. As long as the pH is within, and it always is. The pH is always there. Otherwise, it would be too toxic to use. See what I mean? But yet, you go to the supermarket and you're given this soap. It comes in all myriad of bottles, designs, colours, names. But it's all just one product. The same with engine oil. Engine oil is all the same, but it's being manufactured for different brands. But it's all the same liquid. It's the same thing. You're just paying silly money, you know what I mean? Yeah, I learned all that. I learned that in my teenage years, boys and girls. Teenager. Because when you're a teenager, in my case, when I was a teenager in the 70s and that, I didn't have much money. But yeah, I wanted to ride my motorbike, but I couldn't afford to buy the engine oil. Put the bike into the mechanics to do the service. So I had to do it myself. Now I'm using my money. And I was now confronted with car oil at about, let's say $5 less than the motorcycle one. And you're thinking, why is the motorcycle one expensive? It's the same grade, 10W40, same grade. Why is the car one cheaper? Eventually, when I worked it out, there are more cars on the road than there are motorbikes. So that product, the engine oil, can be cheaper. That's what it
has to do with. So they put different detergents in there because of the clutch pack, especially for a wet clutch. So you don't want that to slip. So it's a slightly different, different product. But yeah, it's just bulk pricing. So there's more cars, so they're gonna it's gonna be just slightly cheaper.
Absolutely right. But I'm talking about the grade of oil now, and it has to meet the European SIF and the other CBD or whatever standards. And when you look at those initials are on both products. So now I'm thinking, well, what's the difference here then? What's the difference here, man? It's got all the specifications are the same. The car, the bike, yeah, it's a 10W40, 10W40, yeah. Temperature range are the same, but the motorbike one costs more and it's less literage. And I'm thinking, well, I'm going to buy the car one for now because the motorbike one's expensive. So I put the car engine on in my motorbike, okay, and I did that for many years, from the 70s, right up to 1988. That was when I first bought a brand new motorcycle, and I carried on with that method. I've had no problems, and then one day I had to change the clutch, as you mentioned, on the 650 Dominator Honda. So, and then when they opened up the engine, they called me at work. Yeah, they called me at work, and they said, "Gene, what engine oil are you using?" They actually asked me this, and then I was frightened. I thought, why? Because I thought there was a problem now. Maybe I'd harmed my engine. I said, "Yeah, why do you want to know?" He said, "No, your engine is clean inside." I said, "I use Castrol GTX," and then you heard the spanner drop. Ding, 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 dong, ding, 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 dong. What do you mean? That's a car oil. I said, "Yeah, but that's a bike." I said, "Yeah, but the grade is the same, isn't it? It's 10W40." And then they said, "I wouldn't." This guy, his name's Paul, working for Honda. He said, "I would never have thought of that." I said, "Yeah, it's the same grade. It's cheaper. That's why I did it. I've been doing it for years." He goes, "Well, your engine is nice and clean. The clutch is all done. Come and pick it up this afternoon." I said, "Okay, thanks very much." Put the phone down. 1987, that was. Yeah.
You're a fucking trailblazer.
Sorry,
Jane.
1989. Yeah, 1989. I bought the bike in 88, brand spanking new. First ever bike that I bought brand new. 0 miles on the clock on the odometer, 0. First time, my name on the bike, Gin. Don't touch, sold it to Gin. Yeah, bought it, used it for a year, heavy mileage. So, and then the clutch began to slip, put it in for a new clutch, and they told me that the engine on the inside, when they opened it up, was clean, they said.
Yeah,
and I was shitting.
Jane, I did something similar. So you know how you have like hair clippers to give yourself a buzz cut and stuff? That oil that comes with the hair clipper ran out. So what I did was I started using my engine oil.
You're winding me up.
For real.
Did you do that?
Like not old engine oil, but like the new stuff. Because I figured it's the clippers are machine, engines are machines, mechanical. Just metal gears and stuff like that grinding up. So what's wrong with using that? And it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. He's talking about hair clippers. Percentage, I did one better than you. As I'm older than you, I had a similar problem, okay? I've been cutting my hair for 20 years and it all run out. You know what I use? Johnson's baby oil. Johnson's baby oil. That's what I've used.
Oh, baby oil's not good for it, man.
My hair 2 days ago. Sorry?
For the hair clippers? To keep the blades good?
Yes, for the hair clippers.
No, don't use the baby oil.
Because the original oil is clear and it's a very thin grade. It's not engine oil grade. Engine oil grade is thicker, okay? And then there are chemicals which I wouldn't want to introduce into my hair as such, to be honest. So I didn't think, I instantly, automatically thought Johnson's baby oil because I used that on my skin anyway. You see what I mean? So
yeah, but it's not good for the rubbing metal.
The original oil.
Fuck your hair, man. It's about the metal rubbing, the blades.
It does work because what happens is when it's not there, you will notice the note is louder. As soon as you introduce that oil, the noise drops completely. So the lubrication is going on, and then it's regular application. And how many times do I cut? I cut my hair every 2 weeks. So and the machine is still working. The clippers.
What's in working. Johnson's baby oil?
Yeah, Johnson's baby oil, which is
what kind of oil is?
Use. That's clear liquid oil. I actually bought some today.
Like, what are the ingredients? Is it like
Well, it's oil for the skin and any
but there's different kinds of oils. There's oils coming from like plants, like castor oil or like vegetable oil, that sort of thing. Well, and that kind of it like causes stickiness after a while. You know, after you heat it
Yeah,
up enough.
this is mineral oil.
Sticky.
Yeah, this is mineral oil you're talking about. Yeah, but this Johnson's baby oil doesn't, because remember, it's Johnson's baby oil. So it's specially formulated to be used on babies. Huh? My mum was using it on me back in this. Okay, so as you grow up and you begin to use groom yourself, so you apply the oils to your body. I use Johnson's baby oil because that's what my mum was using when I was a baby. So even though I was growing up, I've become a teenager. I don't need to move away. If it's good for a baby, it's going to be good for me as an adult. That's my logic there. So since for nearly 60 years, my skin has had Johnson's baby oil on it. 60 years non-stop. Together with Body Shop massage oils and cocoa butter from the Body Shop. Again, you see? So that's what I've used. I use cocoa butter and Johnson's baby oil because the cocoa butter consistency is rather like custard, a little bit thick. It doesn't come out. You've got to pump it out. So when I pump it out, I use a little bit of Johnson's baby oil. We mix that. Now we have a nice consistency, and I rub that all over my body, my skin. With the clipper, the Johnson's baby oil was perfect. I wouldn't have gone engine oil. Good idea, mind you. Good idea. For me, I used the Johnson's baby oil because it was something that I've been using all my life, and because it's similar to the oil that was original. The original oil was clear, white liquid, clear, and it was perfect. It matched, and I use it up until today because all we're doing is we don't want the blades to wear out. That's what we're doing now. We're trying to reduce the friction. That's what we're doing, and that oil does it perfectly. Clean hygiene. There you go. No chemicals and no engine oil chemicals hitting my scalp and stuff like that, because there is a certain aroma that comes with engine oil as well when you put it on the clipper. I cut my hair yesterday. Yesterday I gave myself a haircut, and my student was saying, "That's very nice haircut." Because I cut my hair every 2 weeks. 21 years non-stop. I've been doing it for myself. 21 years here in Japan. In England, I used to go to the barbers. It would cost £5, which is back then probably $5 every 2 weeks. But when I came to Japan, the price to have my hair cut at a Japanese barber was $15, 3 times the price. And that's every 2 weeks. That's a small fortune. So I ended up saying to my wife, "Can you cut? If we buy the clippers, can you cut my hair for me?" Because I wasn't able to do it for myself. I was thinking. So she used to cut my hair, but because I was fussy, I want it perfect. And she got fed up with me saying, "Look, you've missed a bit. You've made a mistake here. No, hold on, stop. Get the mirror up so I can see it properly. You're not holding the mirror right. No, you got the angle wrong. I can't see my head." So she got fed up with all that every 2 weeks. She goes, "I give up. You cut your hair yourself." So I've been doing it myself ever since.
How old were you when you moved to Japan?
That would have been 38.
Mm.
Yeah, 38, 39, yeah. Good to remember your life, folks. Good to remember your life. You're the only one living it at the end of the day, in your skin, with your brain. So try and do your best to remember your life. That's how you know you've lived. When you get older, it's going to be good to go back on memory lane and look back on it. But if it's all in drugs, alcohol, and you're in the system, and you're smashing a TV because your team lost, well then well, who are you? You know what I mean?
You're not in control. That's what you are.
Exactly. You're not in control. That's what I used to say to these people who are rich with the cigarettes, smoking, thinking that they were living the life. I said, whenever you put a cigarette in your mouth, you know what you're saying to me is, "I'm not in control." That's what you're saying. That is the main number one message when I look at you. You're supposed to be intelligent, but you're doing a dumb act. I don't smoke because I'm not a chimney. My body wasn't designed to be smoking cigarettes. Cannabis, on the other hand, yeah. And then the look on their faces when you mention that. But that's illegal. Yeah, it's illegal by the government, but is it harmful? How many people die every year from cannabis? Oh, I don't know. But every 8 seconds, someone's dying from tobacco-related illness. Every 8 seconds, as we're speaking. In 10,000 years, no one has died of cannabis. And then when you work out, I used to smoke cannabis 19 years. If I smoke 7 spliffs a week, that's 2.5 cigarettes a day. Sorry, a week. You're smoking how many cigarettes? 30, 60 a week, yeah? So who's more healthier? The man smoking the spliff or the tobacco smoker? Ah, there you go. So what the government's saying to me is...
False dichotomy. The man smoking nothing is the healthiest.
That's correct. So I said to the... Yes, of course, you're correct in what you say there. Absolutely correct. So I said to him, the government says to you, you can smoke tobacco and drink alcohol to death, but you cannot smoke cannabis to improve your health. That's what the government's saying to you, basically. I don't give a damn what the government says. I will smoke my stick.
They just want you to be sick, man.
Yeah, yeah. And I was saying, like, in my 20s. You know what I mean? Saying that in my... Because they always look horrified, especially here in Japan, when you tell them that you smoke cannabis and that, you know, the look on their face. Oh, really? What? I said, yeah, but look at tobacco that's legal. It's killing everybody. Then if you look at cannabis, it doesn't kill anybody. Okay? Then look at the stuff that you can make from the other family of cannabis, hemp. Look at this. Look at all these products that you didn't know that you can make. Look at the petrol. Look at the people drinking, they're drinking this and then they're putting it in their car engine because it's natural. Natural. And then look at the 2,000 different chemicals they put in to make one cigarette. And then every 8 seconds as we're speaking, somebody is dying out there in the world. So who is wrong? Me? Am I the criminal?
When you first tell them, do they look at you like you're crazy? Like,
they look at me with disgust. You know, they look at me with disgust. Like, because I'm breaking the law as far as they're concerned. I was breaking the law.
Would you say the Japanese are kind of like cucked for the most part compared to other compared to the UK? You say that you think that they're a lot more propagandized?
Oh, definitely on that point. You know, my brother crudely says they're the new niggers. That's what my brother says. You know, he's younger than me and he says they're the new niggers. In that they are naive, they don't know what's going on. And some of us in Africa are like that. You know, we are kind of like naive and we listen and believe what we're told.
Yeah, they let the white man take advantage of them.
Exactly. So that's what my brother means by they're the new niggers. You see? And he's been around the world as well, so he knows what he's talking about. And I said to him, yeah, you're right in that aspect. That's why it's always good to try and strike up a meaningful conversation with the Japanese and let them know that, you know, all this relying on the government and trusting the government is actually setting humanity backwards greatly. Even though you may have more money than me, this is your country, and you might even be more intelligent than I am, but you're making a bigger mistake you're making a mistake that I'm never going to make. Even though I did make it at the beginning, but I've moved away from there now. So don't get me wrong, I was indoctrinated like everyone else, you know. Yeah. I'm always doing that. I'm always striking up those kind of conversations because I am a rarity in Japan. Wherever I go, I'm a novelty.
You're a rarity, period, Jin.
Oh, cheers. I'm an anomaly and an enigma, and yeah, I love it. A maverick. I love all that. Mm-hmm. I love all that. I relish in all that stuff. Yeah. But that's
I think it's impossible. I think it's impossible to not be indoctrinated from the outset. You know, you survive by kind of doing as your parents say and stuff like that. You know, they feed you, they clothe you and stuff like that. So it's not that big of a surprise when you know the same sources are telling you this specific thing. It's not like I don't think a single person raised in society that's teaching the globe and stuff as a 4-year-old or 3-year-old or something like that is going to know. They're going to have the wherewithal, the intellectual independence to be no, I need some proof. Obviously it's something that comes later, and in the early years you're just you're brought into the fold.
Yeah, you're as I say, excuse me, you look to your elders for guidance. That's what you do.
Exactly.
And you trust your elders. That's how it is. You see, yeah.
You point me to like a 5-year-old that knows that the Earth is like, you know, that is saying no to their parents and stuff like that, and to their teachers when they're being told that the Earth is a globe. And I'll point you to either a fucking like psychopath or the most genius prodigy that ever lived.
Yeah, we all come under that indoctrination, exactly that, because that's what there's a deception that's been perpetuated. It's been perpetuated for hundreds of years, and we are living in that legacy of that. So yeah, of course, we are all indoctrinated. But once you wake up, I mean, you can wake up, and it doesn't have to be flat Earth. You can wake up partially. For example, if you're into engineering, engineering comes with precision. Now that search or conformity to precision can blend into your life. Again,
are you saying precision?
Precision, yeah, because things have to be made precisely to fit. Measurements, tolerances, thousands of inches. If you're working on that on a daily basis, that you can implement that kind of thinking into your life. Okay, let me clean my table more precisely than I'm normally doing. You see what I mean now? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It does rub off on you in other ways that you implement that precise to be perfection in your life. The same with the military. The military.
I don't know if I necessarily agree though, Jen.
Okay,
because I think there's a lot of like engineers or whatever type of people that aren't precise. You know,
yes,
it's not like they just like naturally had an affinity to that profession because they knew that it was gonna, you know, speak to their precision, that their qualities of like, you know, appreciating precision and that virtue that they have inside them. I think a lot of other things affect someone's choice for a career. And like that being said, I've met so many doctors and other, you know, specialities and professionals and stuff that really don't make good, you know, whatever their career is. They're not good at it, you know. So I think it's something like it's the nature of the person that they're naturally more precise or what have you, and that'll apply to whatever career choice they choose. You know, it's not the other way around.
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to say is that, you know, I was living my life, but then I noticed how being an engineer and proud of my work was good. I thought, well, okay, if I'm good at doing this engineering, let me use this skill that I have in doing things properly into my life itself outside of engineering. Implement it. The same with the military training. The military training teaches you to rely on yourself, but also support others. So I can implement that skill into my life. And that's what I've done. I've blended the military training into my life. Okay, into my domestic life is what I'm trying to say here.
Of course, yeah,
I can see the benefits. Yeah.
The experiences that you go through in life will help you be. They might like improve the precision or the wastelessness or whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. And then with that chain of thought now, that's how I learned about, you know, comparing the engine oils and thinking, well, I've got to try this because it's cheaper. Why would I? If it's the same grade, an engine is an engine. The bike engine revs a little bit higher than the car engine, but the engine oil is the same grade. I have to try it to see if there's going to be any harm here. I had to take that leap, you know what I mean, of faith and relying on the grade, and it worked out. That I learned something there and then. Back in the 70s, that engine oil is engine oil. They're producing this oil, but just giving different labels to the same thing, you know, because I touched them both. I cheated. I opened the bottle. I shouldn't have done, but I had to do it to find out. So I cracked open the seal. No one's looking. Opened it. I smelt the motorbike one, touched it with my finger, okay, and then rubbed it on my jeans, okay. And then I got the other one, the car engine oil, same smell, same texture.
You mean you opened the one in the store and you didn't buy it?
In the store.
Oh, you a savage. You a savage.
I was, mate. I was savage, mate. And if someone had come along, then I would have bought it, of course. Do you know what I mean? So if someone had seen me do that,
I wouldn't have. I would have said it was already open.
Yeah, no, I would have bought it because my conscience would say, well, look, you've opened it, so you got to pay for it. But because no one was around when I did that, I wanted to buy. I was planning to buy, but I wanted to make sure that Is it the same? I had to confirm it. The only way I could have known for sure is to put it under a microscope. And then I said, I was confident that if you put it under a microscope, it's going to be the same. But like the previous gentleman said, nowadays they're adding other additives into the engine oil to to make their brand more saleable to the punter, to the customer. Okay, but it's all clever wording. That's all it is. Clever wording, clever marketing. Engine oil is engine oil is engine oil. You're not going to destroy. So I use 5W40. Now 5. That means I've got good winter starting on my motorbike. On my motorbike, I'm using 5W40. So the 40 is within the extreme heat temperatures. But in winter, when it's cold, it means my engine is going to warm up quicker. That's the whole point of the 5W, because it should be 10W, but I've gone down to 5W. So when the winter's pretty cold, at least I know when I start my motorbike engine, it's going to warm up quickly. So I've got no problem there. With the car, I'm using the grade that says I should use is 1040 and then 2050 in the summer. So I keep within that. But it's all I'm using on my motorbike engine, car engine oil, and I've never had a problem, not one problem. And it's cheaper. I've saved a lot of money over the years. Do you see what I mean? Yeah.
Absolutely.
We get it, mate. We certainly get it.
Cheers, mate. Yeah. Sorry.
I wanted to touch on the previous topic about the competence transfer, or how would you say it? I don't think that automatically happens. So you might need to do what Jin did, that you actually make a conscious decision to kind of apply certain things to your own life in order for it to happen. But in Japanese culture, there are these practices that they call dos. So, for example, of course, Aikido and all the martial arts, but also the art of painting and doing the tea ceremony. Those are called dos, and I think those can also have some transfer, because Japanese people like to do all of those things very, very deliberately and carefully, and everything that they do is very carefully measured.
Yeah. Well, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct in what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that can absolutely transfer into how you actually live your day-to-day life.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Kaizen suru. Just to give it one word to blanket the whole thing. Kaizen suru. So improving and evolving through the process of living, basically, is what Kaizen is. So yeah. That is the Japanese way. But remember, I was born in England. Okay, so I'm lucky in that I wanted to do my best. Why? Because when I look around me, I don't see many black people doing their best in England. I don't see black people in high places. A few actors, some sports personality, Muhammad Ali, and a few Joe Frazier, a few boxers. But in the greatest part, I don't see many black sports drivers, famous horse racers. Do you see what I mean? This is when I was growing up in the 60s. Didn't see any of that. So I wanted to aspire. So already there's my motivation already. The spark was there to try and do something, be something, not just the run of the mill. Okay? So yeah, so I wanted to do my best. And I did well at metalwork at school. The number one in the class for metalwork. I had the most coursework. For my school coursework for the year, my staff needed 2 tables. My staff. I didn't do it. It was the teacher that set it up, because for parents' opening day, I didn't have anything to do with that as such. But when my brother, who was going to come to the school the following year, came in to observe with my father, they were very proud to see that the family name on the table and all the stuff that I'd made in the course of a year, and that so you could see that I was striving to try and be the best I could. And then I joined the Army Cadets at the age of 13, and I excelled there purely because I wanted to be my best, wanted to be the best soldier.
You want to be the best Japanese person you could be.
That's going to be impossible. That's going to be impossible.
Jin,
the Japanese have got
Anato wa Kureiji Gaijin desu.
Yeah, that's what crazy gaijin. That's what they call me. Yeah. Henna gaijin. Henna gaijin. Strange gaijin. Yeah. I can never be like the Japanese. I can't. That's something that you got to sacrifice.
No,
a lot.
you're even better. You're the best of both. You're like a hybrid.
Yeah, thank you. I'll accept that. Yeah, I'll accept that. Yeah, you know. And like I said yesterday, my student was thanking me for waking her up to the realities that have been going on all through her life, and she hadn't realized it. You know, flat Earth, 9/11, the jab, and etc. etc. You know, so she now realizes that there's another world. The real world is outside of the system. So if you can stand outside of the system, then you are beginning to live. When you're in the system, you're dead. You are just a robot drone being manipulated all the way.
Was she ready though?
Oh, she was ready because she's been coming to me for like 7 years. So this is a 7-year conditioning, we'll have to say, awakening for her.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, 7
You're
years.
like Kissinger, but the opposite.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, she's been coming to me for 7 years. I've got another student.
And if he wasn't married, he'd be kissing her.
Yeah, honestly, that's true.
No.
Yeah, that's
just
true.
give me
No
one
problem.
generation.
You wouldn't be wrong.
change
You
the
wouldn't be wrong
mind.
in that. Nice woman. Yeah. She's a pet groomer. That's her business. So she's got loads of dogs coming in. She's not married. She's single. She's 43. So she's not married. She hasn't met anyone, the right man yet.
She'd be rolling in it.
Yeah, she's got a good business going for her, and she's okay. But she says.
Have you ever thought about marrying another woman, Jen?
As I'm a Muslim, I could do that.
Mm-hmm.
I could do that. I mean, I'm allowed to do that because I'm a Muslim man, so I could actually have another wife. But the only way I could have that is if my first wife agrees. I can't just go off and do it myself. My wife.
Well, you can, but
agree.
it would probably cause her to leave.
Well, yeah, of course. My wife has to agree that I can marry another woman. But
No.
then, yeah.
In Islam, the first wife doesn't explicitly have to agree.
Oh no, it's written down. I've got the book of woman in Islam. She has to agree. I cannot just marry this woman without her. I'm telling you, I can't. I cannot marry I cannot marry another woman without her. Okay. And then also, I must also be able to have prove that I've got the finances to be able to sustain 2 women. That also is a law in Islam.
Well, no, you have to be able to provide for them, of course.
Correct.
But you don't have to show proof of it, If you believe that you can provide for them, that's enough. You don't have to show, like, your bank statement to any sort of institution or something.
The imams are going to be questioning. The wife is also going to be questioning. No, it's quite clinical in that respect because it's the life of another person. Okay, it's not.
Yes, but Jin, they don't actually. They believe you when you say that you're capable of providing. They take you on your word, or else, like for your first marriage, they would have wanted to check your bank statement or something like that. That's not how it works. They trust that the man is responsible enough and knows his duties and will abide by that.
Right. Yeah, but the wife has to agree. I read it. I read those.
I don't think so, but maybe it depends on different sects and different kind of like
Yeah, no,
viewpoints.
the wife has to agree on it. The wife has to agree on it.
Which
I'll tell you
book
that.
did you read?
Yeah, what book did you get that from?
It's called. It's a book. It's called Women in Islam. Women is in Islam. Okay, so it covers the women's role and their life, and then the husband and his role and marriages. That's what it's called. The Women in Islam.
Sounds like propaganda.
I got it about 20. I got it from my brother, who is he prays 5 times a day. He's more of a Muslim than I'll ever be. But he gave me that book 23 years ago. I've got it here. Women in Islam.
I promise you, Jin, that it's not obligatory. It's not necessary to get the permission of the first wife, the consent of the first wife.
It's what's written down in this book. So that's why.
I would encourage you to search on it.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's good. It's amazing if you have a wife. She would be a rarity to give permission to for you to marry a second wife or like a third or what have you.
Yeah,
but it's not explicitly necessary.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that, but I've already read it. See, that's why I said it, because I actually read those words. So the only other way I'm going to find out is to either ask my brother and then ask an imam. They're the only two ways that I can make sure.
Or you could search it to see what the ulama say about it.
Yeah, but if it's written down and I've got two conflicting statements going on, so I'd have to ask the imam or my brother, and then that will finalize it for me. If I've got one hand, I've got a book there, it's telling me this, then you're going to bring me with this other book saying that it's not reliant on the woman. You can actually go up and do it for yourself without the woman's consent. That's quite strong there. So, okay, if that's the case, let me go and ask the imams and see if that is correct. And then I would know, my brother or an imam.
Mm-hmm. And then I think what you might be referring to is some countries have, like, they made it a law that you have to, get your first wife's consent before you marry a second one or whatever. But that's not Islam. Yeah. That's the countries just introducing their own laws.
Well, I read the book. It's called Women in Islam. The reason why I got the book, because I know I'm coming to Japan and they're going to have some kind of view of Islam. So this book is to explain to them that it's not, women are held in quite high esteem in Islam. Here is the book. Look at it and we can discuss anything. What do you want to learn? What chapter do you want to look at? And we can actually look at that if they were interested, you see. That's the reason why I got the book. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, when people ask me, why are you going to Japan, Jin? Why are you going to Japan? I said, I'm going to Japan for love. For the love of my fiance, which we're going to get married, and then get married, and that's why I'm going to Japan. And then I'm going to teach the truth about world history that I know. Teach the truth about black history in particular.
Why didn't your wife, why didn't you guys live in the UK? Why didn't she come to
Oh, she didn't want to live in the UK. That's why. She didn't want to live in the UK. She was homesick.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So she said, I'd have to come to Japan. I thought, yeah, why not? And the home of Honda. I mean, my nickname was Jin Honda. Why not? We may as well. Turns out I'm just like 30 minutes away on my bike when I ride at breakneck speeds to Motegi racetracks. So I'm lucky. And then my second son now is at Honda Technical College. So it's working out kind of like he's the lucky one, isn't he? Because he's actually at Honda Technical College, so he's got the bug. So he rides a bike. He's riding the
Wait,
best.
Does he have a bug or a bike?
He's got the bike and the bug and everything, man. He's riding.
He has a Volkswagen Beetle?
No, he's got a Honda.
I'm just fucking
CBR 400 RVF, the best 400 ever made, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not all the bikes. And I said to him, you got two choices for your first bike. You can either get CBR 400RR Pocket Rocket or the replica of the RVF 750, the 400 RVF. These bikes are bomb-proof, bulletproof. And of course, he had a difficulty choosing. And then the reason why he chose the RVF 400, because it was cleaner, it looked good. And then when he brought it round, I said, yeah, you listened to what I told you, didn't you? Yeah. Had his wheels painted the same as mine, Repsol Honda orange, yeah. Black Honda T-shirt like mine. He's got my own persona, the kid. And he's only 18. So, yeah, and he's now at Honda Technical College. So I said, now you're excelling beyond me now, because you're now actually in the house of Honda. I never had that opportunity. So now you're a better version than me now at 18. I told him that to his face. Yeah. I had to learn by myself. So I was myself mechanic. Okay, but now you're actually at the school, so you're going to be a better version than Daddy now. You're on your way now. Don't give up, yeah? Okay, let's keep.
So he wants to be a mechanic?
Yeah. He made that decision himself, yeah. After fixing his friend's bike with my supervision over the telephone. When the bike worked, he was so overjoyed with that. He came over and goes, Daddy, I know what I want to be in the future. He told me that. Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Yeah. And all his friends come to him when they have motorbike troubles, and then if he can't get, then he calls me, and that's what I used to do in London, even here in Japan as well. I fix my friends' bikes, brakes, everything, whatever they need, I do. When they call me, and I was doing that in London.
Same for free, or do you charge?
I do it for free, and then they give me drink money. You know, in London, they said, no, Jim, you've saved me like £300, Jim. Now here's 50 quid. I said, no, I don't want it. No, take it, Jim. Please take it. Okay, thanks. You see what I mean? Yeah.
That's halal money right there. That's the cleanest that it could be.
Yeah, thanks very much. You know, here and also here, if a student is sick because they've got a cold, or the adult student has to do overtime, I return every penny. Every penny is returned to that student because they didn't have a lesson. I said in Islam, we should only take the money that we earn. I didn't earn it, so I don't have a right to take it. And they think, wow, is that true? I said, yeah, that is true, yeah. I can't take the money, so here's your money back. So I refund it 100%.
You are prime. You are an absolutely stand-up guy, Jin. You are definitely a maverick. No question.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
We need more people like you on this earth.
Yeah, you know what they said? No school in Japan does that. That's what they said. No school in Japan does that. I said, yeah. Well, there you are. You know, you got to try. I said I wouldn't want to pay the money if I was sick. That's what I said. Though. I said, no, the Islam. I said I wouldn't want to pay the money. So there you go.
Straight up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, my wife complains sometimes. You're giving back the money. I go, yeah, of course. Why? I don't want to make money from a child that is sick. No, that's not making money. That's sick. No, I can't do that.
That being said, when these big ass corporations, you know, like they maybe like mislabel a price or something like that, or for whatever reason, and I don't get charged X when I should have been charged or something like that, I take it and run.
Oh, I'm like you there, of course.
If it's a big corporation, I have no feelings about it whatsoever. No qualms, absolutely.
No qualms, man. I don't go up and say, excuse me, you've undercharged me. If you overcharged me, I say, oi, you've overcharged me.
Exactly. But if it's like a little mom and pop shop trying to make it, you know, and they're getting squeezed out by these big corporations and stuff, then I purposely will give them my business if like the prices are the same, and if something's amiss, I'll let them know.
Yeah, well, like me, for example, here in Japan, during the summer months, we get sakurambo, cherries. Okay, now they import some from the US. Now these imports, if it was in reverse, if these cherries were being imported from Japan to America, you're going to pay more than the American domestic one, because you're going to pay that import duty, tax and whatever. So it's going to cost more in the shop. But here in Japan, it's in the shop and it's cheaper than the Japanese one. I don't buy it. I don't buy them. I don't buy those cherries. I stick with the Japanese farmer because he's strapped. He's trying to do his best to grow the best cherries, but he's having to face some kind of special deal that the Japanese agriculture ministry have got with American agriculture ministry. You know, this fair trade crap, but it's at the detriment of the farmer. Do you know what I mean? So I buy the Japanese one all the time. I don't buy American cherries. Purely because I think the price is unfair. You see that? Because I know fully well that if the Japanese cherries were being sold in the US, I'd have to pay more for the Japanese one. I'd have to. The novelty aspect of it, of course, and the fact that it's come from Japan. But in the US, it's cheaper than the one grown domestically. So the farmer's losing out, isn't he?
What about GMO?
I don't touch the stuff.
But like, do you know that the Japanese farmers aren't growing GMO stuff?
They don't do GMO in Japan. No, they don't.
There you go. I would pay double if I knew that.
Yeah, they actually import GM corn from America, small amounts, but it's been met with a lot of resistance and protests. Okay, to the point where the American government, the Ministry of Agriculture, has said, "Can you import more, please?" They're asking Japan to import more, but Japan, they said, we can't because the people don't want it, and they're using it in the soft drinks, fructose syrup, of course, in the Japanese soft drinks, and then they're also using it in the the snacks that the kids eat. What they sell in the shops. It's not real food, but you know what I mean. And they also mix it in with the Wagyu cow mixed feed, the most expensive feed you can get in the world. Since we have to go back at least 15 years. They were importing GMO corn into Japan, and it's been mixed into the feed of the Japanese cow. Small amounts, but it's there. That's the amount of knowledge I know on the GMO that's coming into Japan. I don't buy those soft drinks for my children.
Good. That means you know enough to avoid it.
Yeah. Absolutely. 4 years ago, I think now, Japan came into line with Europe in that anything with 0.01% GMO content has to have a label. Prior to that, it was 5% in Japan. Anything with 5% GMO has to have a label, and I thought, fuck me, that's too high. Do you know what I mean? 5%. Yeah. I'm not going to buy the product anyway. But Japan, I think 4 years ago, came into line with Europe and said, 0.01%. Because the Consumer Union of Japan have been, they're activists. So they're protesting against GMO and anything like that. 2012, Costco was planning to import papaya from Hawaii, GMO papaya from Hawaii. Okay. Now, and it wasn't going to be labeled. It was going to be mixed in with the regular, normal papaya under the label substantially equivalent. Do you know that? Remember that terminology? Substantially equivalent.
I never heard that.
Oh, that's what they call the GMO products. They're known as substantially equivalent. Okay, but it's really not the same, is it? Still not the same. So they must have a label. So with that, I was scared about that. So I actually rung up the Consumer Union of Japan and said, "Hello, my name's Jin. Are you aware that Costco are going to be importing papaya from Japan, GMO, and no labeling?" They said, "Yeah, we are." And no, they're not going to do that because we protested against that. That's not going to happen. I goes, "Oh, you're ahead of the game. Thanks very much." And I put the phone down. I thought, oh, relief. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So they didn't import it. And what ended up happening,
do you know that they actually didn't import it?
No, they didn't import it.
Maybe they're just giving you lip service.
No, they didn't import it because I followed it through, and in Hawaii, they culled all those papayas because Japan was supposed to be the main market for organic papaya, but when it became GMO, they weren't interested. They killed it. They contacted Greenpeace to find out how to cull these GMO, and then they, together with Greenpeace, they killed off all the papaya GMO in Hawaii. They don't grow GMO papaya anymore. That was with the university students in Hawaii also played a part in the killing of GMO.
Good for them. That's commendable. We need more of that. We need to get rid of GMO food altogether.
Right, that's me. I'm that guy. Jin is that guy. I follow it through, man. I follow it through. Like I said, I've never ever divorced myself from Earth. Never.
You know what's worse than GMO fruits and vegetables?
Go on.
GMO animals. Like, there's a crazy amount of GMO, genetically modified animals, and like for meat, and it's insane. People don't realize it, but there's so much GMO meat. It's insane how they're changing these living animals. Like, it's one thing to play with fruits and vegetables, but to play with, the structure of animals, that's just insane.
Yeah, livestock is not good. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Yeah. This cloning stuff is just out of control. You're right. They've been doing it all secretly. Yeah. Do you know they've even got special organic glues that they you're looking at a steak, but it might be made up of different meat, and they glued them together, and they're selling it in the market. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've actually seen this done in front of my eyes. The documentary. The guy is called Fortitude, I think his name, the name of the channel. And what's really in your food is the title of the video. And man, it's like, I think it's about 30 to 40 minutes long. Every minute is a shocker. You're shocked all the way through to the end. And after watching that, you know, you're going to change your lifestyle. I guarantee you. Such is the shock from this video. And I watched it, yeah. I watched loads of those. Food ink, knives over, forks over knives. Yeah, man. I've watched a load of these, GMO videos and documentaries. Followed it through because when I learned, I put on my whiteboard, Monsanto, Murderers of Nature, as a title on the board. Today's topic for those who are interested in, for my Japanese students. So I don't force it on everyone, but it's there as a topic matter. Yeah. So in Japan, they don't do that much GMO. There was a problem with, they imported soya from America, soya beans, okay? Now, people were eating it here in Japan and they were falling sick, okay? The reason was there was bacteria that was still in the thing, and the regular cooker doesn't reach 200 degrees Celsius, okay? So in order to find that out, the professor in the agricultural ministry asked America for the blueprint of how they make the soya. Guess what the Americans said? Okay, we're going to send it to you, but you're not allowed to photocopy it. Okay, that's what they said, yeah? So you know what the Japanese did? They translated it by hand. You're talking like over 100 pages that they translated by hand into Japanese. And then when they actually looked at everything, they said, this is GMO soya. Because if you have to boil the thing up to 200 degrees to kill any bacteria, this is not natural soya. So they sent it back. We don't want this soya bean, GMO soya bean. See that?
Yeah.
All going on. All been going on all these years. Yeah. So, you know, I've done a lot of research into all that stuff. Whilst you guys are busy spliffing, partying, getting drunk, doing your women and all that, Jin was, kids, stop making noise, shut up, I'm trying to do research here. Keep the noise down. Yeah, give him his toy back. Oh, hang on, let me pause. What the fuck are you doing, man? Can't you see I'm busy? Come on now. And tomorrow we're going to hike Mount Fuji tomorrow. So bloody get to bed, yeah? Or we're going camping, yeah? So stop this shit. Come on, man. Otherwise I'm going to confiscate your games. Yeah. Yeah, I had a great time.
Father of the year.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I had a great time with the kids. In fact, some of these Japanese women, because my wife was busy working, and because I'm an English teacher, but it allowed me some free time because I didn't have a lesson all the way through the day. So you had women, when they saw me, they used to say, "Where's your wife?" "Oh, no, she's busy working. This is my free time now." Because, you're a good dad, they used to say. Hands-on papa, they used to call me. Hands-on papa. Because then you never saw their husband with the kids, ever. But they saw me, and, you know, a lot of noise. It was always noisy when I was out with the kids, you know, of enjoyment, yeah?
So that's a bit different. So that's a bit different to how they call Biden the sniffer.
Yeah. Biden the sniffer, yeah. Because he's sniffing the ladies. I saw him doing that. We watched that video of sniffing the hair of the young women, yeah. And kids. What a wanker.
Hands on grandpa. Sorry, just sounds a bit weird. But that's good if it's harmless.
Yeah, but not in Biden's case.
Handy grandpa.
Yeah, hands-on papa, they used to call me. I was always there with the kids. Yeah. But I was always willing to play with other children as well, because, you know, when you've got like helicopters on the go or hovercrafts or motorbikes, you know, these RC radio controlled, yeah. Brilliant, you know, the other kids would come up, let me have a go, can I have a go? I go, okay, hang on. Yeah, there you go. They know me, Jin Sensei, you know, yaritai, I want to go. I said, okay, but don't break it, ne? Don't break it because it costs money, yeah? Okay, there you go on. You could eat slowly, okay. And yeah, they're all coming across. Even the little bike trailer that I used to carry my kids in, you know, 2-seater bike trailer, covered up nicely. Kids wanted to ride. The little kids used to want to ride in it. I said, okay, yeah, come on in, get in there, put them in, and then we go 1 lap round the park, and they come back laughing their heads off. Yeah, you know, it's all part of life, isn't it? You know, you got to enjoy
actual
it with
like a motorbike or a regular bike.
No, this is my bicycle, and then I've got a bike, a trailer at the back attached to the rear axle, and then it seats 2 kids. Maximum weight, I think, just under 50 kg, 2 kids, or 1 load if you want. At the very back, you can put all the kids' stuff and that in the back. They sit down. You're supposed to have helmets in there with them, but my kids didn't have the helmets. But we put the seat belts on, and yeah, I used to cycle around all the parks, have a picnic. The wife as well coming along. Yeah, used to do all that. And kids in the park used to want to have a go. They'd be looking at it, opening the flap, looking in. I said, and then I'd ask them, "Nodite?" I said, "Yeah." They ask them, "Do you want to go?" And before I finished asking, yeah. So I said, then I'd say, "Is it okay?" to their mum. "Nodite, can I?" "Hi." They say, "Yeah, dozo. Go ahead." And I go, "Okay, get in there then." And then we do a lap of the park, and they're really enjoying it, you know, coming out, skipping, and, you know, happy. And yeah, great. Like I said, you know, kids are the future. So, you know, get in there when you can. Not just your kids, but all kids, if you can. If you're that way inclined. Yeah, man. Thoroughly enjoyed the kids when they were growing up. Maximum fun that was. I won't be forgetting that in any time. Yeah, I was glad that I was able to enjoy that. When the summer holidays kicked in, most parents think, "Oh, bloody hell, they're going to be at home." Me, I'm skipping. I'm glad because the kids are at home, right, where they should be. And then we can enjoy time together. Yeah. At the end of the day. Yeah. It's not the end. That's the meaning of life. You are supposed to have your children and then enjoy them. Don't let the system tell you what to do. You tell the system with the middle finger. Yeah. I said to my wife, "Don't worry, man. I'm going to bring up these children and I'm going to do it better than the nurse. I'm going to do it better than you. Because if I can fix a motorbike, fix a push bike, clean the toilet, do the electrics, change a nappy is the easiest thing you can do, no matter the stench that's coming from it." Yeah. That's life. And I enjoyed it. So far. So far. We've had our ups and downs, yeah. No heliocentrics in the house. Yeah, go on. Go ahead, sorry.
You're not in hard lockdown then, where you are, or anything like that? You're still sounding pretty upbeat about shit.
No, we've never had any of that. We've never had any of that. None of that at all. None. Holiday camp,
that's great.
basically. Yeah, holiday camp. Yeah, what I see happening around the world, especially in Australia. I said to my children, if I was in Australia, Daddy would have his helmet on. The military helmet would be on. The motorbike body armor would be on. The knuckle duster gloves would be on. Knee pads would be on. Why? I don't want to go shopping, but I know I'm not going to wear the mask, and I know I'm going to be fighting somebody. I'm going to be fighting. That's what that meant. But I don't have to do that in Japan because I don't have to wear the mask. But if I was in Australia or in the UK or in America, I would dress like that. And you know what that is like. That when Daddy says no, Daddy means no. Yeah, right. So yeah. I've got all that gear. I'm not going to go to a protest in my flip-flops and shorts. I'm going to have boots on, knee pads, got a motorcycle body armor. So if you whack me with a bat, I'm not going to feel it. Head, a proper military, American-style military helmet, American issue, that goes on. Motorcycle knuckle duster gloves. So when you know, you're not going to feel any impact if you rode into a car. Your hands are going to be perfectly safe. Those kind of gloves to go on. And then I'm going to say, choose your side. Choose your side. I don't comply. You know, that's what it's going to be. And they're going to know that this guy is serious. Because I'm as armed as you are. Let's see who wins. Yeah. Going there with my t-shirt and flip-flops. No, man. Getting dragged down the road. No, that's not happening to me, mate. I'll tell you. they're going to need at least five men, because I'm going to be kicking. I'm going to make myself so heavy that they won't be able to just pick me up. And then, yeah, man, I'm going to dive on them. So I'm already diving. I'm already grabbing necks, hands in the mouth, pulling at the nostrils. Do you know what I mean? They're going to know they're in a fight. Yeah, dragging the eyeballs out. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to hurt this man.
Oh, come on, Chin. How old are you? You're a man. You're not a fucking 12-year-old. Dear God,
I'm 60. I'm 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 60. 60.
Yeah.
Second brown belt in karate. Yeah.
Good for you.
Cycling every day of the week. So
I know, Jerry. I mean, this is not, but it's not the type of talk that men of our age get into.
No, but I'm talking about. I've always been a revolutionary. So if I put my life on the line for the country being in the military, okay, first of all, and to find out that the government really doesn't have anything, doesn't have our best interest, and yet I gave my best to the British public and wherever I've gone, and now the system wants to attack me, I'm going to fight back. That's what I'm saying. And if I went on a protest, I'm not going to go in shorts and flip-flops. I'm going there to protest amicably, no violence, but I'm prepared in case they want to attack me. Am I wrong to do that? Because I saw them slam down. I saw them slam down a 70-year-old woman was slammed to the ground. Okay, I'm realistic here, man. I'm being real. Yeah, you got to think about that. When they're beating up women and slamming women down on the ground, that's totally unforgivable. Don't care if you're a military man or a policeman or whatever, squad team, whatever. That's wrong. That's wrong. 70-year-old
slamming 70-year-old women to the ground, Jen. Sorry, I'm late to the conversation.
Yeah, they did that in Australia. Yeah,
Who?
Yeah, in Australia.
So an Aussie cop slammed a woman to the ground, and she was
a
obviously
70-year-old woman to the ground.
Yeah, an old age pensioner.
Protesting against, not wanting to have the jab, basically.
Yeah, no, I think that's wrong, and hopefully he'll get disciplined for doing that.
Hopefully, yeah. If she pursued the complaint and then they get the officer, yeah. But when I say that, I know that I'm going to be in trouble because I know I'm not going to wear the mask, so I'm not going to conform to that. So obviously they're going to want to put their hands on me, and that's a violation of my peace. Now I'm not going to go peacefully, is what I'm saying. I'm never going to do that. Never going to do that. It's never going to happen. I haven't done that in my life. So, and I'm serious about that. That's what I said to my children.
Then you'll probably go to jail for assaulting a police officer and resisting arrest. And I don't know what it's like in Japan.
I would plead not guilty. I'm going to plead not guilty.
You'll still get done for it because you've done it.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily, because I won't be giving them my name. I'm not going to comply to anything. I'm not going to sign any documents. I'm not going to be talking. So there's going to be problems already, yeah? And then when they say you must come to court, when you come to court on this day, I'm not going to be there on that day. Jenny's not going to turn up to court.
Unless you're warrant for your arrest, that'll be another charge.
Yes, fine. Let them do that.
And then you'll end up going to jail for longer, and especially in Japan where they're pretty strict on that kind of stuff.
Not necessarily. No.
Talking about a revolution. Yeah.
Come on,
mate.
Everybody did what I did.
The way to win against a system like that, and trust me, I've done enough protesting in my life for it, is you give begrudging compliance, so you comply under duress, and you keep stating you're complying under duress, and then you follow through the procedure, and you wait for them to screw up, and then you hold them to account. And even that's difficult unless you've got video or good witnesses. Because unfortunately, in a court of law, they will generally believe a police officer over a normal citizen.
Of course they would. Scumbags. Yeah. That's why I wouldn't be in a court of law. Wouldn't be there.
Well, no, because it's a position. It's technically. Let's go back into history, Jin. We like that.
Yeah.
Technically, it's because it's a position of honor, a position of trust.
Yeah.
So that's why that's that way.
Yeah, but it's still unfair.
I mean, it's always right. That's why it's that way. So if you cause violence onto somebody who's basically just doing their job. So say, for instance, one guy gets attacked. So if you're with your squaddies and you see someone punch one of your squaddies, what's the rest of your squad going to do?
Well, yeah, they're going to do that, but I'm not going to go up and punch a police officer, am I? I'm saying I'm protesting.
No, I'm just saying you turn around and there's a scuffle between your squaddie and some civvy, and you go, oh fuck, and you dive in. Now you're ripping the nostrils off that person or whatever you said you were going to do. Yeah. What's that guy done apart from back up his squaddie, mate?
Well, yeah, that's because they attacked me.
Now the logic's falling apart a bit,
as Sylvester Stallone said, they drew first blood. That's it. I'm not going there.
You're not in a film, Jin. This is real life.
But the sentence and the situation applies. Look, the situation applies because we have the right to do that protest. They're trying to stop that. They're not looking at their laws.
Who's trying to stop the protest, Jin?
That's what they try and do, don't they? That's what they do.
No.
When they're slamming down... Look, hang on.
Let's be specific.
Dawn, let's be specific. When they're slamming down 70-year-old women, right, because they don't want to wear a mask...
A 70-year-old woman in Australia got slammed down. Yeah, we've given one individual case.
Yeah.
She got maced first and after.
Still bad, mate. Very bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not saying that's right.
Right. You know
the
what
trouble
happened?
is when,
you know what
when
happened?
you watch
Hang on.
it,
Let me give you
the
the rest of the story.
It's these isolated incidents rather than it's not the general way that most officers act, is it?
It happened once, and it's not just to one woman. Another woman got put down, grabbed by the throat because her mask wasn't over her face properly. The police officer, or the squaddie with all his black gear on and the helmet and everything, they got the equipment, put his hand around her neck to put her to the floor. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right, mate. I'm not defending the bad actions of people. We know there are shitty people out there, and some of them are unfortunately.
Okay,
but it doesn't mean that that's the underlying trend of how everybody operates.
So basically, fate prefers those who are prepared, and I'm going to be one of those who's prepared. So I'm going to go there to do my protest, but I'm going to be armed up. I'm ready in case somebody wants to
think that sentence through. Because fate doesn't give a shit of how prepared you are. Fate is what happens. It's what's predestined. So it doesn't matter how well you prepared, you will still meet your fate.
The expression says, fate favors the prepared. I'm going to be prepared, so I'm going to be in favor. And when I do my protest, choose your side, choose your side, choose your side. Shame on you, shame on you. I'll be saying that. And then if they want to then try and put their hand on me, that's when you bite the hand, pull the finger to the back, past its normal rotation.
Jim, stop being so silly.
Yeah, pop the finger while you're trying to grab your leg.
Yeah.
Put your finger in his eyes, drag it down, make them know they're in a fight, even though you're going to be taken in the fight.
Even though they're going to be wearing probably a plastic face helmet, a helmet with a plastic face screen, and they're going to be wearing reinforced gloves. You're going to do all this stuff to them, Jin.
I've studied
it doesn't matter if the guy's wearing body armor. It's not Dawn, Jin.
I've had a good look at the equipment.
It's not Dawn, Jin.
Sorry. It's police decisions. I keep doing that, don't I? Sorry, police decisions. Yeah,
that's all right.
I'm going to put
the thing is, if someone's wearing body armor, it's like if you're wearing your bike gear and you've got your decent jacket on, you got your trousers on, you got your gloves on, you got your helmet on. How much effect is someone punching you really going to have? The square root of fuck all.
Fuck all, exactly that, right? And it's actually you can actually see the body armor, the whole. Because this is something you wear and you put a t-shirt over the top of it. Okay, so it's not leather. This is all reinforced hard. What's it called? Polythene plastic, solid, hard. You could whack me with a bat. I'm not going to notice it. And it's all the way down the back of the spine. So I've got that on. Yeah, knee pads, boots, and gloves, and a helmet and goggles. So I'm ready as they're ready. Choose your side. Choose your side. So they then attack me because I'm protesting, I'm doing my civil duty. And if they attack me on that, of course I'm going to put my hand into their face, underneath the plastic glass where the chin is, and ram it in. It's a
Oh,
deliberate
Jim.
action.
Anyway, I hope whatever happens, you don't have to do any of that, because I'd hate to see you in jail, mate. Because that's what will happen to you.
I'm not too fussed about all that. I've been in the military, so that I'm not scared. That's the thing. I have no fear at all. Zero. That's not going to stop me. I'm going to be. I am a committed man. Committed. So that's that.
And you'll probably attack people that don't have really your level of commitment, maybe, and probably are just there to try and do their job and keep the peace. That's unfortunately what happens in these situations.
Do their job? Huh? You mean turn a blind eye?
No, there's some shitty people do. I mean, I'd say for every nasty copper I've ever met, I've met 5 good ones.
Yeah. Well,
any cop right now enforcing anything to do with this is doing the wrong thing. Not just the ones beating up old ladies. Every single fucking cop should be walking away from this shit.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Wearing face masks? I mean, my right to freedom stops at the end of your nose. And we're in a situation, and I think Australia is a particular thing where they've gone a bit OTT, and I will happily support you guys on that. But
not just Australia.
I wear a mask when I go into shops because I choose to do so. I don't have to. There's no law in the UK that says I have to. I won't get.
Yeah, but you're just perpetuating the nonsense. Are you sick?
But it's not nonsense. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You're on the side of it's all worthwhile and we need to do it. I didn't realise.
Well, I mean, you know, for me, it's a minor ask if me wearing a mask in case I'm, you know, asymptomatic, and that has, you know, less than, you know, 1 in 100 chance, you know, a 0.01% chance of maybe stopping a little old lady dying from it, or someone that hasn't been able to take the vaccine due to a reduced immune system, then fuck it. It's a small ask. Not a biggie.
Asymptomatic people do not. Let me just get this out. Foolish decision. There is no scientific evidence that states that asymptomatic people spread it. In fact, the WHO have said that asymptomatic people do not spread anything. That's what they said.
So we now believe the World Health Organization and all the statistics that they have for COVID, or are you going to cherry pick that one statement because it supports your bias?
But you mentioned
it's pointing out your hypocrisy.
Yes,
your hypocrisy is just being pointed out. Right?
How am I a hypocrite for doing that?
Because you want to wear a mask to protect an old lady, which apparently is supposed to because, you know, science says. But then the science from your side also says that masks don't do anything. So on your side, your science says you need to wear them, but they don't do anything. And you choose to go, I'm going to choose to wear it because the science says they do nothing.
Where's the hypocrisy?
From your side, it's double standard.
Where am I being
hypocritical?
Where am I being a hypocrite?
For wearing a mask. You're wearing a mask, and then you pick on him for cherry picking your science.
No. It's a simple fact that if there's a very small chance that helps, then I'll do it. It's no big ask. That's what I'm saying.
But there's no. But there is no helping. It doesn't work. And the WHO and the CDC have said that asymptomatic people don't spread. There is no data for this. Okay?
I don't believe that's true.
Oh well,
there you go.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. All I'm saying is, for me, if little actions I do, like washing my hands on a regular basis, which I do anyway, to be fair, or wearing a mask helps, then screw it. It's not a big ask. I'll do it.
It's a big ask because it's a
financial
one as well.
You put your mask into a biohazard bin? Do you responsibly dispose of all your masks?
I've never thrown a mask away because I use reusable ones. I use cloth masks and I wash them.
Well, that's definitely.
I'm a bit of an eco freak, mate. I don't like wastage, and that's one of the things that does bug me. Is people not using reusable masks and actually taking care and doing proper hygiene with them.
But that mask doesn't protect you from anything. No,
it's not there to protect me, mate.
Oh, there you go. It's not protecting you.
It's there to reduce the amount of aerosol coming out of my mouth in case I sneeze or cough or just generally in my breath. So that's all it's doing.
As it was said to you,
it's just a moisture wick is all it is, mate. Yeah. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Look, foolish decisions, and after this, I'm not going to say any more on this point, but basically, everybody here on this server knows masks do not work. Okay,
oh, that's your opinion. Fine.
It's not an opinion. It's a fact. It is not an opinion.
Jim, everything that you say is a fact.
It is provable. It is provable, repeatable, testable, mate. Okay, it's not an opinion. It's a fact.
And how have you proved and repeated that yourself, Jim? Let's go back to some flat Earth logic.
Yeah,
or are you relying on other people's experiences?
How have I proven it? By not actually wearing one, but to start off with. So I don't wear a mask because I know it's useless. Why would I buy a mask?
That's a you choice. That's fine. If that's your choice, you do it. I'm not saying you're an idiot for your choice, but you're trying to do that for me. Cool. That's your opinion. To be honest, I don't really give a flying fuck.
Well, that's what you should at the end of the day, because you're sending the wrong message to the youth. You're saying that
I'm just not being one of these anti-mask sheeple.
This decision,
who's deciding to go with the groupthink and have their group pressure dictate what they do.
You made a silly decision to say that asymptomatic people, etc., etc., etc. No, asymptomatic people don't spread anything. They don't spread because they haven't been affected. Pre-symptomatic, yes, possibly.
Tell that to people that have gonorrhea or various types of sexual transmitted diseases where they're asymptomatic.
If they've got gonorrhea,
right, we're not supposed to talk about the thing on this channel.
It's not due to
New topic.
New topic. The fact that curvature has never been found in 6 years of asking. That's a point, isn't it?
Exactly.
About that. That's never been
I'll just go back to 1735 to 1752.
Yeah, when the equipment was absolute crap, primitive equipment. The Renaissance period, the period of deception abound.
Book burnings galore.
Well and truly established by then.
Oh no, book burning was done by ignorant religious people who tend to be monotheists.
Or just them, you reckon?
Except for the Mongols, they're pretty good at it as well.
It was the period of Renaissance, and that period was well known as the period of deception. The new science, the new knowledge, the secret knowledge, as they call it.
No, it was actually the period of history where dogmatic religion no longer had control over the general population, and we were allowed to think for ourselves. That was what was so cool.
Yeah, but at the same time, they reinforced, like the Copernicus and other things were being reinforced compulsory in school educations by that period.
On the Renaissance, mate.
Yes.
Galileo was in the Renaissance. Leonardo da Vinci was part of the Renaissance.
Yeah, and they were teaching it at schools by this time.
It was people like the Dutch, like Huygens, that got away with it because the Dutch weren't that religious at that particular period in time.
Yeah. But
but most of the others, like Copernicus, had a really shit life because they were, rather shit upon by the church.
Yeah, but
how do we know this crap?
But in the end, Holland ended up adopting those principles. They're teaching it today.
Yeah, so very enlightened society in general.
Yeah, absolutely wrong. Misinformation of the highest
degree. I've lived in the Netherlands. It's a nice place.
Yeah, I've been there a few times myself. Yeah, I've been to the Netherlands, to the Bulldog Cafe, in the place of choice.
You did what most tourists did. You went there and you went top stone. Cool.
I went everywhere. Yeah. Lightsplain, a place called Lightsplain. Went to a number of youth clubs because my friend was a DJ.
Amsterdam. That's cool.
Yeah. My friend was a DJ and he was invited to meet the DJ and do some DJing. So I went. We went by the Honda CBR 1000 at the time. Wicked bike. And we got from Islington to Sheppey in an hour and a half.
I'm gathering that's pretty quick.
I was doing like 120 miles an hour to get there, to meet the ferry on time.
Nice.
And I ended up getting there an hour and a half early. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. And then we went from Sheppey to, what is it? Vlissingen, I think it's called Vlissingen. And then from there we rode through Rotterdam and all the way through. Yeah, fantastic journey that was. And then we stayed at the hotel where they filmed Only Fools and Horses in Amsterdam. That was the funny thing, Couldn't believe it. The same, right by the police station. Right, we were right there, right on the site where they filmed Only Fools on Horses when they were in Amsterdam. Oh yeah, brilliant. Yeah. Only Fools
Not
on
quite
Horses
Lord of the
is,
Rings, though, is it?
Sorry?
Not quite Lord of the Rings, though, is it?
No. But yeah, I had a great time. Yeah, the times that I went. Yeah, when I look back on that was a great journey. That was, and enjoying smoking skunk. The only thing that I couldn't quite get used to was the traffic coming the other way and the trams and the bicycles. Forever, beep beep, ding ding,
No
beep beep.
doubt.
Oh shit! Yeah. Yeah, I almost got taken out so many times by the trams because you don't really hear them coming. You know, you just hear the horn.
Same thing happened to me in Austria. Crazy.
Yeah. You know, they're pressing the horn, but I wasn't familiar with that particular type of horn, so it didn't register until my peripheral vision. Wow, and then you just dive back. Shit, that was close. Fuck. And then you're dodging a bicycle in the next step. Because they're all cycling and all over the tram lines and everything. Fuck, man, I couldn't get used to that at all. Yeah, I didn't ride a motorbike much in Amsterdam because I just wanted to walk around and enjoy that and not risk an accident riding on the other side of the road. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I rode from the port to Amsterdam, so covered a lot of mileage, but within the city and that, not being familiar with the areas and all those tram lines, and I thought, okay, I'm going to park the bike up, leave that, give that a rest, and let's just walk around. If I need to travel, I might rent a bicycle. That might be the way to go. Reduce the risk of an accident and expensive repair bills, and not be able to get back. Yeah. So as a pedestrian over there, yeah, it was. I had to be quick on your feet. We only went there for 3 days the first time. But I remember that was an experience of going to the club that the friend of my friend, right? Andy's my friend. He's mate the DJ. We went to his club and it was completely empty as they were setting up. And it was the first time that I'd actually experienced that. The actual setting up of all the equipment and then places echoing, right? And then you see the club atmosphere build up as the doors are open, tickets are being bought, people are coming in. And that was amazing. That was amazing to actually see that to the start and finish. It was a wicked experience. Never had that before in my life. So that was good. And then we met. I met and was chatting to 2 twins, and then Andy came along, and then we entertained them for the night. And I ended up being the taxi to give them a lift back home on the motorbike. Yeah, on the Honda. So yeah, because we rode the Honda to the club, parked it outside the club. So everyone was looking at it. They didn't know who it was, of course. And when I turned up, I said, "Here's my bike." Is that yours? Yeah. Wow. Can I? Oh yeah. Get on. Yeah. Give him a little spin around the local area, and then we're going to go back to the hotel. Let's get some gear from Bulldog. Okay. Yeah. Brilliant, man. Holland. I would love to go there again. Honestly. Good food, good atmosphere, good people. Yeah. I made 3 trips to Holland. 2 were by ferry, 1 was by motorbike. 1 was done by Capital Radio. Do you know Capital Radio? Foolish Decision? Do you remember them? No, he's not there. Go on. Capital Radio, radio station in London, 194, Capital Radio. They had a ferry. You had to get the tickets from the Sun, collect these vouchers, and then you end up paying £1 on the P&O ferry to Holland. That was good, man. Thoroughly enjoyed that. A disco boat. So you're having a disco all the way to the Holland and the same on the way back. And then you disembark for the sightseeing and that, have a good look around, and then get back on the ferry and then come back. Disco all the way back. Being broadcast live. That was fantastic, that was.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that was 194 Capital Radio. You know, when you back in those days, if you're listening to the radio stations, they had these special promotions where the first so many thousand get in, you know, but it was reliant on collecting the vouchers from the Sun newspaper. And then you collect 5 of those, 1 each day, so that's 7, and then you'd put that send that off. Then then you go into a draw. And if they draw your name out, then you can bring yourself and 3 others. And that's what I did. So I won, and then my mate Andy won as well. So that was brilliant, man. Yeah. We went to Holland for £1. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, £1 each. Yeah. That was such a good ferry. Of course, that's just for the ferry. You still got to pay for your food and drinks and whatever you're consuming, of course, but the actual crossing was just £1. And the crossing was live, broadcasted live. So you had Capital Radio, the DJs were there doing all their discoing, and then we're dancing with all the girls and they're having a good time, you know, as it were. Yeah, that was fucking brilliant, man. Can you imagine that? Non-stop disco all the way there. Yeah. And the same on the way back. And then when we got back to England, you could see all the tired eyes. Everyone was knackered. Mm. Yeah. Going into the Bulldog Cafe for the first time, you go downstairs and then you go to the counter, and this guy, he looks like a pharmacist, the way he's got these cabinets, all wooden with the brass handles, polished nicely, and he's pulling them out, and all the different species and breeds and of weed that he had, types, all in this drawer, all ready packed, ready to go. Wow, this man is a good dispenser, right, pharmacist. Yeah. So my mate said, "Have you got any skunk?" And then when I smelt it, I said, "Yeah, I want some of that. I love skunk. Yeah, give me the same, please. Nice." And yeah, went upstairs, sat outside at the table with the parasol on the top. Yeah, relaxing, still exhibiting nervousness. Where's the police? Where's the police? You know what I mean? You know. And then the people around, I said, "You can relax. It's free. You don't have to worry." I said, "Oh yeah, it's Holland, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, man. I just relaxed, you. Roll a spliff, man. And yeah. Okay. Nice. This is the life," we were saying, cracking up. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, some places have got the right idea.
Yeah, Holland was one of those places. Then not too far from the Bulldog, about maybe 10 to 15 minutes walk heading northwesterly, you'll come to a place, I think it's known as like International Avenue. Okay, and this road has got the world's cuisine on there. You know, Australian, American, Italian, Chinese, Cantonese, African, it's Greek, Turkish, it's all on there. Right?
What is Australian?
Sorry?
What food is presented as Australian? Because we're a fucking
I think there was probably serving kangaroo meat and all that.
No, meat pies and Vegemite sandwiches.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, this is in the 90s when I went. Yeah, late 80s, 90s.
Although Vegemite with some real fucking butter is pretty good.
Yeah, probably 1987 I'm talking about. 88 I got the Dominator.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what they depicted for our food would be.
Up there.
Yeah, it's probably Chinese, mate.
90s.
Or like Aboriginal food, like witchetty grubs and bloody that sort of stuff.
Yeah, probably
it tastes like chicken,
1992. 1992, around about that time. 1992, around about that time. That's when I went with the bike, and that great time that was. Just with the simple throw over saddlebags. The right side was my mate Andy's, left side was mine, and you know, I had my shoes, my shirt. We're only going for 1 day. Sorry, 3 days. So we had I had enough equipment in that one saddlebag to survive 3 days easily. Yeah, didn't have much luggage to report. Not, you know,
the freedom of a motorcycle.
Yeah. But you know, sometimes people tend to overload the bike with things that they're not going to be using and that. But we only go for 3 days, so it was just for me. Toiletries, change of clothes, undies. That was mainly it, and all neatly packed up, military style in bags, rolled up neatly, so you didn't need to get an iron out when you unpack it. Really good, tight, and boots. Everything was in my left saddlebag. And my mate the same in his one. I helped him pack it anyway, because obviously I'm going to ride the bike, so I want the best balance I could get. And that was it. 2 saddlebags, nothing else. No top box, no tank bag, nothing. Just the saddlebags. Yeah, let's go. Whoop, whoop. Ooh, ooh. Breakneck speeds. Yeah, fantastic. So when I look back, I'm glad I can actually look back and say, yeah, I actually did that. It was good to have a memory, and you can go back and enjoy that and share it with people, those who are interested. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Thank goodness for memories. Hey, I often wonder about dogs. You know,
So
like
do
how
I.
far back can they remember?
Yeah, they can't, can they? They can't. That's the thing. The thing they can remember is obviously scent. Scent they can remember. Yeah? Scent. Through the scent, they remember things that way. I don't know about actually cognitive processing, and you know, obviously the scent and then the silhouette of a person they would recognize. So yeah, but as to going to the mountains with me, running and hiking, can they remember that? Only if we go there and then they start sniffing for where they pissed and shit. That's when the memory comes in.
Yeah, look, I appreciate that sort of science part of it, but that's not definitive. We don't know that they don't remember the last trip to the mountains just by hopping in the car and heading in the general direction. And
yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I don't know if they can remember that. You see, that's why I can only what's the word I'm looking for there? I can only resonate with the fact that they use their scent. That would obviously help them to remember. Got to be able to remember.
Yeah,
that.
sure.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. That's the only thing. And I'll have to say that my dogs, like my children, had a great time of it when they were young, and my dog also, you know, had a great. She cannot complain because she climbed mountains, went canoeing with us, snowboarding. She was there. Do you know what I mean? Camping. She was there. Yeah, and then famous in where I live here because she was never on the bloody lead. The lead was round my neck, so she was famous for that, being well behaved. And not having a Labrador not on the lead, big black dog, you know, because the Jacks here, when they say big black dog, they're frightened already. But I said, there's no need, you know, this is a Labrador. This is the dog that will find you when you're lost. Yeah, rescuer type dog. It's not a fighting dog. Although once or twice she did have a go at a couple of dogs, you know. Yeah, that did happen occasionally, but you know, at the end of the day, yeah, it was the other dog that started.
Of course.
Yeah.
trying to tell people to other dogs to put on a mask. Oh, go on, get him.
Go on. Put a muzzle on.
Yeah, exactly. You never know what the dogs are saying to each other either, which is funny to think about too. Go on,
look at these stupid humans. Look at these stupid humans. They're wearing a mask. What about us? I mean, we're not going to get it. So if we're not going to get it, what are they up to? Silly, isn't it? Yeah. Well, at least my owner's clever. He's not wearing a mask. He knows what's going on. Yeah. And he gives me some good food. I mean, he gives me the pulp from the juice that he makes. I get the pulp, and then that's real organic.
Nice.
Because when I do my juicing, then I eat some of the pulp, and then I put the rest of the pulp in the dog feed. Yeah, together with the pedigreed soup type dog food, really nice pedigreed, and a little bit of mineral biscuits. Mix that all in, and she devours it. You don't have to wash the bowl. She licks it clean. And it's not a bowl, it's more like a bucket.
Yeah, big dogs need a lot of food, mate. When you think about it, they're like small children, and small children can fucking eat heaps.
I was actually caught off guard because when the dog was a puppy and that, the bowl we had was fine, yeah. But as she grew big, the head was bigger than the bowl. So my father-in-law brought this stainless steel kind of like half a bucket bowl looking thing. I thought, yeah, that's it. Yeah, thanks. Put that down, filled that up, and she was well away. Yeah. But prior to that, she was eating out of a bowl that was her head was bigger than the bloody bowl. I had to ram it into the corner so she wouldn't drag it all over the place.
That's funny when you do that.
Yeah.
If only you had hands.
Yeah.
You could hold
I
that
remember
bowl
one
still.
time.
Mind you, some dogs do it.
Yeah. I remember one dog I had, okay. This dog, we lost this dog, okay. So I never got to see the dog grow up to be fully grown. It was a puppy at the time, when we had this dog. It was a cross mountain terrier, this dog was, okay, back in the 70s, probably 77, Queen's Silver Jubilee period. And I was feeding this dog, okay, this puppy, feeding it. And then one day, because I used to feed it in the kitchen, and we'd be in the living room, and one day, the puppy brought the bowl in and dropped it on the floor. Do you know that? I thought, fuck me, didn't I give you enough? Okay, let me give you some more. And then then I gave her the regular thing next day, and she did the same again. Brought the thing in and dropped the bowl on the floor. I said to my sister, can you see this dog is telling us we're not giving it enough food? Wow, what an intelligent dog. Do you know what I mean? That dog was really communicating. And then what we used to do is we used to put her into the backyard of the council flat, the backyard to go to the toilet. And then one day, I couldn't find us. I think the caretaker who lived directly next door, we were living in number 1, Shipton House. And then the caretaker who hated us, he lived in number 2. He was an old man. Mr. White, his name was. He lived right next door. So he probably saw me doing that and just confiscated the dog, I think. Because the dog was gone. And I was heartbroken. But the dog was gone, yeah.
Oh, I bet you were.
Yeah, the dog was gone, man. Yeah. And I asked Mr. White, did he see the dog? And he said no. You know, he said that he never saw it. So there was nothing I could do about it after that. I just thought, fuck. You know. Yeah, that was sad. We lost that dog. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than having a suspicion without any evidence.
Yeah, yeah. Right, nice dog. Grey, black, white, grey with like black, white spots, the kind of markings. Beautiful dog, beautiful looking dog. That was going to grow up to be a big dog, that one as well, had I kept it long enough. But yeah, couldn't believe it was gone. You see, because where we put it, the backyard was quite long. So if it wasn't Mr. White who took it, someone else might have seen it, because the dog had the ability to go right down the other end of the flats. Because at the back of the flats, this long, massive communal garden was there. So it could have gone off and someone would have seen it and said, oh, that's cute, and then took it, you know. It was still a puppy at the time. Really unlucky I was. But the fact that he used to come in and drop the bowl in the living room carpet, wow. You what? Wow, this is. I was so glad that it did that. It was talking, as far as I was concerned. Yeah. Shortly after that, we got a corgi. We called it Toby. Yeah, we got a corgi after that. Yeah, and this corgi, when we used to take it out for walks and that, and let it off the lead, it would never want to come home. You're for hours chasing it to get it back in the house. Every time. Every time. You know. Yeah.
So that's a smart dog.
Yeah, yeah. Running around, chasing it everywhere, not coming, not wanting to come home. You know, and then so you end up sitting at the door on your doorstep just waiting. You know, and then it comes running, and then you give it a kick up the arse, get in there. But
and the dog's got its tail between its legs.
Yeah, it scuttles in quick, so you end up missing the dog, kicking the door frame. You know, it was that quick.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But yeah, I love the dogs. I love animals. You know, love communicating with animals. Definitely. You know, they can only do good, just like children.
Yeah, except for those kids that like to kill animals. There's something different about those kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Like not just hunting style, but like
spiteful,
nasty ways just for fun.
Spiteful killing.
Yeah.
Spitefulness. Yeah, I know. But here in Japan, dog ownership is popular, and then they also use them as therapy for those who are in old people's homes and as entertainment. Yeah, do they do that in the UK or in Australia? Do they do that there in Australia?
Oh, there are definitely therapy dogs. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. They do that here in Japan as well. Yeah.
I think the guide dogs are amazing.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, they are amazing. So do I when I watch
Well,
them.
how much trust do you have to rely on a dog to get you across traffic and just, avoid potholes, and they're well trained, hats off to the trainers, but the dogs are very intelligent.
They're really intelligent, yeah.
Yeah. They're usually Labradors too.
Yeah, they're Labradors, yeah. Usually they're not the black ones, they're the white ones, aren't they? Cream coloured, usually.
Yeah.
So they can be seen, you see. That's the reason why in particular.
Yeah, the short hair.
Yeah, the short hair, yeah. Labrador retrievers, yeah, they're really good, yeah. That's why they are really man's number one best friend, they are. So when my one is black, my dog Sparky, she's black, you see. But she was in the local newspaper because whenever I used to go to the supermarket, she used to come for a walk with me. We'd stop off at the park, go to the toilet, so she can go to the toilet. Then we clean up after the dog. So I've always got my gloves on, and I've always got my pockets full of plastic bags. So when she's done her poo, you grab it and then tie it up, right, and leave it on location. I don't want to carry that around, do I? So I leave it there. I retrieve that on the way back from the supermarket. So then we go to the supermarket. I've got the lead, but I don't tie her up. I go, yeah, okay, I'll be back here. Stay right there. Stay here, yeah? And then I go in. I always do that. Stay there, yeah? And then I'll go off, do the shopping, come back. And then one day, she was in the local newspaper. My wife's friend had taken a picture of her outside the supermarket, and she was so surprised that there was no lead, and she was sitting there waiting, relaxed, no trouble at all. And she said she thought that was amazing. And she put her in the local newspaper. Sparky, the dog there, very obedient dog. Well, not obedient, but very gentle is the word she used. Or in Japanese, they say otonashi, which is like loyal and gentle.
Hmm.
And she was in the newspapers, and my wife showed me. I said, yeah. She said, why don't you put the lead on? I go, there's no need. I mean, look, there's no need for the lead. She's not running around everywhere. She's free, man. She's like me. She's free. She's a free spirit. That's the whole point. Lead everywhere. I've got to be able to walk this dog without having a lead on the neck. She's intelligent to know. That's how you build the intelligence in the dog. You know? And once she knows she's free, she knows what she's doing. My voice is the lead, I said. That's it. My voice is the lead.
If you I mean, it's a dog after all. So if you assert dominance and you're the one that they look up to, then it's done and dusted. You know, you're the alpha.
Exactly. And I learned that I've got 2 books right here in my classroom there. I've got them. And it states, don't overdress the dog. Don't treat the dog like a human being, right? And you are the leader of all activities. Once you've established that, you'll have a good time of your life, good life with your dog. And I followed those rules, right? And then
and a fucking loyal dog too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I just followed the rules, you know. Don't sissify the dog. You know what I mean? I'm the leader, so if I'm walking, you don't walk in front of me unless I say to you, go on. Other than that, you're healed. Yeah, all right. And it took a while for her to get that. So when she used to walk past, I used to kick her under the jaw. One kick under the jaw, and get back, kick, get back, kick, get back. A couple of days of that, and then it realised that it had to get back. And then from that, I never looked back. Walking the dog, you know. And then when I say, okay, go, she's gone. Gone. Yeah.
Just itching to go.
Yeah. And then when we get to the zebra crossing, keep the training up, sit there, sit, wait. Then I'm walking across, wait. So I walk across the road, then I look, make sure there's no cars coming. Okay, come on. And then bang, she's across that road quick. Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. We do all that. Yeah. So we display control. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, you've got geezers and women with their dog, and the dog's walking them. They're everywhere.
Of course.
Fully taught lead, arms fully extended, and then you're trying to keep up with the dog or the dog. I said, what the hell? Who's going for a walk here? Fuck.
Or worse still, the owners are carrying the dog, and the dog thinks it's the fucking alpha.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. We used to have that, you know. But no, not Sparky. Sparky is well trained, well behaved, good manners. You know, if she goes onto the grass in the park, I say, not there. And when I shout that loud, when I've gone that loud, she dives into the flower beds. You know, you don't go for a poo where people have their picnics. You know, and the reason why I shout so loud is because I was responsible for getting the council here to put signs up saying don't exercise your dog here, because when I wanted to play like a football or target practice with the BB or motorcycle, RC motorcycle racing, dog poo everywhere. Okay, now I don't allow my dog to poo there, so I thought, who's doing this? And then the council's not putting any signs up, so I actually made a load of signs myself. I made them, translated them into Japanese, and fitted them all the way around the park. I did that. I did it, okay? And I had a couple of students who had connections with City Hall, you see, right? So when I told them the story of what I did, they said, did you really do that? So because they lived across the road from the park. So you're the one that did the signs. I said, yeah, I did the signs. Look, and I showed them all the material. I said, because there should be signs. People are exercising their dogs there. You can't enjoy a picnic. You can't enjoy frisbee throwing or catch ball. You can't do anything because of the dog poo everywhere. So he goes, okay, you know what I'm going to do? He said, I'm going to speak to the City Hall, get some proper good signs. And that's what he did. And they got some official signs put up. And then that stopped everything.
Nice.
Yeah. I've done that. I was instrumental in doing that sort of thing, you know. And he was surprised that I did that. I said, yeah, I had to do it because no one was doing it. You know, it wasn't happening. You know, and poo was going on everywhere. So whenever I took my dog out of course I'm going to be shouting at the top of my voice, not there. You're embarrassing me. You're going to embarrass me, dog. Get in there. Yeah. Get into the flower beds and we can clean that up. Yeah. And then she'd always jump in the lake. Sorry, the pond. We had a pond there, and she was the only dog that used to jump in for a swim. Always. I never minded. I didn't mind that. Go ahead, man. Labrador retrievers are used to doing that. They were originally bred in Newfoundland, and they used to assist the fishermen. So if the fisherman dropped a fish out the net, the Labrador would go and retrieve it. That was what they were used for originally. I looked it up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, yeah. And then they were bred in the UK. The UK started breeding them, and then they spread through Europe, through the UK, you see.
And all the way down to bottom of the ball, hey? To little old Australia.
All the way down to the down under, yeah. Yeah.
I wonder if the dogs know that they're upside down.
Yeah, I wonder if they know they're upside down, walking upside down, yeah. And it's true, isn't it, though? I mean, if we really are living on a spinning ball, we should notice that spin, because it is 1,038 miles per hour at the equator. Perhaps at Australia, it drops down to, let's say, 500 miles an hour at that speed. You're still going to notice that, but you're also going to be upside down compared to me in the UK, let's say, or even in Japan, you know? You're going to be upside down.
Yeah, look, I'm not too sure if you'd notice the motion per se, but I've always speculated that our vestibular system and how we detect motion. I think if we went from sort of like where, say, I am in South Australia to somewhere close to the equator, I got a funny feeling that my body would have to adjust in some way. It couldn't.
Yes.
You know, almost like when you ride a bike for half an hour and then you get off and your legs still feel like, you know, if you've been working hard, that they're still sort of turning, or, you know, if you swim for a long time or you're on a boat for a long time and you finally get your sea legs, then you're back on land and you still feel like you're on the ocean, you know? Like, I've just got a funny feeling once we got used to a certain latitude, as we moved, especially with a flight so quick, you know, 8 hours halfway across the globe, and then you pop out and you're doing heaps faster, you might not detect the speed, but I feel like you should be like wonky or fucking something. Or maybe that's what jet lag is. I don't know.
Yeah, I would expect you to feel some kind of dizziness, some kind of motion sickness, something.
Just some adjustment.
Heavier on your feet. Heavier on your feet, or could it be even lighter on your feet, perhaps? Speed, I don't know, but you're going to notice something. You're going to notice moving at the speed of sound. The wind power, the power of the wind, even though they're saying you're only moving 0.0 something miles per hour, you know, but it's at the speed of sound. That's at the speed of sound, yeah, that's at 138 miles per hour, sorry, 1,038 miles per hour at 0 point something degrees. What is it? They did the maths to equivalent the 15-degree movement as covering so much distance, but that distance is being covered at the speed of just under twice the speed of sound. So you're going to notice that, no doubt about it. What do you think?
Yeah, well, again, I suppose in the story that comes with everything they've got in the narrative, I can see how you're not really necessarily going to feel it. But like I just said, it seems that our system gets used to things quite quick, i.e., being out on the ocean, and then you come back and you've got sea legs, you know. So it seems our system gets used to something, and at my latitude, it should be very used to spinning around at the speed that it's used to spinning around at. And if I all of a sudden got on a plane and within 3 hours was at a whole nother spot spinning around at a very different speed, I would think my body, just like sea legs, would have to adjust for a bit. But it doesn't seem to do it.
So you're going to notice it. Go. Yeah. So you're arguing my point there. Yeah, that you would have to notice it. That's what I'm saying. You're going to notice this for sure. And then not only that, if you are flying from Australia to the UK, you know, you're upside down. So you're going to be upside down, and then you're going to be the right way up, as such, yeah. As you circumnavigate the globe, the so-called globe, yeah, as it spins, so you end up right way up as you approach the UK. Do you see what I mean?
Definitely, you have to adjust to that, surely.
Yeah, of course you would, and vice versa. If I'm at the UK, I'm going to be flowing from the top of the ball, and then I'm going to be going down, 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 down. There's no chance. There is no chance that you're going to be able to take your seatbelt off. You can't, because the attitude of the aircraft is going to be changing all the time till it gets to its destination, following the curvature of the Earth. Stands to reason. There is no way you can fly level for 19 hours and not encounter any curvature. You're mad. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's impossible. Sorry.
Yeah, and it makes sense that as
that's a violation of nature's laws. Yeah, yeah. And you can prove it to yourself when you hold a basketball in your hand. You put your hand at the top of the ball. That'll be the North Pole, okay? And then you keep your hand following the contour of the ball. You will see that your hand will be inverted at the bottom. That's what you should experience when you fly over a ball. It's the same laws should apply. Yeah, same laws should apply. But the heliocentrics will say, you're a retard, you don't understand the model, you're sick, it's not like that. How can you say that? Etc., etc., etc. I then reply, you're on a bloody ball, and a ball is a ball is a ball. There is no flat surface on a ball. So how do you explain that the plane is flying completely level for 19 hours? And I've measured it.
Yeah, well, how would they also, I mean, how would they, I wonder if there's a ball here, I don't know if there's one now, but how would they argue the point that as a species, there's no way naturally for us to ever go from, say, Australia to the equator within just a few hours, like just not possible at all. Like it's only because of obviously an aeroplane that we can do it. So it makes sense that our system would not be designed to just accommodate that sort of movement really quickly. Once again, given that we get sea legs, it seems that we do adjust to things quite quickly. So I wonder what they say to that. I wonder what happens physiologically that compensates for that.
Yeah, there's some kind of convoluted explanation. I'm
Roboting.
Sure.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah, so I said they've got some. Yeah, they've got some kind of explanation, haven't they?
I'm not sure they've thought about it, to be honest. Because I've heard the argument where they say that our vestibular system isn't sensitive enough to pick up the motion, but I've never heard them actually be asked, but the reference from one latitude to another is a very big difference, and how can it adjust so quickly to that without having an effect, given that we very quickly do get sea legs or the other way around, you know?
Yeah. And that's not everyone. Some people take a while to get their sea legs. They could spend the entire journey throwing up. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Some people never get it. Yeah, some people never get it.
Yeah, so it should be very different.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it should be a known phenomenon. Like, if you're going to travel from this latitude to this latitude, expect half a day of throwing up, or expect,
exactly,
an adjustment period.
Because look, I remember, right, in the 70s, in the 60s and 70s, that they used to have these strips that came off the car. They were attached to the car, and then they would touch the ground, and they had the lightning flash on them, little red fluorescent lights and that, right, reflectors, and they were known as earth strips, earthing, because the reason they had it was because people have motion sickness. Do you see what I mean? Yep. In the car, you're right. So you're going to notice it. You're definitely going to be noticing it.
And that was just from the build-up of excess charge.
Yeah, there you go.
So isn't that interesting? So it gets all charged up and people start to feel a bit weird and sick. And you just earth that extra charge and that goes away for some people, or most people.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Isn't that strange, isn't it? Because I remember back in the day, people used to feel motion sickness in the car. I used to think, are you sure? and then had these ugly things hanging off the back of the car, you know, dragging on the ground, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because they're really noticeable and ugly, I thought, because it just spoke the line of the car, didn't it? You know what I mean? But people bought them because the children and that, the kids and whoever and adults, they suffered from motion sickness, they called it. So you're going to notice all this stuff, man. Yeah, people would notice. That's what we're saying. For those of you listening in the YouTube, in the chat room.
Yeah, where are the ballers? There's got to be a baller in here to fucking at least give half an opinion on it.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Knock, knock.
No, yeah, no, they're scared.
Is there a baller in here or not?
Gin CBR 1 is on. That's it. It's all over. Don't bother. Yesterday's performance, you know, knockout, couple of serious flat earth combinations, 10-word sentence combinations, sent them in an array, and, you know, mashed them up on the ropes. They don't want any more of that stuff. So no, that's it.
Nice.
They're a hiding to nothing. They know that. Quick to the trot, that one.
Second Dan. Are you second Dan brown belt in what form, or second stripe?
Shotokan karate.
Nice.
Yeah, mixed with tai chi, kickboxing, and regular boxing, all rolled in. Yeah. Whenever the sensei used to put on the house music or the dance music to pick up the tempo, I would excel, because it would be like I'm dancing. That's it now. Now I'm dancing karate. You ain't got a chance. If you can't dance, you've lost. If you're not a dancer, you're done, man. You're going to be done and dusted. And I was always good at that. I used to love that. Those were my favourite sessions, because it was always strict, of course. But the sensei used to put on house music or dance music. His method was to try to increase stamina. You see, but I was the fittest man in the class. I was already training. I was learning to become a fitness instructor at the time. So I was well up for it. I was the man you would see a puddle on the ground, literally sweat puddles. I'm slipping on my own sweat. Yeah.
Charming.
Again, I draw from my military experience to do the katas, because the kata is like drill. Left, right, you know. So that mentality was still in me. So I was always at the lowest proper stance all the time. And you do sweat. If you're doing it properly, you're gonna sweat buckets. I'm not standing high like a tree in the breeze. No, it's a low stance it's supposed to be. And I was in that stance, doing the drill. Yeah, man. And occasionally I'd slip up because I'm sweating buckets, you know, literally, honestly. But yeah, I used to love all that karate. I've got pictures here. I brought the pictures with me, you know, so I could show my kids. My son is a black belt in judo now.
Nice.
In the newspapers and everything. So that's pretty good. You know, I mean, you know, I tried to be positive impact with my children without the money expenditure. That's the one, because I'm not a rich man, right? I always said that. We can do this without wasting money, okay? See, mummy will throw money at it. Daddy hasn't got that kind of money, and I don't want to throw money at something that doesn't need to throw money at, okay? Right. So we're going to be economical all the way and get the extract. I'm getting blood out of that stone, believe you me. And then yesterday I was saying to the globe heads, today you won't have your cake and eat it. You haven't got a cake. All you're getting is the bowl. No cake for you today.
Chew on the ball, bitches. Chew on the ball.
Yeah, exactly. You know, let's play that game properly, you know. And then I was giving the boxing commentary when Kosho was on the ropes and Riggs and a couple of other characters were giving Kosho some serious questions. And Kosho's on the ropes. He's dazed. Yes, he's in disarray. And he's now talking gibberish. In fact, to the tune of theories of facts is what's coming out of his mouth. Theories of facts. It's all over. You know what I mean? You know, I kept that up for about 30 minutes. And it annoyed a few of them. Yeah, it annoyed a few. But that's what you got to do. I feel that you got to use every single type of psychological barrage and screws application as they did to me for 53 years. Okay, I'm realistic. I am a committed man. When I talk with the emotion of somebody who was deceived for 53 years. Please expect some serious raft coming from this individual. You're going to get some raft. I'm not really into the nicety cup of tea and a scone and let's try and talk it over amicably. I don't really want to do that, really. Not after 53 years. I don't really want to do that.
I don't really want to do that.
Yeah. No, I'm very urgent, like a fire engine. But you know, we got to be amicable. It's Geo's server, and he would rather me be more amicable than more rugged and ragamuffin style, run over them and reverse and run over again. You know, but I like to do that now and again. You know, I think there's all manner of characters are necessary to deliver the truth, and there are many.
Well, exactly.
And I explore
Geo
them all.
would be up for it every now and then, for sure.
Yeah, he's up for it now and again. He said it himself. Yeah, he said it himself. You know, he's a very liberal man. I do like that about Geo. I like his explanation and the way he articulates the flat Earth, and then his personal demeanor is fantastic. A nice, pleasant.
He's all right.
Yeah, he is. He is definitely.
No, he's all right. He's a good guy.
Yeah, just like yourself. Just like yourself, you're a good guy as well.
No.
Oh yeah.
I'm a bad dude.
I know you can give it.
Bad
I know you
ass.
can give it. I've heard you giving it as well. But for the most part, you're generally very amicable, I think. Always on point. Yeah. Which is very important, I think.
All right, I'll take it.
Yeah, when you're trying to deliver the truth. You know, you're always on point. Collected. I would have to say, yeah, you're collected. You're not ragged.
Shit.
Yeah. That's true. I've been observing. I do observe people and I watch how they articulate it, and then I put it in a fighting scenario all the time. But you're collected and precise and deliberate when you actually try and deliver this truth. Yeah, and that's very important. You know, that's very important.
I think so.
Yeah, and you have to give credit where credit is due, for sure.
Nice.
So hands-on pupper is also always watching. That just makes that hands-on pupper thing even creepier. Hands-on puppers also always watching.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you see, that comes from the military, and when you're doing dangerous things like riding a motorbike, okay, that's a dangerous endeavor all the time. As soon as you can lose your life on that thing, yeah. Especially when it's capable of doing 180 miles an hour. Okay, it's always fast. The bike is not slow, yeah. Okay, so there's a lot of danger inherent in that action. So I'm always watching for danger for the police because I don't want to lose my license. I don't want to run a pedestrian down. I don't want to get hit by a vehicle, and I don't want to hit a vehicle, and then I don't want anything to go wrong with the bike. Any strange noises, I'm picking it up. Any oil leaks, that's why my wheels are sprayed orange. So if there's any leaks, any kind of leak problem, it's going to register on the wheel instantly. You're going to see it because my wheels are as clean as my shoes. Polished up.
Got to worry about kangaroos jumping out everywhere here.
Yeah, that's
Imagine hitting one of them at 180 miles an hour.
Exactly. In fact, I wouldn't. If I was living in Australia, I'd be on an off-road bike. I'd be on an XR because I'm better off. I'm going to survive that kind of accident because I can jump off. On a sports bike, I'll probably die because I'm going to hit it head on because you're in that prone position. Yeah, you're in that head first position. But on an off-road bike, you're sitting like you're sitting in a car, basically. And with the bike, you can actually stand up and let the bike go from you, yeah, on an off-roader. But on a sports bike, you're with it. And the suspension travel is very short. So you're in a hurry into the crash. Yeah? Can you see there's difference in ride styles there? Just in an accident.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure there is. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm always watching. I'm like that. You know, when the kids were growing up, I made sure that all corners were put in a position where the kids wouldn't bang their heads on the corners of things. Try and soften the corners off.
You sound very responsible.
Yeah, I had to be because kids don't know, do they? And you got to pick up on all that stuff. When they were playing with the gas cooker, okay, I can see they're playing with the gas cooker. Let me turn the gas supply off at least, because they want to play chef now. You know what I mean? They're in the kitchen trying to work the cooker. So these things have to be picked up. So yeah, I'm always watching like that. And so when I'm here on the server, I'm not just listening, but I'm listening to the language that's being used and the methodology and the road and the path they're taking to deliver that truth. Yeah, it's like chess, basically. That's what's going on here. Yeah, I love it. But from time to time, I get fed up and then I kick the board up and then start jumping all over their heads with the platter of truth.
Oh, eggshells. What's your opinion on the motion sickness from one latitude to another?
Welcome, riding on eggshells. Been a while. We haven't been in there for a while. Riding on eggshells. Riding on eggshells. He's a biker, so he understands.
Oh yeah.
What's going on?
I had the wrong mic switched on. Yeah, I was fully erect and ready for a motorcycle conversation.
Yeah, he's a biker.
So fully turgid. What's the question about motion sickness? Do you get motion sickness on a bike? Is that the question?
No, latitudes. So I've obviously there's the baller argument that our for not detecting Earth motion obviously is that it's so consistent and our vestibular system isn't sensitive enough to really pick up that motion, right?
Yeah.
Especially if we move a little bit. But
which I get from your side would like if you said to me, am I going 1,000 kilometers an hour? And then I'm also turning, like, because a thought that had occurred to me as a kid and reoccurred to me when I was an adult thinking about this conversation is, shouldn't at night time I feel light? Do you know what I mean? Like when you're away from the sun, so the gravitational pull of the sun is the least on you, plus you're the outside of the orbit of the Earth and the outside of the spin of the Earth. So you have these three forces acting, basically throwing you out of bed at midnight. Wouldn't you feel that a bit? Wouldn't it feel like
there's no gravitational
a car going over speed hump? Like this. Goodness, I'm weightless.
Yeah, but we don't have a gravitational.
No, I've never thought that.
Yeah,
but do you know what I mean? Though, why it's like
of course, I can see the logic behind it. But just
on the night side, you're on the if the Earth's doing an orbit around the sun, it's sometime on the peak midday, you're on the inside of that turn. Peak midnight, you're on the outside of that turn.
Well, if the sun is pulling strong enough to attract the Earth, how come we can't measure it at any point?
How come we can't measure it?
Well, come back to my original thing. When we're, say, at our latitude where we are, eggshells, we obviously. Well, actually, no. Hang on. I'll start off with this. When you go fishing on a boat and it's a bit wavy, and that you might, for some people, it might take half an hour, could take 3 hours. But some people come back and for a little while, they feel like they're still, on the ocean, right? Their vestibular system had adjusted to the ocean, the waves, and got used to it to avoid, getting sick. Yeah. The eyes adjusted and everything like that.
Isn't that what they used to call it? Sea legs? And the sailors would come back from months and they'd be like, "Oh, my legs don't work right." Yeah.
So anyway, I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking like, so at my latitude now, obviously everything's adjusted and I'm used to what the motion is, revolving as the Earth goes. But if I hop in an airplane, which our species isn't meant to do, and then go straight up to the equator within a few hours and then get out, I'm just wondering why there's no adjustment. Like why you think there'd be like some sort of period where you'd be like fucking all dizzy and throwing up or just something, that everyone noticed, and some people would feel it a lot more, just like sea legs, and some people wouldn't feel it all. And I'm just wondering, because obviously as a species we're not meant to be able to do that, are we?
I'm
that
kind of
quick.
with you on it. I think that, like many of the questions Flat Earth asks, is a good one. But when you say it, I'm like intuitively that does make sense. That if you go from a southern or a sufficiently southern or a sufficiently northern latitude, and then suddenly get to the equator, I guess for me the question would be, how quickly did you get there? Because I certainly think that if you had a teleportation method where you were like, bang, I'm in Sydney, and then bang, I'm in, India, would you suddenly be like, whoa, goodness, this feels weird? Oh, God, like a sudden acceleration. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I like it. I've got no idea about the answer.
Well, obviously,
like you
as
guys
a
say
species,
about
we
it-
could walk and we'd adjust. But in an aeroplane, that's against what nature designed us to do. So all of a sudden, we've found ourselves fucking boom. A couple of hours, we're at this spinning, almost double the speed potentially. And like Jin said before, if you actually go from say where we are to the opposite side of the globe, it's not only. I mean, we might be the same speed, but shit, you're inverted. So there should be some sort of adjustment for that too. But I think the speed is a bit more pertinent.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thing I would try to calculate it, I guess, from something like the way I put it is, I think we are pretty fucking good. Excuse my language. Sorry, I had one drink, but I didn't have any lunch or breakfast.
Is this jet lag? Maybe big shows.
No, I haven't traveled anywhere in years. Like literally.
No,
2
no,
years.
is what I'm talking about. Jet lag.
Oh no! Like the question I would ask is, to do it by maths and then to put it into a concept I could understand. Because what I think humans do get is a distance between, let's say, like the distance from a maximum I think we're really good at calculating is about how far we can throw a spear, and to a secondary degree, how far a bow can shoot. And that's about the limit, I think. And the speeds, I think, are a little bit faster than running. And that's what I think we can calculate or understand, like intuitively get. And then beyond that, I think we start to struggle. So when you say like the space station is traveling at, 24,000 kilometers an hour or something like that, me and any of the other globers who go, yeah, it's just traveling really fast, and I get that, I think they're lying. Like, we don't get what it means to travel at 24,000 kilometers an hour. I've a couple of times, as Jin has. Jin's ridden his bikes far faster than I have. I've ridden my bike up to 200 kilometers an hour, and it is, you feel like your skin's peeling off. It is nuts. Every part of your body is going, this is not right. And like every part of your being is going, if anything goes wrong, every part of me will detach from every other part of me. So it doesn't, like, because that is so, like, if you think, what's the fastest we run? Like 18 kilometers an hour or something? I don't know. How would we be able to calculate what 200 kilometers an hour feels like? I just don't think we do. Sorry, I didn't mean to take over the chat. I realised Jin's now left. Did I fuck things up?
It's fine. No, I just don't know how you'd actually calculate it, because you can only really experience it in the real world if that's what's happening. There's no way to sort of
I'm with you.
Measure it.
What am I hearing?
I'm with you.
Maybe a roundabout. I suppose you could set some people up on a roundabout that can adjust its diameter. So get them spinning at, say, at a 10-meter diameter and at a certain speed, and then flick them out to a bigger diameter, and then see if they fucking have issues with it or not.
Yeah, and then, but because the crucial thing to me is like, what is the flight time? Because like when I'm flying, when I used to go north south, I would go to London, Sydney. I did that route a chunk of times, but I would land in like Hanoi or Guangzhou or Abu Dhabi. And so it's like, if it was the difference in spin between me in Sydney and me in Abu Dhabi, but it takes, 10, 11 hours flight time, would we feel it? Dawn, you keep trying to say something. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to wait. What am I hearing? We can't imagine speed anymore.
No, I don't think we can't imagine speed. I just think beyond the speeds at which we can, like, I put it at the comfortable limit at chuck a spear, but I would also, I use a recurve bow sometimes, and I would say up to the speed of a bow, we can probably calculate somewhat accurately. So driving a car at reasonable speeds, we're pretty good at calculating stuff.
I mean, I can do it. I can imagine being on the surface of Earth, rotating at 1,000 miles per hour through space. Because I just have to imagine a big scale. No, I don't feel it. I can imagine it, seeing the environment go past.
Yeah.
I can imagine being in a rocket at 2,000 miles per hour. I can imagine, being in a car at 100 miles per hour, but instead of on a road and fields and buildings, you exchange it for nothing, just black space with the sun over to your left, and then you times it by 10.
Yeah, that's some of my thing, which is like once you are going at a certain speed, and this is a big thing in Kerbal, which I started playing as a result of many of these chats, is like once you're going at a certain speed and you're not accelerating anymore, which is counterintuitive as fuck. Like I'm with the whole flat Earth side on there.
Yeah.
Once you're going at a certain speed, it feels like nothing. But that is the difference, right? What we feel is acceleration, which is change of directory, speeding up or slowing down. All of them are technically acceleration.
I know it is weird to feel with my drone. If you're next to a tree and you pump the throttle at 10 miles an hour, the tree comes up really fast. But if you're in the middle of a field and you pump at 70 miles an hour, nothing comes up fast. So it doesn't feel fast, if you know what I'm saying.
Hang on, with your what?
My drone.
You've got a drone that goes how fast?
Oh, about 60 or 70. Maybe more if I got bad motors. But
show us a clip of that, because I've got some cool drones, but like the fastest of my drones struggles to keep up with me when I'm going through bush. Okay. Show us a clip of that. You've got a clip, I know you do.
Yeah, I do it on my channel, but I'm agreeing, depending on the relative stuff around you, speed feels very different.
Yeah. If you're like under a tree and the limbs are all around you and you whiz through that at like even 15 kilometers an hour, you're like, holy shit. Whereas if you're like way, there's a struggle I have with my drones too. If they're way up in the sky and I'm like, go left, I need to look at it for like a couple of seconds at the screen to be like, is it even moving? And then I'm I guess it is, kind of. But yeah, without something relative in the foreground to give that parallax. It's standing stock still. But give us a clip. Seriously, give us a clip.
I'm trying to find a good one.
Don't make me tickle your nut. We haven't had Globus trolling for a while. I keep seeing him in here and he just doesn't. Has he lost his energy for trolling?
He's got this good one. He's standing by this big log and all these kids are sitting around on the log with him while he's droning. I like that one.
Yes, kids go berserk for that shit. I showed a bunch of kids the fact that I got a drone that you can control with hand motions, and once I set it up and showed the hand motions, they were like, "I want to have a go."
He looks like he's from the future.
Kids standing in front of it, wave.
Yeah. He's got like a headset on and they're all like...
Oh, yeah. That's what I was wondering. When he said it goes 70, I was like, it's got to be a proper FPV. Is it like a racing drone, Dawn?
Yes, it's an old racing drone with FPV, but it's built to strap a GoPro on the top. So you just spin about and get cool shots instead of race through gates.
Give us a fucking video. Don't humble out on me.
I don't know the best one. So this is just my last session when I went up the fields.
I want to see this.
So what you're saying is it's hard to calculate.
Livestream 2 chat? Sorry, Livestream 1 text. Here we go.
It's hard to calculate. Hard to calculate amazing speeds as a human. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, like that. Even that speed you're going at, I think Holy shit, you're doing some proper acro moves in that thing too, flying backwards and shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to copy the young French guys there with the flip flops.
Yeah, I just don't. I think we can, like, when I'm in a car and I'm going, reasonable clip, I'm able to do it, and I think our brains have I wouldn't even be surprised to find if technology got sufficiently advanced, we could find like, oh, hang on, we've actually built new brain regions to deal with speeds higher than what Eggshells is talking about. I could totally be wrong about this, but yeah, I think the sort of speeds you were talking, like, here's how I'd put it. Has anybody heard of the psychology term flow?
You are Eggshells, aren't you? Aren't you Eggshells?
Yeah, I did third person. Then I know, like a wanker.
Oh,
wankers talk in third person.
Yeah, have you got like two? What are they called? Fucking accounts or some shit?
Alter
you
ego
talk to
or
yourself
something.
a lot.
Yeah.
Would you let me have that?
That's low. You were going low and fast across whatever the fuck that is, cabbage or kale or some shit.
It's like cabbage because I crashed in it.
Whatever Eggshells
all
said.
salad on the front of my drone.
But I think that, has anybody heard of flow? The flow is this thing this guy called Mihai Csikszentmihalyi did this cool research where he gave people a pager and he gave them a diary and he said, yeah, this is perfect actually. Once you get to 1 minute 40 something in Dawn's video, he goes from flying bang over the head of cabbage or fuck knows what up into way up in the air, and you can kind of get that he's flying at even a faster speed or exactly the same speed, but the higher up he is, the slower it looks, which is also a cool trick for like Jin or anybody else. If you want to get a cool video of your vehicle, like your motorbike or whatever, and make it look fast, two things you do is put an ND filter on it so the frame rate slows down. The exposure rate slows down. And the second thing is mount your camera lower. So if you can go from the top of your helmet to the chin, even that, like, what is it, like a foot, less than a foot's difference, it looks faster. And if you put it on your foot peg or something, it looks like you were going 1 billion miles an hour as you go pootling between cars in traffic.
Yeah,
it's crazy. But yeah, it's that whole perspective thing.
Would you let me have that? I can imagine great speeds. I can't really calculate properly. It's hard to compare it to me going at the speed.
Yes. Yeah. I think that's a better. I would change what I was saying to that. Like, you can imagine fast speeds, but I think we would agree.
I'll let you both imagine.
Thank you, Mel.
How's it going?
Yeah, like, it's just like, I'm going quick.
I just want to quickly introduce myself. I'm new to the server. Sorry, I just wanted to say how's it. And I see Jin is in here. I haven't seen him in a while. But yeah, I'm Beerman from South Africa. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. But you guys carry on.
Beerman. G'day, Beerman. Do you get the South Celestial Pole? Do you see the Southern Cross?
Yeah, but dude, I'm not a ball earther, so I'm with you you guys.
Ouch. Okay. So I'm a baller. Dawn's.
Are you a baller?
Dawn's mostly a baller. Trying to look at who else is here.
They like to imagine
papers not
they like to imagine they're
baller.
moving and spinning through space.
Yeah.
Pretty much everybody else is a flatty, I would say.
So yeah, I don't put the term flat. I just don't think we live on what we've been showed. And
level and stationary, is that how you'd put it?
I wouldn't say 100%. Oh, basically level, yeah. But obviously we got the mountains and we got
there's topography.
Yeah.
We're down with mountains.
The reason why I'm into that is I did some measurements with a P900 in that, and I understand the whole 8 inch per mile square is not the correct way, but there should have been some deviation. So that's where I really got into it. However, I've been going down a new rabbit hole, and that is the Titans. And the
Titans? What are the Titans?
Yeah, what?
Giants.
Giants?
Yeah, the Giants.
Yeah.
Titans and,
there's so many flat earthers who believe in giants. Can I understand the connection?
Yeah.
Is it biblical?
That's the next step after. No.
Yeah, a bit biblical.
No, it's YouTube does it. YouTube does it.
YouTube does it. Yeah.
No, it's from the Bible.
Like Tartaria?
It's the Elohim
Bullshit! It's YouTube, guys.
Tartarian
No,
giants.
Let him talk.
From the
Let him
YouTube.
talk.
Fair call.
The way I got into it was I came across "There's no trees on flat Earth." I came across that video, and then I just started looking into it. And they mentioned Table Mountain, which is I can see it out of my window, and I was looking at it, and I was like, I've never thought of it that way, of it being a tree that's cut down. Then I looked at it from the top, and I was like, wow, there's something to this. And I 4x4, and I go into the mountains, and there's so much stuff that does look like old trees and just old things that have fossilized or become stone, and that's how I got into it. And now I'm just researching, and yeah.
I just make a point. When you say level Earth, you mean the flat type of level, don't you? Not the
yeah. I just
flat
don't think
Earth,
we're looking at all. Yeah, it's just I think there's other what I'm looking into ancient, I would say, legends and myths. It's I just
Awesome.
see the
Good on you, man.
different realms, and I
Yeah.
do believe that the gods are just other beings like us, and yeah, I don't even think we as humans can comprehend what they are. But I
agree on
do,
that, actually.
yeah, I do think that the truth in the movies, they are giving some breadcrumbs there. Well, I don't say they're giving us breadcrumbs. What I believe is that they read these ancient texts and they're like, wow, you can make a cool story out of this or a cool movie, and they're making movies from it. That's what I think's happening, and I just think we should start looking into the old legends and myths because there's a lot of truth in it. But yeah, you guys go ahead. I'm still new here.
No, you're good. You're good.
What about dinosaurs are fake, actually Nephilim bones, this kind of thing?
Not necessarily. I just don't think they found a whole dinosaur, for instance. I do think there were giant lizards, and some of the bones that they're finding are possibly just giant lizards.
What do you reckon is at the edge? What's past the Antarctica?
So, I don't know. I do believe in something like a firmament, but I don't know if it's something hard. We can only speculate what it is. I think the Van
Something
Halen
slightly firm.
Possibly. I honestly don't know. I don't think I can imagine what it could also be. If you know what I mean. We only know what we know. There could be something else that we don't know. That's what it is. However, I do think that we are separated from different realms by some sort of barrier. If it's magnetic, if it's electric, if it's ice, it can be anything. I don't know what it is, but I do think we are separated from that.
So no gas pressure without a container kind of business.
Not necessarily, no. I've been looking into that, and I know that's a typical thing where you can't have gas pressure in a without a container. However, with the gravity thing, I understand how it can work. That everything's pulling down and it's buoyant in the gas, and that's why something goes up and it ends to a point, and it's.
Still to hear you say. You can see it our way. You can see it in the globe model.
Go on, Dawn, sorry.
Everyone can.
Everyone can? What's that?
It's just silly.
See it from the globe model. We know the story.
Atmosphere can work on the globe model.
So I know how it can work on all, like, not all models. I only know as much as I know, but I understand how it can work, and I know how you can have gas pressure without a container. But there needs to be gravity or some sort of force that can do the whole buoyancy and density thing. So it works on both models.
Final question.
Because that's crucial, isn't it? Which is like, if it's a container, that's exerting a force. If it's gravity, that's exerting a force. If it's dielectric or magnetic or something, that's exerting a force. So you could 100%. Separate it and go, it doesn't actually require a physical container, it just needs a force. And a container would suit that, as would 9 or 10 other things.
Yeah.
Just needs to be contained.
Why did they lie?
Yeah, exactly.
Why did they tell us it was a globe when it was flat all along?
So I think it's. I'm still in the research, but for instance, when they were drawn in the ancient days, they never wanted to have their image exactly. So everything became cartoonized, if that's the correct word. It became like imaginary pictures of what they looked like.
Like a caricature.
Yeah, so when they said about the fish gods, and then the Africans started making their skin look like scales, and it's not that they were half fish, half man, but the way they used to communicate those days with pictures. They didn't have writing. Writing came afterwards. Hieroglyphics was first. So they draw a fish and a man, for instance. They're not saying he was half fish, he was half man. He just might have had different skin to us. Yeah.
The Masons have drawn a globe just as a cartoon visualization. Don't actually mean it's a globe.
No. So I just think they had to, or it could be that they're doing this that you don't really look into these old legends and know about who they were. And I do think that when they mention the Nephilim and shit like that, where they, mated with humans and had these half human, half male, like Zeus, what's Zeus's son, whatever, in Clash of the Titans. But I do think that bloodline still exists here. And they maybe...
They did the globe model to hide our origins.
Something like that.
Like a curtain. Like a curtain.
Yeah.
You pull the curtain back and there's more to it.
Well, they're trying to be gods. And I don't know. And when they're shooting these things up, these rockets to wherever they're shooting them, I think they're trying to find a way out.
I'm hearing lots of things I agree with.
So yeah, I'm still in the research. That's why I say I just don't think we live on something that's been depicted to us, and with the measurements I've done and with the research I've done, and if you really do just open up your mind a bit, it does make sense that it could be flat. And I was full on 100% just flat. And I'm opening up to things now because I'm reading things, I'm seeing things, I'm hearing things. I speak to people like you, and yeah. And I'm just glad to be here because I just said the word Titans in that other server and I got banned. So I'm happy to be here and finally chat to more people about this. So I hope I'm making sense.
Yeah, no, definitely, mate. Definitely.
Unfortunately, we like definitive things here. It sounds like
you're
you've got a
definitely
lot of
making
beliefs and ideas.
sentences.
Cool. Said.
Yeah. Show us your research. Show us the data. We'll have a look at it.
I agree. They're hiding God and the gods, giants, our origin. Just don't know if how correct the globe is. I think it's probably more correct than you think it is.
No, fair enough.
I do agree that they're trying to get out and blast off angels in rockets. Trying their best. Well, they're not trying their best. They're trying.
And why aren't we exploring the oceans? It's something right here, and I think there's a lot to learn in the oceans, and I think there's a lot down there.
Says we're not.
The narrative thing. If you Google it, that's what I remember in school they used to teach us that we know more about space than about our own oceans. It's just stuff that rings bells.
I'll tell you what, they're slacking big time on underwater archaeology. It's what they're going to find isn't going to go against the mainstream paradigm.
Yeah,
that's why there's the distraction. Look up, everybody. Look up. Meanwhile, they're sorting out down below.
Yep, space is the ultimate distraction.
But I'm having fun doing this. I think it just makes me feel more alive, actually, because it's something that you take for granted. It's just you never think of it. You just go to work, do your thing, go to friends. You don't actually look at the earth and what it actually gives you, and what it can give you.
See, there you go. People ask, why do they do this? Why do they say it's a ball? And the minute everyone thought it was a ball or were told it was a ball, it's like it's limited. And there goes all this imagination of adventure and discovery just gone. It's done. Fuck, apparently there's satellites everywhere just looking at everything. There's just no more unknown. That's fucking that's crushing to the human brain, psyche.
Yeah, and they give us video games to play, to explore, and things like that. So to keep our minds occupied. Otherwise, I think we'll go mad.
I don't want anybody making fun of video games in here.
No. I love my video games. I'm just saying that that's where sports. I go. Yeah, I hit the bong and then I play my video games and it feels like I'm there. It's awesome.
Okay. I agree with.
I've just discovered Hell Let Loose, and it is amazing. It is like being in World War II.
awesome.
I agree with Mel. White's word. Space is one of the ultimate ideological distractions from Earth.
Yeah, because it's useless for them showing these little fake pictures of Jupiter and all these different planets. And, what's really going on? Why are you guys shooting out so many rockets and then we don't get anything? And it's so far away, it's impossible to get to places. What the hell are you doing there? And I think they're doing something.
I think it's nice to dream about heaven and planets and celestial bodies, but it is a distraction.
100%.
Just because if it's true, yeah. Well, because if it's true, like there's so much at stake for all of us.
I think
I would agree with that too.
The return of the big boys are coming, and we're just going to be hit hard. We're not going to know what to do. And I think the others know, and that's what they're trying to get out. Maybe they're communicating. I don't know. Maybe they're flying to somewhere where they can chat and say, like, "Hey guys, just hold on another 10 years. I just want to have Donald Trump as president." I'm making jokes here, by the way, and just giving.
No, I do want him as president. What the hell? Don't joke about that.
And I'm
do you really?
What they're chatting about.
Percentage
right.
subby boy.
Are you queuing on?
Oh yeah, cool. So I just think they're chatting. Well, they somewhere in communication, and that's why I say I do think that there is these old half-breed giant or titan, whatever, god and half-human bloodline still walking this earth. I do. With the research I'm doing now, I do believe that is a massive possibility.
Show us your research so we can believe too. Come on.
Yeah, I want to put everything together. I actually want to make a little website and I'll put all the different research there because I've heard too much of people saying, do your own research, and then what they do is they go watch a whole bunch of YouTube videos and then they regurgitate what every other flat earther says. And I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it with all my own words and then with references to that. So it's
good work.
White's word. Where do you think we come from, White's word? If not giants, gods. Don't believe in evolution, do you? Monkeys.
No, God, no. No, I don't. I don't even really honestly speculate about that.
You just don't want to speculate.
No, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that you can go off into all sorts of tangents, and it's just fairy tales. There's no way to verify any of
fairy tales. This is what all the ancients said, and one good reason what the elites might be hiding from us.
Sure, it's a possibility. But I mean, I speculate about reincarnation a lot. So that I don't know if that goes against anything of what you're talking about. But it's speculation's one thing. I just like to see evidence of stuff, and not hearsay. Or the Vatican's got stuff hidden, and every time giant bones are found, people come and the Smithsonian come and take them away, or it's not that I don't believe it. It's not that I don't think it's a possibility. It's just that I personally just need a bit more.
What I wanted to also say is a lot of people think of the elite as in presidents or just famous people, rich people. Everyone thinks now these are Illuminati or elite or whatever. I think there's a few whistleblowers, and what we call elites here, what we see, is different. I don't think they being told what to do and what to say. That's what I think, and that's why I'm getting back to somehow they must. I believe that they could be communicating, and it's with these half breeds that still walking this earth, and they're the whistleblowers for the big guy, for what we call the elite or the Illuminati. And Illuminati just means the illuminated, the ones with knowledge, the ones that know.
How I think of it is that the elites are some type of puppet clown mutation that have come from the ideology of the actual royal bloodlines that are still related to the giants and the Nephilim.
Yeah.
What we watch on TV is just a perverted human cult version of that ideology trickling down.
100%. That's the that's the path I'm busy walking on now.
It's amazing.
Yeah, because I used to be a full-blown Christian, and I see religion totally different now, completely.
I bet.
Well, poor Christianity was used to convey many messages for over 2,000 years.
Yeah. I think the ancient legends and myths of these old people, what we call myths and legends, I think that is where religion was born from, and they made something from that.
What do you think of the Mud Fossil University guy then? Both of you, Dawn and the new fella.
The Mud Fossil University, I don't know.
Channel on YouTube.
I'm trying to think of that channel. Hold on. I don't watch a lot of YouTube videos, or I read most of the books about it because they did references.
It's all about the geology and how it's made up of lots of organic matter in terms of bones and all the minerals from people and all the iron deposits around the plain, or blood, and it's just different rocks have been analyzed and shown to have different things in them than what was said to be. Just have a look at the channel, Mud Fossil University.
Yeah, I just subscribed to it now. Thanks.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it, but my guess is it's got some occult truth and some fictionalized guessing.
Yeah, just check him out. It's fucking interesting. But again, it's just a video. It's just some dude on YouTube. So
yeah, but the reason why I say I don't watch a lot of YouTube videos about this is because there's not a lot of people that actually give their reference of where they found this information or data or whatever. That it could be made up. I can't verify it. So I like to be able to reference stuff. Like there was something in the Book of Enoch, and then someone said something about it, and he took it completely out of context. This is quite a while ago, actually, and he took it completely out of context, and he put in his own words there to make it better for him or make it sound more wow. And then when I actually referenced it, it wasn't that. So that's why I prefer to reference everything. I could easily tell you that.
Don't you feel as though to
go? What's up?
So do you not feel it's a bit questionable to reference books at all, like anything from history? Do you not do you look at it all with a little bit of hesitation, or are some things just like definitive?
No,
definitely written by honest people.
No, I definitely don't do that. So I look for instance, let's say I'm going to give these flood legends an example. How would one person, one side of the world, knows a similar story to another person on the other side of the world, and this happens all over, and it's not that old text, so I don't know how it could travel across the world so easily and so quickly. However, so what I do is, like the flood legend, it just makes sense that it's written in that book, it's written in that book, it's written in that book. So a lot of the books write about this. It will be different, but you take what's valuable out of it. If they say a dove flew, if they say a unicorn flew, if they say Jesus flew, I don't know what they're talking about there, but something flew, if that makes sense. If they're all mentioning something flew, something flew. We don't know what it is, but something flew. So yeah, I just
but if people were migrating and telling stories, couldn't it just be that it's just people heard stories from people who were traveling and depicted it? Like how would it be that
you're so skeptical?
There's any way to know?
How did you become a flat earther?
It's not that I'm skeptical. I'm a skeptic. No such thing as a stupid question, Dawn.
No,
don't give me detention.
You naysay a lot like a glober.
So
I'm sorry, Dawn. I'm definitely not a glober, mate.
Oh, that was the worst insult.
I could just, it's probably these reverse fallacies, whatever all these people talk about. I'm 36 years old. I'm not interested in, little bickering and stuff. So if I had to now say to you, well, because you're saying, what if they migrated? What if I told you, what if they didn't migrate and it actually did happen? You know what I mean? So
sure, yeah, no, and I'm not denying the possibility, but you seem to be hooked on it.
Yeah, I find it extremely
I'm
interesting.
open. I'm very open.
They did
Yeah,
migrate
sure, so do
tell
I.
stories, but the stories speak about a truth. That's the point.
Yeah, it makes me excited to learn about this, because I think to myself, what if it does make sense? So what if this is true? And I'm fascinated about it. I think it's really cool, and I'm sad I didn't know about this earlier.
I've got a channel recommendation for you, Beer Man. Robert Seffer. He's an anthropologist that tracks hidden information about our origins as humans.
Cool. Yeah, I got it. Your anthropologist.
He mixes
Awesome.
it with lots of mystery and stuff.
Cool. Thanks, man. And I do think this is an old Earth, and I think other beings were here before us. And yeah, I'm not a young Earth creationist that was created 6,000 years ago.
Oh,
how old do you reckon it is? At a guess.
Dude, I probably couldn't even comprehend. I think it's just always been there from the beginning.
Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah, I do. I think that's a good answer. I'm with you on that, White.
Certain things where you look at the temples and you can tell there's been a big civilization which learned a lot of stuff, and then it's gone. And you can see that around the world. That's very telling to me. There's been different stages of humanity in different phases.
Yeah, and I think there's evidence of giant mushrooms, fossil, like stone, become like stone, and there is evidence for giant trees. There's evidence for giant seeds, and things were bigger. There was giant grasshoppers, giant dragonflies.
Yeah, we had more atmospheric pressure and there was more oxygen, so things were bigger. Definitely.
Definitely.
We know this stuff.
Boys, get him.
Yeah, jump on me.
Bugs used to be big.
I'm just so glad you guys are open to the discussion. It's so difficult to find a server that you don't get booted from for stuff like this.
Jers is pretty good. You're not going to get booted for much except for like really disruptive behavior.
Okay, cool.
But yeah,
you won't get teabagged here either, mate. No teabagging.
Sharing ideas and stuff. I think he's pretty good.
You're trying to get him to leave or something? No teabagging.
I mean, you can teabag, just no non-consensual teabag.
Just because you like.
So there's
no e-begging either.
There's a duality of theories. There's the young Earth guys, and there's the old Earth guys, which think the opposite.
Yeah, I think there's speculation all over.
What, that sort of 4 billion years isn't enough, and it must be more than that?
Well, I think just that our current timelines happened loads of times before, and we've not been told, sort of thing.
Yeah, right.
And then you've got really young Earthers like Pete Shea that decided it's only 423 years old.
It's getting close to what is it called? Last Thursdayism? Have people heard of that? It's a sort of like simulation theory. It's more
so much has happened
than real theory, but they're like, what
has happened?
The world was invented last Thursday, and you are put on this earth with all this memory of a childhood you never had. Blah 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 blah.
But so much has happened in 423 years. Like full speed ahead.
It's all happened, isn't it? Everything.
Like quite quickly.
When I get really,
We've done
really
well.
high,
Just stepped out of a giant tree.
I
was gonna say when I get really high, my mind really goes crazy. Smoking weed, that's it. Something else. But it goes mad when I think to myself, like, what if? Say now, like we got cells in us, and there's little bacteria that's moving, whatever, inside of you. But that whole system is running another system, which is running another system. And I say to myself, what if we are like inside of a cell that's running another huge system? And I'm thinking to myself, like, oh my God, it's just crazy. My mind goes like, holy crap, I'm maybe a cell. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't prove me. That can't prove it wrong.
you're the bacteria inside the cell.
Yeah, and when we destroy stuff, and the Earth, when they say Earth is getting hurt or whatever, it could be we the cancer, or we creating cancer, but in this cell that's
getting hypoxic.
Yeah, it's very. That's when I really smoke a lot. And I was like, oh my God, yeah, goes my head. Cheers. But yeah, it's just something I want to maybe.
I can tell I've had enough when nature folds in on itself.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm also open to simulation because it makes sense, and that's similar to the whole thing of what I'm saying. We could be part of something that keeping something else moving or going.
What
could just be someone's fucking ant farm.
Do you think the moon is a solid sphere object?
Looks like
it certainly appears to be.
Me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the moon. So great.
They don't look like meteor impacts to me, though. It almost looks like more like plasma discharge or some other anomaly from the inside out, not outside in.
What's that? Which bit's going outside in? I missed it.
The craters do not look like impact zones to me. They look more like it's an inside out thing as opposed to outside in.
That's weird thinking of.
I've also achieved
volcanic eruption kind of things.
Even that, yeah.
Yeah, an eruption of liquid mud, or even potentially an electrical type situation. There's a few ways you can recreate it.
It definitely looks like some sort of electrical arcing or discharge.
I
think honestly, I think it happens whenever the moon passes behind the sun. I think that's when it happens.
Behind the sun.
during an eclipse.
Yeah, when the moon passes behind the sun, I think that's when it happens.
Yeah, I agree. The moon does pass. Yes, it does.
Passes behind the sun.
Yep.
Okay, I'll buy it.
You've got to be open, eggshells. Come on.
Yeah,
it polarizes.
The light is. I said I'll buy it. I'm curious.
The light is polarized because of the magnetic nodes when eclipses occur.
The light is okay.
The craters that look like craters and are called craters are actually plasma discharge when it goes behind the sun.
Yep. And actually, it's been well known that after an eclipse, when the moon comes, the new moon becomes new. After an eclipse, that there often will be new features on the moon that were not there before the eclipse.
I can't accept any of these things into my moon belief. I'm sorry.
This actually happened recently. This happened on a recent eclipse, and even NASA had to admit it. And they said that an asteroid hit the moon right during the eclipse because the feature was different. There was a different arrangement, and so NASA tried to say that there was an asteroid or a meteor or whatever that hit it.
What should I Google for this? Asteroid hits moon during eclipse?
Yeah, quick fact check it. Quick.
I mean, if NASA said it, there'll be record of that.
Well, the features on the moon were different. NASA's explanation for it. Yeah, NASA's explanation for it was that, that there was an impact.
But tell me, I'm more curious about. I mean, that seems to me entirely possible. The thing seems pockmarked with impacts. That's what I think they are, because I hold to the mainstream. Blah 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 blah. Well, tell me a bit about the moon passing behind the sun. That's the bit that fascinates me.
What do you want to be told? The moon passes behind the sun potentially in this theory.
Right.
Like, what else do you want to know?
Where's
and
the
I'm my dad's dad, like some evidence or some what leads you to think.
Well, I mean, if the features change during an eclipse and it's happening on the face of the moon, I can't think of a process that would make the face side of the face side of the moon, be on or arc on, unless it were going behind the sun.
So
yep.
Because the face would have to be facing the sun. So I'm not saying that's what happens, but I can't think of any other significant event and a time when the features slightly change unless they pass each other. So then they would have to be behind the sun because that's what's facing us.
What? I'm not following that at all. So something hitting something.
Well, the moon doesn't just turn around and face the sun, so then it would have to be behind it so that it's facing the sun.
Hang on. So it's happening on the face that faces us? Is that what you're saying, Riggs?
Yeah, exactly. The moon is facing us, so then it would have to be the sun would have to be between us and the moon in order to have that effect on the face of the moon.
Right, but if it was the sun causing it, if it was an impact of
something
else,
I mean, this is the proposition that this is the only thing I've been able to come up with that maybe have caused those features.
Unless I'm misunderstanding your point, though, it sounds like both the conclusion and the premise are the same thing, which is it's the sun causes it. Whereas if the
I'm not saying it's happening, is it? I'm saying that this is something that I've come up with that might be something to look into.
Sure, but
sure.
The reason is I feel like I'm misunderstanding it. It's like it's definitely the face of the sun that causes it, because if it was the face of the sun that caused it, it must have been facing the sun at that time.
Whereas, no, the face of the moon has to be facing the sun. Therefore, it can't be in front of it. It has to be behind it if this is what is going on.
Yeah, imagine let's just say they're both discs, just for the moment. I'm not saying they are, but let's just for the like they're two coins or whatever. So if the sun, let's just imagine the sun is shooting like a welding arc, shooting a welding arc behind it. So then the face of the moon, as it would move behind it, now that welding arc that the sun is shooting is now hitting the face of the moon. That arcing would be occurring, and it would potentially create that feature or that feature change. And then as the moon becomes new, comes out, it's facing us. So that's the side that has been adjusted or impacted by whatever event happened there. But that would be like
kind of like a spark plug.
Yeah.
I can see if the moon was able to I mean, like some of it is going to break away from a cosmology where I strongly think that the moon is always closer to us than the sun.
You have to snap your brain.
Yeah, just because I've seen the moon pass in front of the sun, right? I think we've all seen that, haven't we?
Sure.
I don't think we see the actual physical sun, though. I think we're seeing a projection of it.
Well,
that's another topic.
Yeah, it's a totally different topic, but yeah, I think that because of there's that where you catch it, where it's got the second sun, it's all over. Even we got it here in South Africa where they've picked.
Well, everything we see about the sun is a projected image because of the medium between us and it. So,
correct.
Not to say that it's in an entirely different place. I mean, it's still in a relative position, I believe.
Yeah,
but yeah, like we're looking at the air that is reflecting the image, or refracting it slightly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And get this, Riding, I don't think it's the moon that causes a solar eclipse either.
Oh,
okay, what do you reckon it is that causes
controversial?
Oh, this is the black disk body thing, right?
Roku.
Not necessarily. I don't think it's
black disk alignment or something.
I don't think it's a black disk. I don't think any of them are disks. I just use that explanation just to kind of make just a visual. But I think the north node and the south node are the magnetic nodal points between the sun and the moon's cycle. So I think that there's a polarization of light that occurs due to that magnetic point, the nodal point, and the sun's light is more like absorbed or swallowed by that nodal point, and then the moon is, in addition, going behind the sun during the solar eclipse as well.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Because that body that we see eclipsing the sun has never, if anyone can, find anything, that you'd be the first, but there's never any indication that it is the moon. Like what it is a black circle of just very like deep depth, but there's a couple like fake Earthshine videos that people have made, like that claim that the moon was, or the light from the Earth was reflecting off the moon, and they put like a fake little moon thing, but those are not real that I've seen. So what we actually see, and even people that have done electromagnetic study of it, like it's literally just a black hole, essentially, like in a way, or just completely absorbs the light of the sun. Yeah.
Which is kind of what we would expect from the moon, right? Like, here's my reasons to think that it is the moon, and it is in exactly the part of the sky that we expect to see the moon based on the moon's path, and always in exactly the same cycle of the moon. So it is exactly at a what do you call an empty moon? Not a new moon, that's when it started again, but like at the exact opposite of the month of a full moon, right? You never get an eclipse at full moon, right? You always get it exactly the opposite end of the lunar month. Yeah, there's quite a few reasons I would think that, because it is a black body in the sky, but that is sort of exactly what you would expect, which is all of the light.
What's a black body?
The moon is on not a black body, is in the black body, whatever the fuck that black body business means. But I mean, like, you don't look up and go, oh, there's the moon. Now I see the moon passing in front of the sun, because all you see there is just like missing stars in that bit of sky.
Yeah. Basically just argued for Rahu. It's not the moon, it's just a black circular snake that occults the sun.
Well, Rahu and Ketu are the names for the north and south node in the Vedic cosmology, and they do have a whole cosmology where it's connected to a dragon, and the dragon's tail, and then the head of the dragon, and then when a solar eclipse occurs, the dragon is like swallowing the sun. In that kind of cosmology and mythology of that.
If you negate the moon, you don't know what it is. You're basically saying, that's the dragon, the sky dragon.
Hang on, Dawn, you have to go with mythology here.
Well, they didn't see them as an actual dragon. That was more just the symbolic representation, but they saw them as, black bodies, essentially, like celestial objects that are the same size as the sun and the moon and become polarization of light, or a process occurs when the eclipse happens, that those nodes are actually what we're seeing. And there's actually even more complexity of it. There's actually an idea that it's not just one black body in the Vedic cosmology, but it's actually multiple, like 7 different black bodies that are actually on their own rotational cycle. So imagine sort of like if you were looking at the face of a clock, you have noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Well, imagine 7 of those in they're all the same size as the sun and the moon. There's 7 of them that are in a circle, and they are on their own rotational cycle. And so when an eclipse happens, you're actually getting, the moon is disappeared wherever it is, whether it's behind or disappeared. We never see the moon during, the new moon or the eclipse cycle. And then what would actually be involved with the eclipse would be this actual cycle of these black bodies that are on their own, almost like the revolver and a gun or whatever. They're in their own, kind of cycle. And it actually is interesting because when we see eclipses, there's such a variation of how the quote unquote shadow in lunar and solar eclipses actually traverses across either the sun or the moon in those eclipses. They often come from an angle, comes from the upper left, comes from the upper right. Sometimes it comes from underneath. And none of this correlates with 3 billiard balls lining up the way it should be, on a heliocentric model. But it correlates with some kind of another body that is making very unique and different sweeping patterns across the moon.
That's well explained. I actually think it is a big mystery. It's weird, and all the angles are weird, but you'd have to be a total nerd and understand all the globe model and the distances and the scales to say yes, that works out on the globe model with the 3 bodies. But I think if you track the sun and you know what's happening with the moon, if you track the moon and you know what's happening with the moon, when you look up and see this black body occulting the sun, that will be exactly where you've tracked the moon to.
Yep. Exactly where you would expect it to be if you draw its path in the sky for every other day of the year.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, during an eclipse, it is a new moon. It is a new moon cycle during an eclipse, so certainly the moon is there, but the nodal bodies have to be involved as well. So usually when there's an eclipse, you're going to have 4 bodies that are lining up: the sun, the moon, the north node, and the south node. And so those are all aligned slightly different at different times, which is why we have partial eclipses, total eclipses, because the nodes have to be lined up as well. So they are all in a similar part of the sky, but there is more nuances to the timing and the subtlety and the angle, like I was saying before, about when that actually occurs, or the angle at which it sweeps across the face of it.
Isn't it mad that we happen to be on Earth at the right scale and the right size to see this perfect black body occulting in eclipses? Whatever the model is.
Like, you mean that it's so similar that it's almost exactly the same size?
Yeah. And that it happens regularly.
Something I'd wondered, which I'm sure would already be a part of these discussions if it was the case, was if there was a perfect balance between like the mass of an object and the distance, or something like almost equivalent to the thought I'd had, which is I'm 6'3" and my feet are a certain size. Somebody who's shorter than me will have smaller feet. So to us, do all of our feet look exactly the same? I don't know if that's a complete left turn, but do you know what I mean? Like if the sort of distances are always going to be relative?
Yes. Are you saying they're always going to be relative? It's not like a coincidence.
I don't know. It's something I'd wondered. I've got no idea about it in terms of cosmology.
There's always relative points, but we happen to be in one of them. I think that's how I see it.
I certainly think that the case would be if it were closer, it would have to go faster. So if you had a closer moon, it would sort of rise and set where you'd be like, it'd go rocketing across the sky because it's really close to you. But that's what I think is a decaying orbit. Like I think that it will. The idea is eventually, according to the cosmology of it all, the moon eventually crashes into the Earth, doesn't it? All orbits decay, isn't that the suggestion?
So from what I know, superfluid helium is what's considered as a frictionless liquid gas, right? And if it's in its plasma state, or in some sort of plasma state, it would be considered also highly magnetic. So there's no limits exactly on like what, if these are plasmas up there, there's no limit exactly on what speed it may fluctuate in. It may go faster and slower depending on the field it's passing through or the cycle it's going through.
If we're wrong about the medium and what's happening up there, we've got to be wrong about the speeds and the relative speeds, I think. Yeah.
Yes, that's good, Dawn. Open to being wrong about the medium. Excellent.
Because there's a lot of light up there. And something's got to be generating all that energy. They never switch off.
I hate it when you can't find a Stokey. You just need something to poke just a little, little bit out.
A girlfriend with bobby
find
pins.
a single thing.
Or get a toothpick jar. I've been off that stuff for like more than half a year now. And you know what I really want to tell you all? I really want to tell you that it's amazing and my mind's really sharp and I'm driven and I get up earlier in the morning, I do more shit. But I can't because it's a lie. I feel exactly the same. I'm just not stoned anymore. It's
get back on weed. You should get back on weed.
Advantage.
Get back on weed. You can afford it.
But like, you know how Dawn, how I can get overbearing when I get a bit drunk. I'm like that on steroids when I'm on weed.
Is it legal there?
No, but
no.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
I smoke because it clears my skin. I get eczema on my face, and if I
This is the other thing,
right?
I've always got bad skin. Always got
How
bad
funny
skin.
is that?
But, like, since I've stopped, I have like rashes and flaky skin and stuff. Like I am the kind of person that you'd be like, oh no, we'll bump fists instead of handshaking. Thank you. In terms of how my skin is.
When I don't smoke, I walk around in circles around my flat and I can't make decisions. That's why I smoke.
Oh, I was pretty fucked up for the first couple of days, and then I got better, but it's about the same. Like the difference in, I was expecting it to be a big
Overall,
difference
it's
in
not that.
drive.
But
and
where
all
you
sorts
a
You can
functioning
push-
smoker, because some people get really lazy, don't they? And then when they give up, it is a big change.
I mean, partly
Yeah,
it's hard to pick
the-
them apart because work has just died down. So there's not really a whole lot for me to do each day except play computer games. So
The
during
first
the middle
3
of
days.
lockdown is not the best test, I guess.
The first 3 days are the hardest.
Yeah, I was gagging for it for
3
days.
weeks,
I'm
more
not
like.
fussed anymore. Like I still.
No,
do
you
one.
start to feel better day 4. Trust me. You'll start to be like, yeah, okay. I feel a noticeable difference.
When I have a
when I
day
stop
without
smoking.
it, I'm holding it in a little bag waiting for the evening. Go like 8 hours, 10 hours without it. I start to feel giddy and get weird energy.
Really excited.
Yeah, like I'm spinning and I could carry on insane and straight. I like to smoke and bring myself back down.
Yeah. Like I feel yeah, as you're saying, Mel, I feel pretty good on day 2, 3, 4 after where I'm like, I do feel sharper. But after that, not much. Maybe it's because I drink more though. I just certainly find myself drinking more to compensate. And alcohol is way
Oh, that's definitely worse.
So
It's
nuanced.
way worse for
hell,
me.
isn't it?
Such a shit drug, alcohol. Like of all of the ones we could have picked as a society. Can you
Yeah,
imagine
right.
everybody got stoned, but like drinking was the weird counterculture thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And another thing that
Oh,
we did
what a
that
different world.
helped my asthma big time. I used to use my asthma pump, like every day, and I use it like once a week.
Especially if you get onto a vaporizer. Like fuck, vaporizers are just leagues better than J's.
Oh
and
yeah.
John's.
What if everyone
Especially
was
if you get into
DMT?
infusions, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Infusions. It sounds like
Yeah,
I'm
like
gonna put it in my bath and use
no,
it as
like
aromatherapy.
stews and
chemicals
soups
with
and
it.
like
Fucking hell.
Soups.
You can put in everything you eat. Yeah.
Oh right.
Oh, right. Edibles, yeah.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
it's
it was like it's smelling like herbal candles or some weird shit.
Let me run you a nice infusion bath.
Oh my god, I'm so stoned after that bath. Very
No,
clean.
seriously, you
and
can put
totally
like
whack.
everything that like is cooked. If you're cooking it, it definitely it's for me at least it's a better high. But I don't do it anymore.
Because Allah does not allow it? Why?
I was gonna say that.
Well, basically, but the idea is that everything that changes your mind state, you know,
Takes you away
isn't
from
good.
Allah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
that.
I understand that.
Takes away from the control that you have over your regular life and stuff like that, and you get lackadaisical. Your mind absent-minded and stuff like that.
Even
so.
if it gives you a new control, it's like a fake control, right?
What are we talking about again?
Any drugs.
No, I'm joking.
Getting
Mind-altering
stoned.
ones. Oh.
Trying to do the thing. Trying to do the percentage thing.
Sugar's a drug.
For me, it's natural, so it's like whoever put it there, or the reason why it's there is because you're supposed to use it.
I wouldn't say sugar is a drug.
It is a drug.
Oh, it is.
As a dietary thing, it's a drug.
You don't like it's not a mind-altering drug.
No, it doesn't change your consciousness much.
Gotta go, guys.
you get a massive dopamine release, mate, when you have sugar. That's
Have a
why
good one, man.
everyone loves it.
Yeah.
I love sugar because it makes my food taste better my drinks usually.
It's
Like,
the dopamine hit
generally,
that you get, dude. You get reward. You get a brain chemical reward for having it. That's why you like it.
No,
Sure, it's
literally,
sweet to the
it just
tongue.
tastes better. Like before my brain even has
gee,
a
I wonder
chance.
why.
It's just my tongue. It just tastes better.
Of
Some people
course.
some
Even
people
the
have
smell.
like, you know, they're
Before it
more.
even gets to your mouth, you're smelling it sweet, and that excites the response already. Before it even touches your mouth, mate, you're gone.
No, like I'm actually I drink tea now without sugar. But like if I'm drinking tea, sometimes, you know, like if a family member will prepare it for me or something like that, they'll put sugar in it. I won't know that there's sugar in it, and I'll taste it, and instantly it tastes better than the bitter shit that I drink to try to be healthy. You know, it's just. And then some people prefer their coffee black. It's just preference and, you know, the nature of a person. Me, I have a sweet tooth.
Fair enough. It'll
Not
shorten
bad.
your
It's
life.
not
at the
super
end,
bad.
that's
You
all.
just have to keep it under control. Control your vices and use them as tools.
That being said,
Yeah, before
like
they
I
control
often
you.
consider, like occasionally, you know, getting high just to activate like those creative juices and stuff like that to, you know, get your mind in a different state. I don't think it's that bad. But, you know, I'm not there yet.
Spark that shit up, bro. Let's fucking go. You gotta get your mind right.
My mate showed me a weird YouTube channel last night called Tweaker Hunters. So this guy goes out with a van, t-shirts, edible cannabis. His aim is to move on the tweakers from his town streets. But he interviews them on a loudspeaker in front of the camera before he moves them on and gives them t-shirts and edibles.
What's he do? Just move them to a new city?
Off the street. Me?
I say he just moves them to a new city? What do you mean move them on?
New street, I think.
He just wakes
Off
them
the
up
street.
from sleeping in the alleyway or on the street or on the sidewalk.
No, just the next street.
Oh, just the next street over?
Yeah, it's making his street look bad.
I mean, what's the point
Stupid
of that?
channel. Anyway.
What's the point of that?
Out of sight, out of mind.
Well, some of the stories are interesting when you hear the tweakers talk, and they get free edibles, and he gets clicks on his YouTube channel. It's a
He's
bit
wasting
embarrassing because he
weed.
shouts at them.
Fucking wasting weed, man.
And t-shirts, shit.
No, he's getting hundreds of thousands of clicks.
He's getting hundreds of thousands of views.
Yeah, he's buying weed with all that shit.
Yeah, but it's
Well, how
not
much
moral.
did 100,000 views pay? I gotta get
More than
some money,
$5
bro.
a weed.
Anyway, it's not good or bad. It's just a phenomenon that's happening.
No, it's bad.
What we need to do is give those tweakers some ayahuasca or DMT or something and get their fucking life straight.
Yeah.
Fucking do something.
That won't do it, man. They're fucking like, they have addictive personalities. They just fiend for that shit.
No, I'm telling you, man, the ayahuasca should be opening your mind up, bro. That shit gets your mind right.
Of course it does.
That's why they don't want us using shit like that.
Lots of things do.
Seriously though, earlier, you guys were talking about exploring the oceans and shit, and they seriously lack on underwater archaeology because they're not going to like what they find. It's not going to fit their paradigm at all. You think we walked out of caves and created an ancient Samaria? It didn't go down like that. That's not how shit works. You don't just pop up out of the fucking woodwork with all the stuff of current civilization.
Yeah, I agree there, 100%.
There was a flood. First of all, humans usually always live on the coastlines. That's where all the major cities are and stuff because it's where the food is. You know, it's easily accessible. You can travel, food. And, I mean, if we were all living on the coastlines and shit, and then the fucking sea levels rose, you're going to find tons of shit under there. Tons of shit.
Yeah, and I don't even think the oceans were salty before, and if they were, I don't think it was nearly as salty as it is now.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think.
Why? What makes you think that?
Because I believe our world is very electric. Everything in our brain is basically electric. Our heart is pumped by electricity. We've got water in us. We salt water. Salt water is highly conductive, if that's the correct word. And I think a whole system, the way the sun and the moon move around, these what you call these celestial horoscopes, I think that's got a lot to do with energy.
We're supposed to drink seawater, guys. Take that for a brain fart.
But yeah, I just think our world is very electric, and that flood is definitely, it did happen, and previous civilizations have been wiped out, and there's evidence for that.
Do you think the ocean was like river, just regular water, like river water, lake water?
Yeah, and not as deep as it is, or not as much as we have now.
What makes you think it wasn't salty though?
I just don't, because why are the large lakes not salty? That water didn't drain out and then just get filled by drain.
You're breaking up a lot.
Oh, my bad. It's probably my connection. Yeah, what I'm saying is, like the inland, the lakes, none of them are salty. I've made one or two that are salt lakes, and otherwise it's all freshwater lakes. Nothing's refilled it. You know what I mean? It's not like it drained and then re-rained it full. Yeah, that's just my speculation. And I think those waters came from below our realm and above our realm.
Fair enough. I think dogs are reincarnated people.
Yeah, I think there's something to it as well. I think there's definitely something to reincarnation, and it's just the electricity, your soul, basically. I think everyone's got their own little electric soul inside of them. We just
in a meat sack.
We're just in a vessel. This is a vessel that we're traveling in.
I love Bender from Futurama. He's a legend.
But yeah,
he's
guys,
a robot. That's pretty sad.
I gotta thank you guys for not giving me shit about the topic today.
I mean, what are you, one of those crazy conspiracy nutcase guys?
Who, me?
I'm just joking. I think the Earth is flat, so it's fine.
No, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not into that, no.
What, are you a glober?
No, I'm just a globe skeptic, but I'm not into the World Trade Center. Yes, there's probably something to it, but it's nothing I want to get into.
About the moon landings?
Oh, no, I don't think they landed on the moon.
Hell no. Yeah, you're right. Sure, you're right.
I just, I believe I think there's a lot of truth in the ancient myths and legends, and that's...
Yeah. Hell yeah, the flood thing.
Oh,
I don't know about
way before that. I'm talking titans and things like that.
Oh, giants, the trees are
you absolutely love the Mud Fossil University guy, mate. Check that channel out tonight.
I did sub to it. I'm gonna watch some stuff. Definitely.
You like the trees or no mountains or trees or something? All the mountains were trees. There's evidence for that.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of evidence.
That sounded dumb when I first heard it, but when you look at these mountains and look at the tree stump and shit, even the way a tree will form some kind of octagonal shape or some kind of hexagonal shape or some shit, and the mountains have the same shape in it.
Yep.
And we know that wood can become fossilized and turn into stone or petrified or whatever.
Yeah, and then those
or a moon rock.
There's big ass trees in like an open desert, but if you open up your mind a bit further and you look a bit further, you'll see a big tree stump a few 100 meters away, and these are just twigs on the ground. It looks like our big trees that we have now, but those are just tree branches, and inside of them is very rich minerals inside these branches. That's photo stuff that you find on the web. But what I do suggest doing is when you drive between mountains, or if you have the chance to go drive through a pretty cool mountain range, go see the shit that you see there, because you didn't open up your eyes before, and when you open up your eyes now, you see a lot of evidence.
Yeah, Yep. Well, it's good to have you. Where'd you hear about us at?
Reckonor sent me a.
Reckonor, all right.
Yeah, he's also in the VC here, but he's not chatting.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about all kinds of stuff here. I don't know how long you've been in here for, but
today's
some of these guys
first day, yeah.
Some of these guys are a little loopy. Some of us got our heads on straight. You'll find out who's who.
All good, all good.
But yeah, globe skeptic. I mean, you got a lot of right to be a globe skeptic. That's fair.
Yeah, I used to be full blown flat Earth until I started doing the legend. You know, the really digging into the histories and the legends and the myths. And so I don't think we live on a ball, but I don't follow the mainstream flat Earth thingy. I think it's very ignorant to even display some sort of a model. But yeah, I'm not into that. I think it's something that we can't even comprehend what we live on in.
Yeah, I think whoever created this would have made it so that they would have made it seem like we had this infinite space to go to and everything, when in reality you're not going to let us just go anywhere. If you create something, you want to keep it contained. We don't just create say nanobots or some shit. We want to create self-replicating nanobots and just let them loose. Or artificial intelligence. We wouldn't create AI and just let it loose in the world. We'd keep it contained in a.
Yeah, and this world runs, like I was saying, everything's electric. We got electric in us. Everything's electric. There's the air's every 100 meter, it's 100 volts or something. And the
what do you want of those Yeah, the 100 volts per meter. Yeah, yeah. What do you want of those EU people?
What do you mean?
The electric universe people?
No. I'm just saying that there's so much electricity in our, around us. It's what keeps things going. And what I was trying to say is that if it was everything was electric, I just think what's powering all that. So I do think that we were created, and that it has to be powered by something. Like the sun is powered by something. If you start a fire, you have to power it something, and it needs to burn oxygen. And that's why I think we've been created in some sort of little place. But like you say, made it big enough that we can still explore and things like that. Otherwise, I think we'll.
It's the perfect farm.
Yeah, I don't know what our purpose is for, and like I also said to you guys earlier on, maybe we are a cell in something humongous.
I personally, this is my own personal belief, I think there's one of two possibilities of our purpose here. One of them would be for the creator to exploit us. I mean, that's what we would do if we could create something like this. We'd exploit the shit out of it, be it for our own amusement, like a Westworld type scenario, or maybe they like our music or movies or art, something. Another possible scenario would be for them to just study us. It's like we study shit. Not interfere, not interact, just study us.
I think it could, that's all speculation. So I would say be that. But my thoughts is either we are powering something, and somehow, and I think that we have souls, and that is electric, and I think it's powering something, and just something that we can't comprehend as humans.
Let me just give you a little warning. If you die and see a white light, don't just go willy-nilly jumping into white lights in the afterlife. It could be a trap.
Yeah, it could be. And all these sayings and nursery rhymes and things like that all come from or a lot of them come from legends. Like when stupid sayings like "once in a blue moon" or "when pigs fly." There's all truth to that. Somewhere
these
written.
Nursery rhymes are fucking horrific. Listen, I have a small child, and a lot of these nursery rhymes involve death. cutting off tails of mice. Just all kinds of like just weird shit. Row, row, row your boat. Life is but a dream. Creepy. Those things are creepy as fuck, man.
Mm-hmm. And Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, that's basically, in old mythology, it's the elven race gods that we are there, the white, blue-eyed, people, gods, and had their 7 followers or something like that, or there's 7, there's 7 smaller people that were following it. But it's all in ancient myth. If you cross-reference it, they basically got that story or that little kiddie show from that. Jack and the Beanstalk, also, it's old mythology. It's really, really cool when you guys dig deep in this. And I've just scratched the surface of it.
I just want to warn you.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Rick.
What's up, Jeremy? How you doing, man? Good morning.
Good. Good morning.
How would your reality change if you found out that there's not 1 ounce of legitimacy to carbon dating methods, and that most of history has been written in a way to give the impression of knowledge, but nobody really knows what the history is?
Fabrication.
Yeah. Or rewritten, even. How would your reality change if carbon dating had 0%, actually 0, no legitimacy whatsoever?
I don't believe in carbon dating at all.
Okay, well, I don't either, but I'm just asking for the room, how would that change your reality? Because I've done some preliminary research, and these are my findings.
I mean, carbon dating is fucking just silly. They ask you all these questions. It's the same. They do the same thing with carbon dating that they do with fossils and dirt layers. They'll say, "How do you know how old this dirt layer is?" They'll say, "Well, we found these animals or these fossils in it. That's how we know." And then in the next breath, you'll ask, "How do you know how old these fossils are?" They'll say, "Well, we know which dirt layer we found them in, so then we know how old they are."
What I've found is essentially that basically the half-life, yes, of course things deteriorate with time, right? But the understanding and the presumption of knowing the precise rate of decay of the radiometric isotope is pure conjecture, and that could be, and that literally has no. I mean, it's kind of like saying if you left something out, eventually if you left a piece of meat out, eventually it would become either beef jerky or mold, right? So they're saying, okay, well, at a certain rate, something like this might happen, but let's say that you put that meat in like a lake. What would happen to the meat? It would probably deteriorate, right? Or let's say you put that meat in the shade instead of the sun. Or it's all about the packaging on how it decays and how it breaks down, right? And the thing about the decay process of carbon is it's the same way. So to assume all the variables, not only that, but the technology of how that carbon became carbon-14, and that all of these conditions were precise and consistent and predictable, it's laughable. It's like the most laughable.
My bad. Go ahead.
So no, there's literally nothing. There's nothing but conjecture that says this is this age. Like even if they had all the precise measurements and everything was consistent, it would still be conjecture to predict, like, because you're comparing the decay to some sort of age structure you would have to make that assertion of what the H structure is anyway. So, like, there's just way too many assertions, but no real science.
Listen, if carbon dating was legit, they wouldn't ask you 21 questions when you bring a fucking sample in to get dated. You would just bring the sample in and they would give you a date. They wouldn't need to know all this extra shit. Because there's nothing you need to know. All you need to know, the only thing you need to know is give me the fucking sample and I'll check it. You shouldn't have to ask any fucking questions.
Well, I mean, that's a perfect world, right? But the fact that they're inputting variables shows that it's clearly not that simple. But they're making it sound like they can just put it in like a microwave and press a button and it comes out with a number. You know, like, oh, here's the magic box. Let's put this in there. And now we know how old it is. It's totally impossible. You have no idea how long it took to make that beef jerky.
What are the 21 questions, Jeremy?
What is this, 21 questions? I'm sorry, did I interrupt something? My bad.
No, Jeremy said they asked you like 21 questions. I was just wondering what the 21 questions are. Maybe they're germane to the answer. Okay, Jeremy disagreed.
Wait, is this like some pushback on the argument or what?
Yes, it's pushback. He's
okay.
fighting us.
Well, it's like they're doing anywhere from like, I think they're doing like maybe 6 different guesses just along the way. You know, and if you've ever made 5 wrong turns trying to get to a location when you're driving, I highly doubt you'll be anywhere near where you're meant to go.
They seem to come up with right answers a lot. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, how would you compared to what?
Well, let's see. We take a object of known age, and then we go
like what?
Test it. Come up pretty good.
Like what?
I don't know. A campsite in Colonial Williamsburg.
Yeah, and how old is that campsite?
A couple hundred years.
Yeah, and how old is that wood? How do you know? So you don't think that someone else could have found a campsite between that period of time?
Well, you probably wouldn't use like an oak tree for that, because an oak tree can live for 1,000 years. What you would use is, if you wanted to find out how old the campsite is, you would take the sprig from a tree. Some small piece of wood that would only be maybe 2 or 3 years old. Now, there are ways of being not stupid.
Doubtful. The proposition itself is stupid.
That enlighten or build our worlds of knowledge.
Didn't they take some sample of some turtle shell, the living turtle, and it turned out the turtle died 20,000 years ago, but it's actually still alive? Some shit like that they did.
I don't know all the rules of it. There are rules of what you can and can't test based upon diet and stuff. So I don't know the answer to that.
Sounds highly precise.
You'd actually have to know what the diet is and stuff like that.
So there isn't just a button you can press like people think.
No, we're not all stupid like you. We can go and we can actually ask those questions.
Stupid like me. Okay. Well,
yeah,
Moryak stupid, and that building your whole worldview around it is stupid.
Yeah, Moryak, if you can hear me, don't do that. Let's not move into that personal stuff. Cool argument.
I don't mind. I don't mind personally. He can say what he wants to me, but I agree. It's not something we really try to practice here.
mute myself while I snuck by my wife who's sleeping still.
Yeah, you know what you should do? You should take some hair from your wife and see how old she is.
How old she is? Do you think that would work? Are you that ignorant
I don't
as
know,
to
man.
how it works?
Just making a joke, brother.
Oh well, it's hard to tell.
Making a joke.
You know, you guys could say anything; it wouldn't be beyond your beliefs.
I feel that was a little bit of projection on your part, Moyak, because they're taking things that they're digging up, that unknown age, and telling you that they're billions of years old using processes that are wrong all the time. And, you know, how is that our belief again? And that's what we're asking questions about. I would think that's your belief from what I hear. I don't know that as a fact.
Until the dog's out. Be right back.
What I'm saying is there's people that believe in the scientific process that don't believe the earth is billions of years old. So, I mean, there's discrepancies in everything, especially in science. You argue one side all the time, it seems that.
Yeah, but it's certainly, absolutely not thousands of years old. Outside of a magical god who is intentionally trying to deceive.
Yeah, just by that statement.
Set everything up in absolute order to make it appear as if.
I've already explained this to you, Moyak. If you were going to build something, like let's say I was going to build a tree house, and I had a pile of lumber sitting there for 100 years, and you go to date the tree house, you're going to say, oh, this tree house is 100 years old. It couldn't have been built last week because you dated the wood. Feel me? I've explained this to you already once.
What did you just say? If you build a treehouse out of old lumber?
I have a pile of lumber that's been sitting in my yard for 100 years. Okay.
Right.
It's sit there for 100 years. One day I build a wood treehouse out of it. Somebody goes to date a treehouse. They say, "Are you nuts? This treehouse couldn't have been built 100 years ago, or
Was it
last week. This wood's 100 years old."
Is it common? I'm trying to exactly understand what you're saying, but was it common for people to? God damn it, dog! Hang on.
Dude, if you didn't understand Jeremy's explanation, maybe you're not prepared for this conversation. Like open-minded enough to understand something so simple.
No, what I was saying is that was it common for natives to stockpile wood for 100 years before building their structures?
If you're the creator, if you made this whole place, Earth, everything, you just had the materials.
He had million-year-old wood.
Dude, why did you cut him off?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was politely interacting with him. I think he's an old enough boy to tell me.
It's all right. If he had,
he's old enough to it, yeah. I mean, do you think because you could let somebody else speak for themselves instead of fucking butting in everywhere? Come on.
It's fine. It's fine. He had a wood. The guy had a wood pile. The creator had a wood pile that was a million years old, and he started using some materials to build this place. Is that not a possibility?
He left. He took that opportunity to leave.
I've explained this to him before, personally. So I'm pretty sure it could have been. Maybe it wasn't him. I don't know.
I didn't cut him off or tell him he was cutting you off to get at him. I didn't mute him. I told him that so I could hear what you were saying.
You know what I'm saying? That's not a stretch that happened. We do that all the time with almost everything. Everything we make is like that. We have a pile of shit sitting around and we make something out of it.
No, I got what you were saying easily. How can you date the treehouse? You don't know how old the wood is. It's just pushing a narrative, it seems to me.
That's if you buy the dating method, which I don't even buy that. But let's say you did, you could take it to that. You know what I mean?
It definitely has flaws in it. It may be good for certain things, but it's definitely been proven to have flaws. I mean, even the scientists that use it agree with that.
Yeah, like I said, you would, if the dating process worked, you'd be able to bring a sample in. They would sample it and give you the date. There wouldn't be no questions. Where'd you find it? How old do you think it is? You ever seen the list of questions they ask people when you bring shit in?
Damn, is it that quiet? What did I do? Scared everybody away. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna do more research into this carbon dating shit. I'm gonna get it locked down. I'm gonna lock this shit down. I'm tired of hearing about it. This is bullshit, man. Like this dinosaurs and we're 5 billion years old and all this dumb shit. It's just nonsense.
Listen, my cat has a
Nonsense.
live chip. My cat has a live chipmunk in her mouth right now. If you want to do more research, if you want to do more, she got this is her fourth one this year. I don't know because she dropped it and it bounced. Oh no, she didn't. It's
Take a
hanging
picture.
out. Hold on a second. It's like hanging out right next to it. Here, I'll post in live stream text.
Did we lose Jin? Is he still here?
No, listen. If you're gonna do more research into this, find out what questions they ask when you bring something in. Act like you're gonna bring something in to get dated, and see the questions they ask. That's telling alone right there.
Yeah. Well, you can probably Google the PDF for this, like the carbon dating submission form or something. But yeah, you're right. I appreciate it.
You can't see the chipmunk. She dropped it. It's still alive. It looks like the Mars. Yeah, it looks like the fucking rodent they found on Mars. It's kind of looks like a rock. the fucking chipmunk. I'm dead ass. Look at it. It's on a concrete.
Hold on, let me pull over. I'll check it out.
Oh, right don't pull. It's not worth pulling over for.
Oh no! I'm pulling over, motherfucker. You guys hear that sound before? Beep beep, mail, motherfucker. It's one of my favorite sounds.
But yeah, like if this was a method that worked with chemicals and oxygen, however the fuck it works, I don't know the recipe for this shit, but if this shit was like that, you wouldn't need to ask no questions. Not where'd you find it, how old do you think it is, what is it? They might not know what it is. Like, there's no need to ask questions. Just fucking do the little chemical thing or whatever you do, and fucking tell me how old it is.
Bro, I told you, I'm gonna look into this more. I'm gonna crush this shit. Crush it.
I mean, there's different kinds. So there's you got your carbon dating, you got radiometric dating. That has to do with the decay of some atom or something. The carbon thing is based on a huge assumption that there used to be this much carbon in the atmosphere a long time ago and throughout history, which might not have been. They said they have ice core samples giving us that data, but I mean, I don't know. The chipmunk's just chilling right there. Hey, don't fuck with that. The other cat's gonna fuck with it now. Oh, he's all crippled and shit. The chipmunk's fucking tweaking.
Man, stop trolling, dude. Is he gone?
Oh, me?
Dude, we work really hard to like keep this place pretty cool.
Yeah,
like it's been pretty cool.
Okay, so
what are you talking about?
Well,
Moyak's bitching. Sorry,
ahead.
Jen.
Oh, I was just gonna say that, he was. I guess he was considered chastised that he called someone stupid. I don't enjoy hearing that type of tone of a conversation. I don't think it's productive. And, if you can't get in line with how Geo wants a server, then maybe this isn't the place for you. I mean, I like talking to Moyak, man. But, when you get into middle school tactics, it's just not cool, man. Not for the server.
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of other servers where you can exude that type of behavior. Feel free to do that and come back when you got that out of your system.
It really seems like he's like having a female moment, like a period or something. Sorry. It's just like half the time I talk to him. Sometimes he's super cool, and other times he's like that, where he's just like, what? Like, constantly. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Stop bitching.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the recommendation here, like I said a moment ago, just to reiterate that, if you're feeling a little bit froggy, go to another server, get it out of your system, then come back for a productive conversation.
Right. Get it out at Gem's server. Don't bring this shit here.
Yeah.
True. Facts.
If you're feeling froggy, you might want to give yourself a timeout.
Dude, Jenny, you should make that meme. That's so you.
If you're feeling froggy, maybe you should give yourself a timeout.
Yeah, I can already see the meme. That's hilarious. Maybe it should be like that one where Kermit the Frog is just kind of like looking off into the distance.
Right. Yes, that's great. Yeah.
Where he's just like, it looks like he's just waiting over and over again.
I just don't find the middle school tactics kind of appealing. I mean, maybe some people find it witty. I don't really find it nice to listen to. And, I guess in some arenas, sure, that's considered, would it be an art form to some? About how witty you can be about insulting someone? I'm sure there's some kind of contest somewhere on the earth. I know I never went to it, but there was a restaurant in Chicago. I don't know if it still exists, but Ed DeBevick's, where you go in there and all the staff is mean to you on purpose, and that's why you go in there. What the hell?
Yeah, that place. I think it's called Richard's.
That may be. I thought I remember it being called Ed DeBevick's, but I could be wrong because I've never fucking been.
Well, I meant to say Dick's. It's called Dick's.
Okay, gotcha.
Dick's Escape or something like that, or for Dick's Private Resort. Is that what it's called? Well, I don't know. There could be multiple, but yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Hey, Jenny, you ever been to Mexico?
Sure haven't.
No, you should. It's nice and warm. The drinks are good. The guacamole is good.
Hey, you can't. I love guacamole.
I know. Can't fuck that up.
Well, yeah, you can. You can fuck it up a lot.
Well, I mean, no, you can't fuck up good guacamole. That's what I'm saying. If it's good guacamole, you can't fuck up good guacamole.
Sure you can.
How? How do you fuck up good guacamole?
Well, in my opinion, I think you can put too much cilantro guacamole.
Okay,
so if you added,
listen to the words that be coming out of my mouth. Listen to the words that be coming out of my mouth. Okay. How do you fuck up good guacamole?
Okay.
If it's good, you didn't fuck it up.
If it's good, then it's not fucked up. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know. I think we could probably debate over that phrase for a half hour if we wanted to, which I don't. I don't.
You sound like a coincidence theorist.
What?
I'm just playing with you. Because no one else is talking. I wish more Americans stayed up all night. There needs to be like a better split. This daytime shit gets old sometimes.
Hey, Riggs, there's a person that's new to the server. They're in voice check-in, and the name looks
I don't
so
know how
familiar.
to. I actually don't know how to do check-ins.
Yeah, I
I
don't
have
know
no
how
idea
check-ins
how
are
to do
supposed to
it.
be done.
I mean, I was told, just kind of like ask them about if they've, read the rules, all this shit. But I don't know what. I don't know how to give roles or like how to verify someone or.
Right, and to top all that off, the name looks familiar.
Is it
So
Fokker?
come on, man, that's not nice. Okay, so I
What?
would.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm
No,
probably
that
not
guy
talking.
who makes like 1 million accounts. That's what I was asking.
Oh, okay, sure.
The guy that gets banned like every day on 10 different accounts. Oh no, I don't mean Mac like flat Earth Fokker. I don't mean that.
Yeah, I know that's not what you meant, but for a second I heard. I'm
Sorry.
like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
no. I find it interesting that it was announced on the news. I don't know anybody who is. I mean, this is, I don't know, some sort of fallacy me to say this, but I don't know anyone who's ever died, and those people who have died, and it was announced on the news. I'll just say that. How about that?
This is what I'm saying. Like, no disrespect to the man and his legacy, but this is new for me. Right? Like the only people I know that get on the news have been put on the news.
Right. So there you have that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the skepticism, but also I don't mean much disrespect,
Yeah, same here. But anybody who, well, I would say anybody who tries to find answers, that's kind of a known thing that you're not on the news, you're put on the news.
Absolutely. Absolutely doodly, neighbor.
And we have 3 in a row. I find that interesting as well, don't
Yes. Who is the third one? I know one of them was
you?
Rob, but who's
Jibby.
the other one?
Jibby.
Okay, I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, Jibby Jedi. He passed.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
any of the
super.
details for Jibby. But that does make 3, folks. That makes 3.
Yeah.
For whatever that's supposed to mean. I just find it a coincidence.
I find it very highly coincidental as well. So does that mean that they're done? Like, does that mean that they feel so comfortable that they have so much control over the narrative by, via the means of communication that they don't really need man on the ground anymore? Is that what that means? That the AI can censor and control people all by itself now?
Well, no, I think it could mean any number of different things. They may have upset someone. They may have, just done something they weren't supposed to, or maybe they fulfilled their obligation, whatever that was outlined to be in the beginning. Maybe they're going to be recasted somewhere else completely in some other completely different topic. I mean, they could go to Celebrity Island as a reward. Who knows?
Maybe.
Again, no disrespect to anyone and their
Absolutely.
families.
But
if you don't see a body, then what's up? Even if you do see a body, even if you do see a body, that's no confirmation anymore these days.
Well, maybe we should reserve most of these skepticisms to ourselves, like maybe in a
Well,
private chat
you
or
know,
something. I don't want to
you
like
know what?
upset anybody.
I was kind of speaking in general, not anything specific to FE. I mean,
Yeah.
the idea
Okay.
of Celebrity Island doesn't begin with flat Earth, so.
Right. Like, where's Tupac?
Right. I was thinking that as well. So, I'm not saying anything. I'm talking about the narrative, not about the individuals, really. So this is not I'm not meant to challenge anyone's position about anything. These are my opinions. Yeah, I would never make accusations against someone who isn't here anymore. That's not being a human being. I just find it curious that someone who's seemingly in good health died of a heart attack. That's very tragic.
Well, I think especially in these communities that pretty much pride themselves on knowing knowing that the mainstream methods of treatment and health and everything aren't the answer. Like I know that all of my truth friends are in much better health than they were before they got into it.
Well, I just take the stance.
Except apparently these three people. So that's kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Maybe
you don't know because you're playing your video game. Are you winning? Someone's playing a video game.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
I'm just messing around.
You're good.
I have to go on mute for a few minutes. I'll be back. Whee!
My AirPod died. What happened?
Oh, we were speculating about mainstream narrative happenings, you know, how certain deaths are, you know, on the news. And I was just talking to Riggs, like, I've known people who have passed, but none who were like on the news about it. But yeah, we were kind of. I think you know, interesting things happen on the world stage, like. Oh, hopefully Riggs comes back in a minute because I know this is one of his favorite topics. But that, like, for instance, some people speculate that Jimi Hendrix is now being portrayed as, who's the black actor? Crap. Anyway, so quota actors get reused. I think RV talks about that more than anyone.
What do you mean, the same people, like Will Smith being Obama, or like Jimi Hendrix is a actor right now and he's not dead?
No, he's dead. Well, no, he's not dead. The actor is not dead. The character is dead, but the actor.
The person, the human being.
Yes, yes. But I'm trying to think of the male. I'm trying to think of the male.
Come on, is Jimi Hendrix dead or alive?
The character's dead.
The human. The human.
I don't know. It's too early in the morning. I'm not trying to squirm away from talking about it with you.
No
but
doubt. No doubt.
I actually go to sleep, unlike y'all. So I'm just.
Oh, I woke up an hour ago.
Hey, wait till Riggs comes back. He'll fill you in.
Riggs is one of those vampire motherfuckers. I just woke up. I'm on the East Coast.
Okay. Well, I gotta be at work. I gotta walk out of my door to leave for work in 2 hours.
That's nice when you get a couple hours before work instead of having to wake up quick, brush your teeth, and fucking run, run out of the door.
You get better sleep at night, so. But yeah, so I guess Riggs can listen while he's doing his job if he still does the same thing.
Well, Hollywood does keep using the same stories over and over again. They're constantly recycling stories.
Okay,
like we haven't seen
what's
a new.
going on? What do you need?
Okay. You know how? See, I told you, Jeremy. Okay, so. All right, you know how on the mainstream, on the world stage, they reuse actors for different characters.
Yeah.
Like Jimi
play different
Hendrix.
roles.
Yeah. So Jimi Hendrix.
Okay.
Who's Jimi Hendrix right now? What's the character's name?
That's Morgan Freeman.
Yes, thank you.
So
Morgan
Jimi Hendrix
Freeman.
didn't die. He assumed the name and identity of Morgan Freeman.
Yes, sir. And
You're
there's
telling
quite
me
a
Jimi
few.
Hendrix. Hold on. So you're telling me Jimi Hendrix never died, and he is now currently Morgan Freeman.
Yes. Well, no.
Yeah.
No. The
yes,
character.
I am. I'm telling you that. I don't know what she's saying.
The character.
They didn't find Samuel Jackson until I think Samuel Jackson didn't get a role until he was like 40 or something. So I mean, he could have been someone else.
Oh.
Maybe. I mean, I don't really. I know that there's more.
Like,
I know
when did
there's
Morgan
more
Freeman? How long has Morgan Freeman been in the spotlight, so to speak? When did he get his first role or
Morgan
whatever?
Freeman came back on the spotlight, I think.
It would be real easy for them to overlap the roles, so don't get all bunged up, Jeremy. They're a lot better at this.
Well, that's okay. So that's true. That's what Jeremy's going to do. So here's what they do, Jeremy. They create an event, right? So the lives of these two people, they generally overlap anywhere from 1 to 3 years. So they'll create an
makes
event.
it look good.
Yeah, it makes it look good. It stitches it together, but then they'll create an event where they're both at the same place at the same time, so that you dismiss it.
Yeah.
Like Superman. So funny. Well, and then there's doubles and shit like that too, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's like stunt double, like like Hillary Clinton's got a double. Like people have doubles. Famous people have. Like this is known.
Sorry.
This is like not a secret. It's not a big deal.
I mean, you
Yeah,
could
it's
find
not.
like
It's
100.
not a
You could
secret.
find like 100 people that look just like Elvis right now. The Elvis
Yeah.
impersonators. Like there's like 100.
Right.
100 of them that are
And
great. You wouldn't be able
and
to
it's all,
tell. So
and it's also not a secret for doubles to be used as decoys for security purposes. So
I
this is
think I've
not
actually.
a secret.
I think I've actually seen a famous person go into a contest like that to see who was the best double for the person, and they actually lost. Like the actual person entered the contest.
The actual person.
That's
Yeah, I
hilarious.
forgot
That's
where I heard
hilarious.
that.
That's
I heard that a
crazy.
while ago.
Even if it's not, and even if it's
Shit,
not
man.
true, it's still funny.
That's
I mean,
really
it
good.
doesn't sound that. Well, yeah, I don't know if that's 100% true. That's just what I've heard, but
Still
I
funny
mean,
though.
I could see that happening though.
It's
I
like
could
the
see that happening.
ultimate ironic. That would be the ultimate ironic example.
Yeah. So.
Shit.
Well, yeah, you know what angle we're coming from. Like you're up to date. You're up to speed. Yeah.
I feel like they did that same thing with history. Like history is not what they tell us, and they have
like
all
presidents.
these things. I meant like even far back, like the Romans, the Greeks, the all that. Like they overlapped them a little bit, but I feel like they all happened at there's a period of the Romans and a period of Alexander the Great and a period of the Greeks, and they overlapped a little bit, but like I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. So Riggs, who's your favorite recasted character? Favorite.
Hold on, before we move on from this thing with Morgan Freeman, if I was rich, I would hire him to tell bedtime stories to my children. Anyways, carry on.
No doubt.
It has to be Jimmy Carter. That's my favorite.
Really? Okay.
JFK, Jimmy Carter. Yeah.
I know that. Okay, I should have guessed that one, honestly.
It's my favorite one.
Oh, you're saying JFK is Jimmy
wait.
Carter, and they used him as a president twice?
Okay, wait. All right, let me ask a better question, a more specific question. Which one do you think has the most valid forensic evidence? Evidence that so that features of the body that cannot be manipulated by cosmetic surgery, like those types.
JFK,
Like,
Jimmy
would you
Carter.
say is your number one?
The spacing
Still
between the
Jimmy
eyeballs.
Carter?
The spacing between the eyeballs.
Yeah, you can't change that. Well, no, you can't. There's no way you
I don't
can.
know.
No, you can't change that one. No.
No.
That's
Or the width of shoulders. You can't change that one.
No, you could change the shoulder one.
Um,
Somebody could get pads on, be wearing like pads or
yeah,
a
but
little
see, that's
thing to
where
make
you
them buff.
have to choose which images you want to
no.
look
I have an answer for this for the shoulders. Okay, so
Not
when you feminize a man and you give them hormones,
Mm-mm.
for very strong hormones for a long period of time, what happens is that the muscle around the chest starts to shrink, and so then the shoulders for on a man tend to be very bulky because of muscle. And so I know of someone who switched from man to woman, and the shoulders got really skinny, and it looks like they have smaller.
That's
it looks
fine.
like they have a smaller chest.
Okay,
But it's,
yeah, chest fine.
yeah.
Yeah,
Why
chest. I
couldn't they
would
just be?
Wait a minute.
That was
Hold on. Hello. So I'm talking about skeletal structure. You cannot change skeletal structure from cosmetic surgery.
Yeah, but
I mean, you can
you're
take
talking about
ribs out. I mean, but
you're talking about shoulder width, though. I mean, why couldn't one of the people just be wearing like pads on their shoulders or
yeah, but
something to
you
give them the
get an
appearance of?
image without. You'd have to look at them without it. Like if they were in a bikini or in a
that's true. Yeah.
female strapless dress or.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, a lot of these features you can just find direct comparisons like without a lot of clothing and stuff, you know.
See, I'd rather go with, more of a full bodied, like forensic look as much as possible. Because otherwise it's kind of just speculating, and this is kind of one thing I don't want to speculate on. I mean, I'm like the queen of speculation, but this one I can't. So, I'll call somebody out and say, hey, I think that's too far of a reach. You can change that with cosmetic surgery.
Well, if you want to be right all day, you can just stick with the Jimmy Carter one.
No, I'm not trying to be right all day. I just know with,
you don't have to speculate at that point. You just know it's right.
Well, sure, but I'm talking about, with the state of technology with deep fakes and, the type of cosmetic surgery and the type of costume, type of, what do you call it in the industry? I don't know the technical term where you do all the makeup, prosthetics, facial prosthetics and stuff like that. All those things have to be considered. What can be manipulated.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what makes it so compelling.
Oh, well, can you give like a couple sentence demonstration or summary of the Jimmy Carter?
Not right this moment. I got to
okay, no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Yep.
It's been a while since I've heard you talk about it, is why I asked you. But yeah, I love hearing about stuff like that. And like I know a lot of people are unkind, but the whole transvestigation is very curious. I don't know, the ones of pink are pretty astonishing. And I'd be curious to find out if, those are, if she really does look like that. I mean, because if all you have to go on is photos off the internet, then, you really don't have anything. I mean, that's to be fair, right? I mean, okay, so, all right, let me put it this way. So, what they can do with, makeup and lighting and stuff like that, you can make somebody look completely different than in real life. And a time or two, I've heard people say, well, I met them in real life and they didn't look the same. I can't imagine anybody in here not hearing about somebody making that kind of claim that, wow, they looked completely different in person in real life. Actors and actresses. Famous people. Without their makeup. Oh, Madonna's the best one. The best example right now. They still try to portray her as like she was 20 years younger. It's really sad because she looks really jacked up from all the plastic surgery she's probably done to herself. Body morphic disorder. It's really sad what happens to these people. Like Britney Spears. Is that all an act? That whole conservatorship. I mean, it's hard to know what to believe anymore these days. Really is. I'm just going to remain a question person. Hey, have you guys watched the Netflix series Squid Game yet? I haven't watched any commentary on it on YouTube.
No, I haven't.
Is that sound leaking from you, Australia?
Everybody's muted. Say whatever I want.
You're muted.
I can't think of anything shocking to say. Everything's already been said. Does anybody want to ask my advice on anything? Maybe I can counsel you.
Sorry. The only thoughts that came into my head weren't pleasant ones, and I thought, no, I'm being mean. I must not be mean.
Oh, we've got silence here. We need something to happen.
I was going to say, what's the best way to fence a stolen bike? But that was just
what?
Funny.
Just internal just joke monologue.
Well, hardly a monologue. It's like 5 words.
Yeah, I just mean you often have it. Jokes that try and come out and reflect back into yourself.
Cool opinion, bro.
Well, I don't know what to talk about. I've got this remix going. It's called Fighting Fire. Anyway, I've got these drum breaks what build up. And they sound like they're loose and too early, like I'm mixing them in on the record. So I've got 2 plans. I can go in and pull the drums back on the timeline to sync them, or I can get the sampled loop that they're loose with and pull that forward on the timeline. So now my brain's doing somersaults trying to work out which is a better one and trying to put off doing it.
You can also bring other stuff into the foreground and push the drums a little bit more into the back. That can help sometimes.
Yeah, I've actually got them playing in with reverb and volume, but they're to they're to come over the top.
How many tracks are you mixing with?
I don't know, only about 20 on some tunes. This is a VIP remix, so what I'm doing is I've got the intro to the tune. I've filtered it out into just the highs with the vocal, and I've redone the bass and the percussion on the intro, and then I've fully redone the drop.
So quite often, again, if you want to do a more subtler drum view, you can, rather than use your bass drum, and you can use your hi-hats and your cymbals, and then you can start you from there and then bring it into the main
That's
beat.
good technique. If I take the kick out from this drum build up, it might not phase as much.
Yep.
And because hats can get away with being loose, right? Maybe the duff not syncing.
I have an eclectic skill set. Well, more often I've actually just dated quite a few musicians. I've had a phase of dating
The next tune
musicians.
I'm gonna is Colonel Bagshot 6 Day War. I don't know if you've heard that song, it's great.
No.
Great song. It's an old song about the war. This goes, tomorrow never comes until it's too late. It's Monday. You must have heard it.
Possibly, but doesn't sound like the type of stuff I'd be generally listening to. Back in me 20s, I was much more into sort of industrial, more on the hardcore side, and sort of Alice in Chains and Fields of the Nephilim and Sisters of
Appeal to the
Mercy.
Nephilim.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's a good band name.
Stone Temple Pilots, all that kind of shit.
Industrial pagan rock.
Mission, I like them quite a lot. And then a fair amount of sort of relatively hard rock and classical and folk. That was the other sort of bits I was kind of into. Especially Irish folk music. Love that stuff.
Gonna cheat with it. The original is an acapella over a bass guitar. And normally you can get mid-side EQ, so you can really hardly EQ with filters the stereo parts of the signal and the mono parts of the signal, and sometimes get rid of one of the instruments entirely to save just the vocal. But anyway, I found that someone's already done that on SoundCloud, so I've saved myself like a few hours work.
What software are you using?
It's an old Cubase 5.
Cubase, okay, cool.
They invented MIDI. Steinberg invented MIDI and Cubase, and I just got on board from the beginning from Cubase 3.
Mm. No, that's why I got an Atari ST. Well, Falcon, but yeah.
Oh, I used to have Cubasis on my Mac, my Macintosh.
But you know, the best thing to do if you don't like is to do your own rhythm piece. So that's generally pretty easy because you can use that fairly simply with Cubase.
Yeah,
even if you use electronic drum kit, you know, or drum
my
sequence.
own sampled drums, sampled loops, hats, and percussion and stuff. The sample that I'm using as the build-up that I'm ripping off as a bootleg has got its own kick build-up in it. I think my drums that I've put on are just loose, sitting on top of that kick.
Yeah, that's the reason just to take about the cymbals and hats.
It's a tiny little detail, but in the build-up, it's loose, like I'm doing a mix instead of playing a song. I'm going to share this 6 Days War song because it's so good. I think you'll know if you hear it.
I'll listen to it a bit later. I've got about 10 minutes before I'm going to do something else, so I thought I'd duck in and see how everybody else is doing. Jim was talking how he was going to get armored up and go to war with the police. At which point I did ask him if he's 12 years old.
I think the perfect revolution is where we stand down, so we don't have to worry about them.
Well, unfortunately, every group has its shitheads. We need a mechanism to deal with it.
Yeah, sure. Ticket system,
But
mods,
I think
something.
I think the legal system needs a lot of work onto it. I think we've overcomplicated it.
Yeah. If I don't get to burn it down, I'd like to see someone else do some work on it.
Well, you need to go back to the intent, not the actuality. And the intent of a legal system is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did have good intentions. Try and stop psychopaths and thieves. It's all got out of control, hasn't it, over a few thousand years.
But it's the problem of the subjective trying to make an object.
Yeah, human paradox.
Considering the date, quite applicable.
Humans live in lots of paradoxes, don't they? They try and get something sorted, but it's unattainable. Like communism, socialism. People try.
Well, the thing is everybody agreed on a system, then we wouldn't have a problem.
Well, yeah, the agreement thing, that's one of the paradoxes. If we agreed, it would be great. But we don't.
So it's having something that's broad enough to be, and that's really what the legal system is. It's something that's designed to be broad enough to accommodate the vast majority. And that's kind of, I think, where the legal system has started to fail, is it's now really favouring a minority.
Yeah, we don't trust our judges or our jury or our lawyers anymore, probably. Or
Well, I think that, I don't trust any generic system. It's the individuals that we tend to have faith or no faith in.
I imagine when it first started, some people were going to give it the benefit of the doubt and they had trust in it. Over time, it's just become tiring.
No, I think the problem is too much 24-hour news, too much hyperbole.
Oh, that's definitely a problem, yeah.
And people concentrate. I look back at when I was a kid and, the latitude of shit that I was allowed to do, living out in Suffolk. And, there was the same amount of murders and problems, in fact, a little bit worse in those days than there is now. I had all those freedoms, because there wasn't this generation of fear that's been generated. And that's the problem, is we've given into fear.
Yeah.
The what if scenario. And I think that, so I don't think it's so much just a structural issue. I think it's a human perception issue of where they actually see threat. And we see threat everywhere. And I don't give a fuck most of the time.
Yeah, I have that mind schism and I try my best to stay out of it. But I think all humans have it. I think that's a bit of a paradox, We're scared of what could happen, even though we know anything could happen. We already know anything can happen, but then we make ourselves scared of random possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, if I was scared of all that, then I'd never get on a bike. What if someone pulls out on me? Well, they have. I'll go, fuck it, get back on bike and keep going. You'll get another bike and keep going. Or do a bit of healing, get on another bike and keep going. Life is risk.
I heard Alan Watts speak, and You know, we create monsters, and that's our visualization of the world ending and the uncanny happening to us. So you're not scared of falling off your bike, but you are scared of a monster, which represents the same sort of thing.
Not really, no. I don't have any fear. You know, there are no monsters in my world that I can't deal with.
But if you hit a truck at 100 miles an hour, that becomes the monster.
No, that just becomes probably I'm not going to be around to worry about it. There are 3 types of problems in this world, Dawn. There are problems you can solve. They're not really problems. The problems you can't solve today, they can wait. And the problems you'll never solve, why worry about?
Okay, yeah.
That's my mate's granddad in Jamaica. He told me that after a long smoky session. And that's carried with me for the last sort of, 25 years.
Could you say that one more time, Dress?
Sure. There are problems you can solve. They're not really problems. There are problems you can't solve today. They can wait. And there are problems you'll never solve. Why worry about them?
Very nice.
So there's no problem, just stuff that we can sort out.
Yeah, there are only really 2 types of problems. Ones we can solve and ones we can't. I'm going to die. Yeah, it's a problem. Can't do anything about it. I can sit here and I can worry about something I can never affect.
You can put it off by doing stuff in your life, becoming super
Potentially,
healthy.
or potentially not. I could walk out of the house and, brick falls off my roof and kills me.
You can be careful before going out the door. I'm saying you can look around, see if any bricks are falling, and quickly jump out the door.
Yeah, but the risk is kind of like fairly minimal, so I don't really worry about it. That's the where we start to catastrophize about things that are so minimal it's untrue. I'm a smoker, so I know there's a fair chance that I might die of cancer. I can look at my family history, and most of us don't die of cancer. Most of us die of heart attacks around the age of 85, whether we smoke or not. So I can go, okay, well, I'm slowly giving up smoking. I've given up smoking green. I don't smoke as much as I used to cigarettes wise. I do a reasonable amount of exercise because I kind of enjoy it, not because I think it's going to make me live longer. It keeps me a bit trim. Gives me the stamina I need for activities I enjoy. So I kind of look at it from that perspective. I think, we it's almost like people try and find problems to worry about. And I find that really kind of strangely negative. Because we have enough challenges in life to deal with that are real and tangible, that we can work towards, versus ones which are really so ephemeral that, bit pragmatic, but that's kind of my nature. Yeah, it's like the fluff over, the situations we've been going through over the last few years. People seem to get all flustered and worried about it, and for me, well, I'll do little actions here and there that I think may or may not be helpful. Hopefully, they will be helpful. And I work that the same way as when this was all going on. My little old lady neighbour a couple of doors down. I'd say, "Oh, do you need any shopping done?" That's something small I can do to help, may reduce her risk a little bit. I feel good because I'm helping a neighbour, and she's a nice person. Yeah, little things. There's little things we do for each other that count. The big things, most of it's out of our control, and we just have to swim with the tide.
I like to try and think big, like we can make big changes.
I think you can certainly put up dialogue that can help people think. I don't think that's a bad thing to do. But I think if the chances of you making a huge change to the global population is very, very, very small.
Oh yeah, I know.
And that's the point. So it's where do I put my effort? Where's the value in my effort? And that's what I want to maximize. So, you know, the value of my effort is how I raise my kids. It's how I interact with other people around me. You know, that's what I call the ripple. You know, and that should ripple out. And hopefully my good actions, my good intentions, and sometimes my bad intentions are what's ripples out from me. That's the things I have control of. But maybe I overthink these things. No.
If the river is the analogy, I'm at the side and I don't have the effort or the energy to make a dam or change the direction of the river, but
I've got to go. I've got someone shouting for my help. I'm sorry.
Fine. I decided the river flowing that direction is evil. So I'm going to start telling people, hey, we should all start redirecting this river to flow more naturally in that direction. And hopefully someone will put in the effort and do it.
Everyone going to sleep?
What's happened here? No one around?
Seek and find.
Hello, Kev.
No. Baby Shark. BG. BG. There's a G. In a world.
Constitutionally protected activity.
Okay.
I believe he can do that. Most people wouldn't. And whether or not that was a good choice or a right choice is a different question. But legally, I don't believe there was anything wrong with him doing that. Yeah.
Can you really just at any point set up a militia in the US?
Just share.
Somebody talking? Somebody was talking? I knew somebody was talking.
Do you want to talk to Jim? Tell them a sticker ball?
No, I talked to Jim and I tell him he's the best flat earther ever.
They're speaking shit.
That's how I got kicked out of the room, or I went in there and I said, hello, good morning, flat earthers. Can any of you direct me to a real baller so I can have a real presentation or a real globe evidence pointed out to me? And I did it for like, I don't know, about 5 minutes straight. You know what I mean? Like the skit, like just kept everything they said to me. I was like, I just reversed it. Like, yeah, that's great flat earth evidence, but do you have any ball evidence?
Can Demark say hi to Jam, and then I'll go. Dem, just say hi to Jam. Be nice. Go.
Hey Jim, what's up? How you been? What, through you or what? Like through your voice thing or what? What do you mean? Like you'll go in there and say hi? My grandson don't feel good. And instead of talking, because he don't feel good, because he wants his little sippy cup or whatever, he like grabs my arm and acts like he's gonna bite it. He don't really do it. He just goes. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa! What you doing? He takes his fist and he squeezes them when he gets agitated, and he goes, ah! He's only one. It's so funny. What are you doing, Sin Cleanser? Cleansing sins?
Not doing shit.
I hear you. I figured you'd say, exercising the demons. No, there was like a week straight though. For any time I ever even got to go in gyms or talk to any of them, I just kept saying they were really good flat earthers. Yeah, it pissed him off. It was funny though. Like any evidence they showed me, it was like, "You want to see this evidence?" And instead of saying no, I'd be like, "Yeah, let's look at it." And I'd go look at it and be like, "Well, welcome to flat Earth, but do you have any globe evidence?" It's basically like if we presented like 100 evidences of flat Earth and they just kept saying no, that's for the globe, like they do. They're like, "Oh, straight water? Oh, that means globe all the way. No tilt? That's globe. No curve? Totally globe." If you can make a static like react off of something, like from the downward force or the downward, not downward force, just from the downward fall, right? From the resistance to the downward fall. There should be a material that gets a reaction that reverses it as soon as it starts falling down a little bit, builds up a certain charge, and then fights the fall. So all you have to do is have a material that builds up a current or a field or a charge that matches the idea of ground with the same amount of resistance as the downward resistance.
None of it makes sense, D-Mock. None of this shit makes any sense.
Still quiet in here, I see.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know. There's a McToon thing and it said flat Earth engine or something. I just clicked at it and looked on it real quick. It said flat Earth engine, mad skills. Was that like a flat Earth model on a computer or something? For McToon?
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Well, listen. It says McToon, flat Earth engine, mad skills. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, I don't see that, so I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks.
Well, it's on his YouTube channel. Of course, you wouldn't see it unless you clicked on McToon's YouTube channel.
I don't have a clue who that is. Do you have a link for McToon's YouTube channel, McToon?
Oh, it just pops up on my fucking thing. I thought it like popped up on everybody's shit. The link for it, I can put it in there, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
Really?
Really what?
Do you think that because something pops up on your recommended
Yeah, I'm a
news
flat
feed that
earther.
everybody's pops up that way?
Yeah, if you go in Flat Earth Rounder Discord and debates, usually that stuff comes on your phone. Yeah, that's what I thought. Algorithms. You ever heard of those?
Yeah, but none of the algorithms pop it up for me.
Oh, well, you're unlucky then. I don't know. Open your shit up a little more. Don't be so private.
Right.
Well, I mean, so you must got something blocked, buddy. I don't know. I get all kinds of them. Flat Earthers, Globers, everything, like notifications and shit. Like you don't. That's weird. It's just weird.
No, I usually just get notifications about cars.
Oh, well, then you must look up a lot of stuff about cars then instead of any Flat Earth stuff.
Well, I look up Flat Earth stuff as well.
But I
look
mean,
up
you see my
Flat
point.
Earth and Globe Earth. I look up politics. I
You see
look
my
up
point. Once the cars
science
pop up.
experiments. I look up all kinds of things.
But you see my point, though, right? When the cars pop up, if whatever you look at on this internet, these motherfuckers send you messages. I can't control it. I thought
But
nobody.
I look up Flat Earth stuff, but I don't get anything recommended about Flat Earth.
I just think that's weird. Don't you think that's weird?
No.
I do. I mean, if I look up Corvette and then 20 or like 2 days later, I got car people calling me about from Chevy and things popping on my phone for, you know, Chevys and Bicars and Corvettes just because I clicked on something. It's weird that you wouldn't get the same effect. You must. I want to get a phone like yours. That's all.
No, I get that kind of effect from things that pop up in my Facebook, but not on like a YouTube or anything. But like Facebook, if I click on an ad that pops up in my news feed, then I'll start seeing like commercials and shit on YouTube for that very thing, but I won't see.
That's probably what it is. I don't get on Facebook. I just do the YouTube thing.
Yeah,
That's
but YouTube only for me doesn't show up any of that. No.
Maybe I accidentally clicked the fucking notification thing. That could be very well be. Because, you know, I just use my phone. I'm not really on a computer or nothing, so I can easily butt click all kinds of shit.
Yeah, notifications turn off. Best way to handle all that.
Yeah. But I just thought that was interesting, just that sentence, you know what I mean? The flat earth engine. I just was like, what is that? It just caught my attention, that phrase. Not that I would like to send you guys to go see McToon or anything. What a name, though, for a Glober. McToon. For a cartoon globe. It's a great name. Okay. The guy's name is Flat Earth Engine. What the fuck? These weird ass names. Never mind, never mind. I thought somebody made a Flat Earth Engine, and that's the dude's name. What the fuck? It's so goofy.
Hey, D-Mock, you there? D-Mock? Yeah. Oh shit! Hold on. Your volume's low. Hold on. Maybe it's me though. Hold on. Let me just. No. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Are you busy right now, or are you available for a little bit of debating?
I don't know. What do you got?
Well, because the other day we were talking about like things like on a ball, whatever, and tilting and all that, and I never got to really explain that because I guess it got like over talked, by another topic. So I wanted to bring that back up again, but I don't know if you want to do that right now.
I don't care.
Okay. Let me see. So I don't know what I should start with. If I should start with the graphic, or if I should start with like the the mental picture, with the wood plank. Because that last time I tried that, it didn't really work. So maybe I could try it again. Who knows? So I'll just start with the example, and then I'm also going to bring up Blender while I'm doing that. But yeah. So you're pretty much claiming that on a ball, we would have things as they go over the curve, they would tilt away, right? And that's true. That is true. They would tilt away, but by how much is where you're wrong. All right. So you're making it seem like it should be a noticeable amount of tilting, right? When something goes over the curve, like a boat, hiding behind the horizon, there should be like a lot of tilt because it's going over the curve, right? What?
Yes, it would be impossible on a sphere for something to drop and be away from you without that tilt. They have to match.
Well, see, so that's the thing, yeah. So I say, yeah, it will tilt, just not as much as you think it would. All right. So I'm going to tell you right now the numbers, and I'm going to show you a graphic that I did in Blender.
You're not giving me the numbers for a real globe, Earth of dirt. You're giving me the numbers for a cartoon thing that you're not really down on it. You know what I mean? You're just giving me these numbers that match your idea of what you're like backing, but it's not reality. That's the thing.
All right. Should I just skip to the graphic then?
Well, like 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
That's how much tilt you should have.
Well, in my graphic?
No, listen. 8 inches per mile. If something drops 8 inches down,
yeah,
it should drop in tilt.
Yeah.
Okay. Every 8 inches per mile.
It does tilt, yeah.
No. Per mile squared, not 1 degree for 69 miles. Every per mile, 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared. That's
after every mile, every additional mile should be exponentially a greater little tilt, a little more of a percentage of a tilt.
Yes, but it's a very small tilt to begin with, though. So
No. You say that, but 8 inches per mile square, it begs to differ. 8 inches per mile square is different than 69 miles in 1 degree. Those are different.
Okay,
Those are different numbers.
So I get your argument, but I'm going to tell you why it's wrong. All right, I'm going to tell you why it's wrong. If you let me, though, because I know you like to kind of jump in, right? Also, by the way, I noticed I'm talking a little bit slower and calmer, so hopefully, you guys appreciate that. Anyway, I want to say that's wrong because of a few reasons. For one, I've done the math myself. You can get like a circle, like I've done it in one of the programs that I've done.
The math with?
So I've done the math with like a circle on a program that I did that I have, right, and essentially there's that 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, more or less, because once again that's only an estimate, right? But I see that though happening with my circle, right? So the drop is happening, right? But the tilt though that you're saying should go along with it, though, that's not the case, because
if your boat has a needle going off of it, a big tall needle, right?
Yes.
Like a 10-inch needle. And you have your little model set up and your little boat and your little globe and everything, and there's a 10-inch needle coming from the center of every boat. You got 20 boats lined up.
Yeah.
One center boat and the other boats to the right, the other boats to the left. You're telling me that these 10-inch little things sticking out of these boats won't exponentially be wider apart from each other? You're telling me
hold
that
on.
won't happen on the sphere?
Say it again. I'm sorry. I kind of blanked
Little
out.
Little boats on the top of your sphere. Start with one. Start with one, and you go out 10 to the right, 10 to the left. You
Okay.
pick any distance you want between them, same distance. Say 10 miles between them. So 10 boats, 10 miles between them. So that'd be 100 miles to the right, 100 miles to the left. 10 boats to the left, 10 boats to the right. You got a needle on each boat going up 10 inches. So you're going to see this big ass needle because you got a little bitty circle on your paper.
Yes. Are the boats facing outwards or inwards?
What do you mean?
Because you're saying you have like 10 boats to the left and 10 boats to the right. They're both 100 miles like apart from the center point, right? Like we're starting from a center point, right?
All the boats are sideways to your view.
Oh, okay. So I can see them from. Okay, I can see their side profile.
And then, so what you'll see is the center mast of each one. You'll see the middle one, the center one, have one straight up center mast, and every other one shouldn't have a center mast that's straight up anymore. But what you see in reality is all these center masts are always straight up. That's my contention with the globe. These center masses, if you put a needle on them or anything like the crow's nest, it should move away. Like it should be exponentially further away each boat.
Mm-hmm.
And we see this in reality. We see this, but we don't see this in I'm sorry, hold on. We see this on your model, but we don't see this in reality. We see the tilt on your model. I mean, we can see it. It's there. We agree. You put the 10-inch needles, they're going to exponentially be wider at the top than they are at the base.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like a sewing needle in like a blanket, or you've got two quilting needles and she's got the 2 points next to each other and the two ends are far away. And exponentially they should get farther from each boat. So by the 5th boat, it should be more of a tilt. 6th boat, 7th boat, 8th boat. So like the 1 degree of tilt's it cannot be right. It cannot be right.
Well, real fast, you said that this happens on our model. This is what you said. You said this actually happens.
On your model, you have 8 inches per mile squared. But then you're saying that only equivalates to 1 degree for 69 miles. Those two that math does not add up.
Well, okay. So real fast, all right. Well, here's one of the issues, one of the errors that you have. So for one, 8 inches per mile square is first off a rough estimate. All right. Second off, 8 inches per mile square doesn't even tell you how much tilt there should be. It only tells you how much drop. Tilt and drop, they aren't the same thing. All right. So there's two problems with your what you're asserting here. It's not the case. Now, with that being said, I can show you now a 3D graphic where you have something slowly, moving further and further away. Further and further. I don't know, my voice did that. Anyway, further and further away from you, right? It's moving further and further, right? And when it goes over the not the hill, but over the curve, it's not tilting the entire time. And if it is, once again, it is tilting, but at such a small degree that you're not going to see it visually, right? So I could show you that if you want me to, because we can argue this all day, but without actual examples. We're just talking out of our asses. Is that fine? Hello, Demo?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me real fast pull up the visual. Screen. All right. So let me real fast. So here's the full sphere, although it's not lined up. Hold on. Second. You're not even joined anyway. Okay. Hold on. Let me make some edits anyway. All right, DMOC, you gonna join to see the graphic? Can you join? Hello? Hello? Okay, I don't know what happened to DMOC. DMOC? Is he okay? He might. Okay, so DMOC, if you are listening, you might be lagging right now. All right, I don't think it's me because I have 21 ping at the moment, but you might be lagging. And so if you are talking right now and I'm talking over you, it's because you're probably lagging. All right, just so you know. So what the fuck's happening? Why is everyone leaving for? All right. Got Fusili, get Dawn, JJ, D-Monk. Well, anyway, I guess we'll just show Fusili since he's here. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just move things out of the way so it's a little obvious. Maybe I could change these colors too. Let me real fast change the colors of these so they're a little bit more obvious. I'm gonna make this. I'd make it red, but I feel like red's kind of dark color in terms of seeing detail on it. So I'm gonna real fast make it like maybe like a cyan color. I'll make this one red because this is not the one we're looking at, so I can make this one red. Okay. You know what? Let's change it to yellow. No, that's still. Hold on. Make this one. There we go. So here we go. We have the observer here, I guess, and we have an object, right? And in this example, I have it where it moves, right? I don't know if you can see that, but it's moving.
There's no, yeah, but there's no arc in there.
Oh, there is an arc. Look. Now, granted, it's like a giant ball. Let me make this part of the ball. Whatever.
No, but when you get close to it, there's no arc.
What? Of course not, because it's freaking.
No, not of course not. A sphere never flattens out like that. Never.
Yes, it does. Have you not seen my other stuff? The
close a sphere does not flatten out ever.
Yes, it does.
You got the little square grids behind the sphere showing the square grid pattern.
Yeah, look. You see see how it like it's dipping and dipping.
Exactly. It never flattens. Listen,
look,
you have it looking like a horizontal, a diagonal line, dude.
Because we're so zoomed in, that's why. I mean, you understand that the more zoomed in you get to a sphere, the flatter it gets, right? That's how it's.
Now look at the squares. Do you see how each square exponentially shows itself more as you go? You got a little piece of a square, then you got a bigger one, 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 bigger one as you go. That's the same tilt you should have, and the same fucking tilt as you go down.
Okay, so
hold on a second. There's no tilt. Where's the tilt?
There is tilt. Okay, so real fast. Okay, so I'm gonna real fast show.
Straight lines. Those are all straight up and down lines.
Okay. Let me just. Okay, so here we go. Right, we have this yellow guy right here. All right, it's just a cylinder. The tilt here, fortunately, it doesn't have it physically on the object, but it is on the where is it? On the circle. So right now the tilt for this is 5.15 degrees, right? And towards the end of it, I'm not sure where the end of where is it? Towards the end of the animation, though, like when it's moving. I think it stops at 40, I think. Let me see. Yeah, it stops at 40. Yep. So over here now, we're at 4 degrees, all right? So originally, so see right here, see this number right here, it says 4. I don't know if you can see that. It might be kind of small on your screen. But it says 4 here, right? 4 degrees.
Yeah.
And towards the beginning of the animation, we're talking about 5.15 degrees, all right? So it only really changed 1 degree,
so
all right?
2,800 or yeah.
Yeah, so we real fast go to the object again. This is before, and then towards the end of the animation, it's right here. All right. So it does tilt. It's not a whole lot, though. It does tilt, though. Anyway, let me real fast show you now from the camera's perspective, right?
Basically 280 miles away from us. It would be 4 degrees. Is that what you're saying?
280's 674.
Basically 69 times 4.
Yeah, 70. Yeah, before like 4 degrees. Yeah. But anyway, in this example though, it's not a to scale Earth, but because this is way smaller. But it does show you the example though that as it's going away though, right? So we real fast zoom in as it's going away. Once it goes behind the curve, it does a little bit. There was a little bit of tilt because it's 1 degree. But as you can see though,
now my point is the face of that object. If you had a human face on there instead of just a flat yellow block, you would see a differential from a straight looking face at you from a tilted face.
Okay,
right?
I could try that real fast if you want.
Like a totem pole, yeah. And eventually we can see up that boy's nose somewhere.
Well, if it's far enough, but in this example, you would not see up the person's nose though. It's not even happening. Not even close. Let me real fast add that real fast.
But the face does shift to where you can see up the nostrils rather than just looking straight in the eyes and the tip of the nose, right?
In this example, 1 degree won't do that.
Listen to what I'm saying. If my face is looking straight at you and I have a picture, a flat picture, and you're looking at the tip of the nose and I just tilt it 4 degrees, now you're going to see a little bit of the black of the under of the nose. Get what I'm saying?
I mean, if it's a picture, I don't know exactly, but yeah,
If I tilt a cup of water 4 degrees, you're going to see that fucking tilt in that liquid.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
4 degrees. For 4 degrees though, 4 degrees.
Right. So do it like a cup of liquid at 4 degrees tilt. Like that tube is a cup of liquid from the side. And we want to look at it from the side, not forward.
You want us from the side now?
Okay. A tube of liquid from the side. Yep. Yeah, because we're trying to figure out how to definitely prove your globe for you. In reality. So we can get like a boat and have like a tube of liquid on the boat and get it this distance away, and we can zoom in. And when the liquid tilt matches your diagram here, then we're good to go. I mean,
can I just do a face? I mean, like, because I mean, doing a whole liquid thing, that's a little bit more, detail. I have to like.
No. Hold on. We can do a face, but eventually the liquid thing would be the best.
I mean,
like in reality, if you move a cup of liquid away from me and it tilts at all, and it's colored liquid, and you have a marked line at where you start the liquid at on level surface, so you start the liquid with the level baseline up to the black line, and then you move the colored liquid, which would be like fluorescent green or something. So you'll see when it moves, it'll deviate from the line. It'll go up. You'll see the black line and the clear liquid go above it. So like that's the best test. So then we would see tilt and drop. See, these boats should have a big thing of liquid on them, a big yellow thing of Mountain Dew with a black line marking the top the level line, the main level line, and then send them off. And whenever you can see from the side or the front that line deviates, then you can say, hey, I'm on a curve. I mean, literally, that's what we need. That's it. We need the liquid in the tube in the boat going away from us. And if we have 10 boats lined up with 10 tubes of liquid and we can see the first one and then the other tubes of liquid deviating from that one as the boats go away, man, I'm with you on this curve.
So can we real fast try to pull up, let me see. Another cylinder? No, I wish they would have it real fast. Let me do it like that. Add cylinder. Oh, this shit's huge. Hold on. Okay, 0.006.
I mean, I understand what you're saying in this diagram and shit like that, but us being like little bitty people, if we're on the little bitty base of this diagram, we're looking from a huge giant God perspective right now too also. So like as humans on the surface of that little bitty thing, we would notice more than what we're noticing now as big bastards on that little bitty ball, because the other way around would be us being the little bastards and the ball would be the big godlike thing.
Yeah. Oh no! If I do the liquid thing, I have to. I mean, because
no, it's going to be hard on a computer. But do you see on your computer? Hold on, back up a little bit. Stop. You see that line right there? Zoom in a little bit more. The main black line. Zoom in a little more.
You mean this one?
Down with your up. That darkest black line. Yep, right.
Oh, right here, the actual.
Yeah. Do you know you can get that right now and get like a ruler or something or a piece of paper and like exactly trace that in reality, and then take some liquid and move it across it in real life? Like get that line.
So hold on, you're saying pretty much that so is this what you're trying? Is this what you're expecting, that if I was to move the cup really low on the earth, like let's say right about here, hold on, like right about here, right? That
you had like 100 of them. Yeah, if you had 100 cups, you would see the liquid be like fucking crazy tilted. Promise you.
Okay, hold on. So let me do real fast. Let me draw this out real fast.
See, because we need something that we can optically tell that gives us the reading or the measurement of the tilt, or you know what I mean, or the reaction of, because the liquid's going to react to the tilt or being off centered any amount. So just one degree off center for liquid is going to tell you that it's off. You know what I mean? You're going to see it.
Shit. Hold on. There we go. So let me get this straight then. This is what you're pretty much saying. Okay, I have this tilted, right? And you're saying that
liquid in there, yep.
If I had liquid in here, are you saying it should be? Hold on, let me just real fast.
The liquid would appear level and straight, and your line for
Like
level,
this? Like it would be like that?
yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, and your line would be tilted, and your black line would be straight across. You know, the center of that tube, and then your water wouldn't be. So your black middle line, just to mark a black base level line across that tube, the middle, and you
okay.
would
Well, let me get that real fast because
like
I need
a cup with a black line on the middle of it.
You know, I got better. Hold on, let me real fast do this in Paint because I mean Paint is better for that. Let me real fast open it up whenever it wants to open up. Okay, and then we real fast change windows to Paint.
Yeah, these are all cups of yellow liquid.
I want to make sure I understand what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So let me real fast. So let's do that again. The curve.
10 cups of water. Yep, you'd have a line like that. Your line in your glass would be a level line for the center, and like you filled your glass up with liquid to that line. And then after you filled your glass up to that line, then you started moving the glass away from you on a sphere. You're going to see that liquid tilt.
So real fast, are you saying the liquid should tilt like this? Is that what you're saying? Or it should just be like this? It should be like this, right? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, but I mean, we could literally just. Let me see. If it was see-through, I guess you.
No. You have to have a center. Well, you got to have a center cup of liquid, and then liquid going away on each side.
Oh, from the top, right? It went on the top, whatever.
Yes, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
so if you have one center liquid and then you have another bottle of liquid on the right and one on the left, they're both going to be leaning crazy from that. And then the next ones, and then the next ones. So like we should be able to see this in reality on the water or on the flat piece of plane somewhere.
Yeah. All right. That's fine. But I mean, we're kind of straying from the original point. The whole original point was to show you that you can have things, right? Like in my blender example, let me real fast go back to that. The whole point was to show that you can have things on a ball, all right? And let me go back to this. Yeah, you can have things on a ball, and when they go over the curve, you know, not visibly tilt. You know what I'm saying? You seeing that? That was the whole point of this. It was just to show that you can do that. Now, I can go on with the water example if you want, but you know, does this at least, you know, show that you can have, you know, things going over the, you know, the curve and not tilting? Is this a fair example of that? You seeing that, right?
That things go over the curve and don't tilt?
Well, don't tilt visibly, like in this example, it's not visibly tilting.
No, hold on. They do tilt and they tilt visibly. It's just you're saying that the eye can't catch the minuscule amount.
So then it's not visibly. We're the only ones that could. I mean, unless you're talking about like a camera with really good resolution, like would have to have like millions and billions of pixels. But I mean,
here. Okay, let me say. What I'm saying is, we know for a fact it's tilting in our brain. We know it's tilting, right? It has to.
Uh-huh.
So, hold on. And if you can measure pixels, in order to not be able to measure that would be insane.
Okay, but are you seeing this here though, right? This doesn't visibly, okay, for as humans, like I can't really tell that's tilting. Are you seeing this? You seeing how it's going over the
Look
curve?
at it from the side.
Yeah, okay. So this is the beginning point. Me real fast, oh shit.
And if you're a human down on the ground somewhere, and you're a human out this way, that thing's gonna tilt. Yeah.
I need to find it first. Hold on, real fast.
Yeah, that's definitely tilting.
Okay, what happened? What's this?
It's tilting because they're both tilting great, and you can tell because neither one of them are straight up and down, and you can tell by the squares behind them. So yeah, you can see this humanly. You can measure this.
And this is the other example. This is the other position.
So if you had a helicopter put out like
It
a
looks-
black grid, a black fake little screen grid to the water, like a 10-foot or 40-foot by 40-foot little black like blanket, or a little blanket with like little squares, black grids behind the object, you see it tilt.
But are you seeing this right now? Visibly, it doesn't look like it's tilting. This is
Oh
before.
no, it is. Look at the squares behind it. I can visibly see that it is. Yes, perfectly.
Okay, let's take the fucking squares out. All right.
Well, you got the well, it doesn't matter now. It's tilting. It's on a sphere. It's a tilt.
No, but I mean like tilt. Okay, this is before. This is at what is that? At 5.
Line straight up and down next to it.
This is
Put
at
a
5.
line-
Hold on.
Put a
This is
line
5.
straight up and down next to it.
No. Look, listen. All right, I'm talking about. We don't
You know,
need
you told us we can't optically do this. Yes, we can. You need more than one object. Stop being so lazy. If you want to really improve the Earth, why would you just use one block that you can't tell? How stupid is that sounding?
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Put another line, a straight line, up and down,
Where?
next to it, on the right or left. An actual straight line. And you're going to see that it tilts. I mean, all we have to do is have a reference frame, just like you boys in your calculations, right? For your 93 million miles.
Yes, it's tilting. But... Okay, listen. All right, listen. Okay, so.
Well, if you put the reference line of a straight line next to it, how hard is that for you?
How do we do that in real life then? How do we do it? How do we put a reference like that in real life?
Start with the tilted pole. And the tilted pole becomes the straight pole. And the object that is straight to you that goes away becomes the tilted thing. Like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. You forced the tilt. The whole reason for that tower was to prove the Earth is flat.
What?
You understand that, right?
No. What the hell are you talking about?
That's the whole experiment right here. That block is the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Okay. Anyway, look, for real. Enough with the memes, though. Okay. So without a reference, all right? Without a reference, I'm just saying these two. This is before, right? This is before. And then the after. This is after 1 degree of hold on. This is wait a second. This
Right,
is
but you're asking me how you would do this on Earth. I'm telling you how.
No, I'm just saying, can you tell the difference between this?
Listen, you start with the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and when it got straight to you, straight up and down, when it wasn't tilting anymore, that's when you know you're on a globe.
Okay.
So when do you see that on the Earth? We have a Leaning Tower of Pisa in reality. We can really go film this and back up from it. At some point, it has to go straight up and down instead of being tilted on a globe. Has to.
You're not gonna notice it though. We're talking about degrees, and if you can go high enough, maybe. But I mean, it's really hard to see that. The only time I've ever seen some kind of tilting, right, was in a video that Sim Cleanser sent.
I don't know what I'm saying.
It was an ISS video. Hold on, I'm talking. Okay, in an ISS video, right, there was clouds going over the horizon, and those were tilting, and by you're talking about like a few degrees. Yes, and I get it. You guys aren't going to believe that, but that's the only video that I know where you actually seeing tilting because you're actually high enough to see it. But anything lower than that, you're really not going to notice any real major tilting. It's not going to be noticeable to the eye. But in that video, you do see tilting. The clouds do tilt, and they do go over a curve, though. So whether you want to believe that is it's another whatever. But I'm just saying, you have to get really high, ISS level high, to see it.
Yeah,
right?
no, that's what you think. Listen, the computer animation is not good. What we need is the Leaning Tower of Pisa proves it for you. It's a forced tilt. So we got an object, we forced the tilt. Now what we have to do is make that forced tilt be straight up and down by backing away only.
Yes. All right. So
you can go to the Leaning Tower of Pisa and back up from it, and it goes straight up and down, and never have that tilt from the side view ever, or from any like you can see it straight up and down. That's what we're waiting for.
All right.
What
So
do we want? If you can make the Leaning Tower not lean visually by backing up, we're on a globe. I'm with you. I got
real
you.
fast. So leaning Tower of Pisa, right? That is tilted by 3.9 degrees. All right. So 3.9 times 69.
Isn't that 4 degrees you were just talking about with me?
Yeah,
Isn't
that was
that
40.
a coincidence?
You could do that. Yeah, you could do that in ISS. If you're high, if you're at the ISS level, then you could probably notice it. Okay, but you have to be as high as the ISS for that shit.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's your excuse. That's what you
hold
keep
on.
saying.
Well, let me
listen,
real fast.
listen. If I get a ball right now and I put a thing that's straight up and down, and I put another thing and I force the tilt at 3.9 degrees, and I roll this ball away from me, I guarantee you, when I roll this ball a little bit, that thing's gonna look straight up and down. Guaranteed. I've done it before. Listen, on the earth right now, we should just be able to back up from the Leaning Tower of Pisa in our car with the camera stuck to the hood, and the Leaning Tower should straighten and straighten.
You would have to be. You would have to be.
And straighten.
You would have to. You would have to be 269 miles away for that.
Dude, you just keep saying Narnia, fucking Mickey Mouse.
It's not, man. Listen, I was just trying to show you like how.
You're not trying to do anything. We have the Leaning Tower, right? We have this. You're showing me a computer program, and we have this thing on the dirt in reality, in real life. We have this 4-degree forced. You ask me how we do it. This is how. The Leaning Tower is a 3.9 degree forced tilt. That's the only way you can see something untilt itself. It's the only way you can see optically something tilt or not. You want to see it untilt. You want to see it go straight. So if you can measure straight things, but you can't measure the tilt ever, we want to measure the straight Leaning Tower of Pisa on your sphere. And this should be doable all the time, every day, all day. The National Geographic should have already done this. This should have been done in the 1800s, the 1700s, the 1200s, but every day.
You might be able to catch this on a plane. Let me see, 45,000 feet up in the air. You might be able to catch this on a plane because your horizon distance is roughly around 260. Well, okay, if assuming your observer height is 45,000 feet in the air, your horizon distance is roughly 259. So you might be able to catch the Leaning Tower of Pisa straightening itself. With that being said, though, I'd imagine it's still not going to be the easiest thing to see because, I mean, like, even if it does straighten itself, from certain angles, it's not going to really you're not going to really notice any real tilting. All right. Because remember, the farther you are away from an object, the more flat it appears from front to back. All right. So normally when you have an object tilt to you, right, the part that's tilting towards you is slightly larger, right? Because that's how perspective works. Right. And the part that's the part that's, you know, not leaning away from you, but the part that's further is going to be smaller. Right. So there's this distinct warping. All right. But if you're really far away from this object, though, right, both the front and back of that object are going to be relatively the same distance away from you, right? And so you're not going to have this really forced, you know, like perspective. It's not going to really look like, you know, warping, whatever. So what's going to happen is visually, it's just going to look like it's squashing, like vertically. It's going to look like it's getting, like, you know, like it's squashing, like just vertically. And that's what you might notice. So, I mean, with the Leaning Tower of Pisa, I guess assuming you could see the top of of Pisa from where you are, right? And then you start backing up, it'll get to a point where you can no longer see the top. So I'll give you that, all right? If we can measure the top, if we can see a little bit of the top of the Pisa, then if we back up enough, the top will no longer be visible. How's that sound? And then again, that's the thing. That's also assuming though that your elevation, you know, doesn't make you see the top either, though. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're high, if you're above the Leaning Tower of Pisa, then you know, then you're going to see the top of the, you know, the building. So I don't know. It's a really tricky example. I get what you're getting at, DMOC, but it's a little bit more complicated than how you're putting it. All right. So let me real fast. Maybe I should model the Leaning Tower of Pisa right now in Blender. Maybe I'll just do that to you know. So let me real fast get Leaning Tower of Pisa. So let me real fast take what? This only leads about 1 degree though, so I might have to be a little bit whatever. Shit. You know, actually, I can make them bigger. I haven't realized that. Let me do that. So I'm gonna make this bigger. Make it 4 times bigger. Maybe that'll change it. I don't know how much, but bam. Okay. And let me go to.
So are you getting there, close to it?
I'm gonna real fast see if I can do the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I'm gonna see if I can whatever, because I was explaining to you, but I don't think you were listening. But it's not gonna be a noticeable thing. But I'm gonna see if I can do it in my little example, and see if we can see anything noticeable. All right. So I'm gonna real fast make these objects bigger, and have it travel a farther distance.
Yeah.
So.
How tall is that Leaning Tower?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that.
All right. All right. Circle. Move this. All right. Starting position is 515. We're going to change that to 1.15. Rotation. Okay, so now it's leaning. Now I got to make these bigger. Okay. 0.3. Okay. Keep going. Okay, how do I... Zero 0.6. 0.6. Actually, what am I doing? Why don't I just go higher? I just realized that. All right, here we go. Change the camera height. Okay. Bring it a little bit higher. No idea where it is. So I need to rotate this now by 3.9. There we go. It's also way too close. Hold on. Oh, okay. So here we go. Make this color red. There we go. Okay, so in this example, our Leaning Tower of Pisa has a red top, and as it goes away, at roughly 200, I'm still seeing a bit of the top, though. Less of the top, but... Yeah, this is gonna be tricky, D-Monk. I'm trying it right now, but I'm noticing there's a lot of issues with this Leaning Tower of Pisa example. So, for one, in order for you to see 4 degrees, you would have to be, like I said, up at like airplane height. But once you're at that height, though, right, you're now really high up, right, to the point where, yeah, you're gonna be above the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and so naturally, when you're above an object, right, you're able to see the top of it, right? So in this example here, I have the camera high enough to where, you know, so I can see it still over the curve. But with that being said, once it does, even after it tilts 4 degrees, I'm still higher than you know, the Leaning Tower. So I might have to go a little bit further for me to no longer see the top.
You need to go on a side view. Why do you keep going forward view?
Because this is what we see in real life. We don't see side view. We see forward.
No, you see the side of the horizon and you look forward. You see both. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, even if we do see the side
If
of the
I look
horizon.
out in my real life world, I see left to right a huge fucking amount and it's all flat as fuck. So now you need to, and that's our horizon line. That's the line you need to go on. So if you can go on that line left to right and listen, not forward. Forward's not what you want. When you keep asking, how can we see this visually? And then you keep presenting it to me a way that you don't want to show it visually. That's stupid. Not you being stupid, but that's just a stupid format. Do it left to right on your sphere. Don't be afraid. Just left to right, improve your sphere. That's all you have to do.
Okay,
So left to right, we need to see the Leaning Tower of Pisa be straight. I mean, it's really simple. I mean, that's all we fucking need. So basically, if you put the Leaning Tower on a roller, right, on rolling wheels with a flat platform and rolled it away from you,
Yeah.
and you're on like a cue ball, you know, you should see this fucking thing straighten out. Literally, it should straighten out. Whether you see the barely tip of it, then you get a straight line in your, you get a straight line, put it up like, damn, okay, straight line, straight, okay, cool, we're straight.
So
I
hold
mean,
on.
get it.
So hold on. So you're saying Leaning Tower of Pisa from left to right, not from forward to back. You're saying left to right?
Of course.
Then it won't ever straighten out. It's going to get even more tilted. Why would it straighten out for?
It won't. It's already tilted. What do you mean it won't straighten out?
So it'll tilt out. Well, okay. So if for example, right?
It's the only thing it can do is straighten out on a globe. What are you talking about?
No, on left to right it won't. If you're saying forward to back, yes, it will, because then it's tilting away, and then you can negate the tilt that it had originally. But if you're doing left to right,
what a
how would
smokestack looks like on a building? Picture the Leaning Tower as a smokestack.
Okay, hold on, no, okay,
No, stop. If
my
you
bad.
keep going, it will straighten out. I
Okay,
don't know
my bad.
what you're talking about.
My bad. I was thinking. Okay, my bad. I was thinking of the Leaning Tower of Pisa already tilting away. But if it's tilting towards, then okay, you can have it where I guess you could. Yeah, you can have it straighten out. But still, though, I mean, I'm trying to think here. So you would let me see.
But you guys only think looking forward. It's crazy. You're on a ball, man. Every part of it's the same, dude. Every part's the same.
200 and something. It's going to be hard to see that, but I guess it could be possible. Let me real fast see the numbers. Real fast.
If we see that, that's all we need to see. That would prove your ball.
So let me pull out Notepad real fast, get some numbers. So let's say 260. That's going to be your radius. Times that by 2 is 520. Times it by 3 roughly to get your circumference.
How long do you think this is going to take you to do?
Hold on, give me a second. 1,560. So we would roughly see 520 in front of us. So roughly. So there would be straight there. Okay. I guess. Let me see if I can find that image.
I'm saying on your diagram, on your thing, you should be able to clearly spin that ball away from you or bring that towards you, and at some point it should straighten out. Now, how much of it we can see or whatever, it doesn't matter to me. Like, so if you've seen like this little piece after it got so far away from you, but the little piece was up straight up and down, like, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only a 4-degree tilt, so you only got to get it like 200, whatever miles on the globe. So we in our longest video or camera or whatever from what's his name is 1,200 miles, but on the ground it's probably 300 to 400 miles would be perfectly the amount. It's like the perfect amount. The 3.9, yeah, I'm telling you.
Well, real fast, that image that Kosho sent a while back, like the one that was all like the mountains and all whatever, and he was explaining, what I'm talking about. Let me try to find it real fast. There was like a mountain. There was an image where apparently the horizon was 270 miles, like away. Like it was, what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I think so. I think I saw it.
That
But
would be.
I said I was just remembering the world's longest picture from like a certain elevation, and then the world's longest picture from like a plane. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me see. Kosho. Let me see if I can find that image real fast. Has image.
I think it's like 400 miles at a certain elevation, and it would be the perfect amount, like to get back up from the Leaning Tower and see it straight, but not necessarily the Leaning Tower, but the Leaning Tower on like a section of water or a guaranteed level surface. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, guarantee that you're going to go away on the surface is not being fucked up like dirt you can't use. That's why, we're using your little diagram and like blue ocean type idea, because the ocean, and the idea of level.
Okay, so in Kosho's image, it's not really, it's really just mountains. See, but that's the thing, though. Unless you can really zoom in on buildings, if you have a really good camera, maybe you will see this, but it's going to be really hard, though. I mean, a lot of cameras, you know,
We got
can't zoom.
telescopes. We got all kinds. We got observatories. You can point an observatory forward at this bitch.
All right, well, that's what we need to do then, I guess. I mean, but
Yes,
I mean,
I'm telling you, look, we have observatories. All you need is a portion of a body of water somewhere 400 miles away, 300 miles away from it, with a 4-degree tilt. And if that object looks straight up and down, you force the tilt, of course. And if that object appears straight up and down, then we're on a globe. I'm with you.
all right, well, we need to find someone would need to do that, but even then, though, I still think there's still issues with this, though. I'm thinking about it right now. There's still some issues, but if you can get over that, if you can get over the issues, I mean, there's a possibility you might be able to
Well,
see
there's
something.
other things too. You can also put a straight object that next to the force tilt that isn't tilted and have like faces on it, like a totem pole, and you carve the little noses. And inside the noses, you have like red or blue or green or whatever, but the totem pole is just brown. So you have colored nostrils, but only up in the nose, like past like 1/4 of an inch or past like an inch. That way you have to actually, when it's tilted to a certain 3.9 degree, you can see the color. So if you ever see the color of the noses in the totem pole, I'm with you also. It's the same way, same thing. If you can prove a tilt, I'm with you. Drop's not doing it. You have to have drop with tilt.
All right, but still, we're gonna go back to this, but not at the amount that you're claiming. But if you know, I guess you'll be satisfied either way, though, if we were to see tilt, you know, regardless of the distance, because at that point, how would you really explain that on a flat Earth?
Right. If you had a big ass face, 100 miles high, and the face went away from me, and all I can see standing on the ground is the base of his nose. When it gets to a certain point, all I see it's a certain point. I see its nose. When it first starts out, of course, I can look straight up, directly up its nostrils. Right, it's 100-foot fucking head. But now when you back it away, all I see is the front of its eyes, its nose, its face, its mouth, its teeth.
Yeah.
At a certain point, this big ass head that you know how tall it is. You know, I mean, I'm just giving a number that's big so you can see up to it. It's so high. So it's high enough that you can see up the nostrils. So it backs away from you, and when it gets to like fucking 400 miles away, you should see up the nostrils instead of the tip of the nose ball.
Fair enough. Yep.
That's my only thing. I mean, on the ball, I think we should have done this. We should have made a styrofoam big ass head or something. Some object where we can optically see the front, you know, change.
But I'm telling you, though, we're gonna need like some crazy telescopes, though, like some really crazy ones, because once you know get this far, like it's you know, like, because like in the image that Kosho sent, like I could barely make out anything. It's just mountains in the distance. So you would need some really good like lenses, you know, some really good telescopes.
But we can tell those mountains aren't tilted and they're straight up and down and parallel with each other. That's the only. Everything's always parallel. That's my only point. It's just odd. It's just odd.
Yeah, well, you say that, but I mean, it's. I don't really know how long the mountain is. I mean, there's a lot of math that goes into this. You know, it's not nearly as intuitive as you think it is, but even if there was tilting,
it can be if you take a ruler and put it against the screen. Those rulers have parallel straight lines, and if those mountain points, those mountain tips matched on the ruler lines perfectly, that's a problem for your globe every time.
Well,
I mean, come on.
Well, here's the thing.
We're
It's
talking
hard.
pixels.
Well, here's the thing. It's hard to tell, you know, how you know, if a mountain's tilting or not, because let's say it's only tilting 1 or 2 degrees, right? How do you know that's not just how the mountain is, you know, looks like? I mean, mountains are like really rugged shapes. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't really necessarily tell 100% if they're tilting or not. You know, some already look like they're tilting. You know,
It's rugged shape, but they have a point to them like a pyramid, and that's another reason we had the 3 pyramids. There wasn't just one pyramid; there's 3, and you have to keep in mind if you want to prove the shape of the Earth, maybe you can do 3 things at the same time. Maybe you can have a straight up and down object. Maybe you can have like a totem pole object, and maybe you can have like a force leaning object. Maybe fill the straight up and down object with liquid. I mean, in reality, on the ocean, like if you put it on a barge, a flat barge. You put these objects on there and you pulled it away, or on a flat lake. I'm sorry, a 400-mile flat lake, basically. Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna real fast go looking for. I mean, I doubt there's images out there, but I'm gonna go looking for some images of like zoomed in horizons on an airplane or a mountain or something. Because Kosho's image, like that would be
Cityscapes.
the height, you know.
Cityscapes would be better. The buildings are cubed and squared and straight usually, and they'll be a better instrument of measuring a tilt from each other. That,
Yeah.
in my opinion. If
But
you have any city views of any buildings, like one starting city to the next city, like if you got this city here and the last building of this city and the first building of this city, and they have a tilt between them, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, but like I said, those are gonna be really hard to images like that. Those are gonna be hard to find because you gotta be
Well,
on
we
a
got hot air
mountain
balloons. We've
hot air
got
balloons.
Hindenburgs. We've got big city skyscraper workers that take pictures. We got satellites. We got helicopters. I mean, we have all kinds of shit that gets up in the air. I mean, we should be able to do this.
Let's see.
Well, hot air balloons I bring up because they go slow enough so you can take in the breathtaking fucking view for a long ass time and fall asleep while you do so. And then the next best thing would be a helicopter. Shit, if you can get a helicopter, an actual helicopter to fly upside down, that'd be cool. That'd convince me.
Let's see.
Because on this globe, from the center of gravity, right above Australia, there's an upside down helicopter flying at like 1,000 feet. And then on my side of the earth, upside down, there's a helicopter flying at 1,000 feet. There's no differential here. So if a helicopter can fly in front of me at 1,000 feet upside down, I'd love to see it.
Hmm. All right, yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna just go look. I'm gonna go do some image hunting. All right. You guys talk about whatever in the meantime, but I'm gonna go image hunting. Forgot I was streaming. My bad.
No problem. What was that?
I was basically me and DMOC were talking about like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. If if you were a certain distance away, would you see it until or depending left to right, if you were to like have it tilt inwards, then you were to like move it like what is it, like 200 and something miles away, would it straighten itself out? I was explaining how it would be kind of a really hard picture to take, because you would have to be really high up, and even then I don't know, it's a really hard just picture to take in general. But I don't know, I guess it is somewhere it's possible to sort of get that shot, but I don't know, it's just really hard to do it. So I was just trying to humor that idea.
You could work out where you'd have to be in relation to the leaning tower or the object that you have where you're forced to tilt. You could literally work out like how many miles away. I mean, that's all you need.
Yeah, but I mean, but it really comes down to this, like I said, like those like lenses and telescopes. Like if it exists, if they exist out, those lenses that can zoom in that much, and there you go, I guess. But I just don't know if we have anything that powerful, to really zoom in,
Well, if we see it,
I wouldn't call it powerful. I would call it sensitive. Right?
Sensitive?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to see very far,
about 200 miles. Do we have that?
The farther you want to see, the less light you have. So it's not that you require more power, you require more sensitivity, right?
Oh, well, I mean, okay, I guess that's fair.
More of a focus, a bigger area, more focus.
But I mean, that's also the thing, though. I mean, Bacon, do you think we have lenses that are, good enough to zoom in on the, Leaning Tower of Pisa, 269 miles away or whatever? Is that? I mean, I guess it's possible.
Well, of course. I mean, but the problem isn't the distance. The problem is the atmosphere.
Oh, and the atmosphere too. Fair enough. Yeah.
We just
it scatters. The atmosphere scatters. I mean, when you're looking upwards, like in the sky, you only have the height of the atmosphere scattering the light. When you're trying to look horizontally, then you have much more than just the height of the atmosphere. And it's all the way up to the point which you're trying to see. So things are scatter a lot more than if you look. For example, if you look up to the sky, if it's beyond the atmosphere, then it only matters the size of the object you want to see. So the angular size of the object, if it's not that small, you can see it.
Well, how far does a hot air balloon have to travel before it tilts 3.9 degrees in the sky?
Before it does what?
Tilts 3.9 degrees.
I mean,
a helicopter, a hot air balloon flying away from each other, 20 hot air balloons in the sky. The last one and the first one have to tilt from each other 3.9 degrees at some point in time.
Yeah, it just multiplied that by 60, and that's the amount of nautical miles.
Where can we see the straight one and the tilted one in reality? I'm not talking about fakeness.
Oh, you asked it by the distance. I said, well, the distance you should see.
No, I know that.
Much.
I got you, but we have thousands of hot air balloons that cover spans of thousands of miles, and you can see all of them, and none of them are tilted.
Well, what's your precision? What's your precision on claiming that?
Fucking 1,000,000%. They do it every year.
1,000,000%?
Yeah.
Precision.
Fucking right. You can put it on your screen, and you can get a ruler, a meter stick, and line it right on your screen, pixel for pixel for pixel. Nothing is tilted.
Sure.
Yeah, do it.
And
try it out yourself
how much? How much do you think?
You can do it yourself. You don't have to ask. Do it yourself.
How much of an angle?
You do it yourself and come back.
Never mind.
About what you find out about the hot air balloons tilt. Never mind. You don't want to do it?
No, you don't want to speak.
I've already done it.
You don't want to let me speak.
I'm asking you to do it yourself. Instead of asking me goofy questions you don't have to ask. You understand that? Like a little kid. Like if I say, here's the Lego blocks, go build the house. Here's mine. You go build yours. Don't ask me any questions. I want you to figure it out, little kid. Go do it. And then you go do it. And then when you're done, if you mess up, we'll go from there.
What he's saying, Bacon, is that if you line up, whether it's balloons or the tops of buildings at a distance, we should observe a slant or a bending back or a decline between these two objects, and we don't. That's what he's saying. So he's asking you, when do we see that? That's a question for you.
The claim that we don't.
You can count pixels. You can.
Here it comes. I mean, you spent 2 minutes speaking, now just 3 words, and he already interrupted me again.
When do we see this difference? That's the question for you. He's asking. He's saying we don't see it. It's in the ball's in your park. Show us this tilt, this angle, because there's supposed to be a curve, right?
Yeah, but you know how much tilt we're talking about here.
Tell us how much. We're asking you, where's the tilt? You tell us how much and where.
Tell me the distance, I'll tell you how much tilt you should expect to see. Then you can confirm. Godric, you can say we don't see it if you have no expectancy of what you should see.
300 miles, we should see 3.9.
Hang on, Dimon.
I can't understand you both.
Give us the scenario. You teach us now. I'm listening. I'm having my journal here. I'm going to write it down.
Sure. Every 60 nautical miles have 1 degree of tilt. That's it.
Okay, can you observe this tilt?
I haven't tried. But the thing is, you guys are claiming we don't see.
This is like a prove it scenario. Can you prove this tilt? Can you observe this tilt?
I'm not sure. I mean, if you describe a scenario in which you could test that.
You're telling us about it. How are you not sure about it?
No, I'm not sure about the question he made, not about the tilt itself. The tilt itself, it's pretty easy. It's just...
I told you about it. How did you find out about it?
The distance you travel on the surface makes an arc. That arc is going to be the same as the tilt.
How did you find out about that? Who told you that?
Again, I mean, we have this discussion millions of times. We know it gets to nowhere. It's not even an argument.
Times, but you don't have the evidence where you have that tilt somewhere on this globe?
I'll get you muted again.
Kind of sad for you, isn't it?
All right. Well,
tilt, and you've had this discussion millions of times, and you can't point out.
If Dimok says something useful, let me know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying that you don't have the tilt that you said you know about for millions of times. You can't. You said you've never pointed it out, but you know about it. How can you have the same two things, Insano? That's insanity. You can't have both of the opposites.
I mean,
you don't see it, but you see it. You can't point it out, but you can point it out. You're telling me I can't measure it, but you're telling me it exists as a degree of tilt. And what we're showing you is point it out yourself to us, Bacon. You point it out to
either you ask for.
If you have hold on, I wasn't done. If you have never seen it,
never done.
I know, because what you're saying makes no sense. You've never seen it. Now go from there.
Either you ask for us to prove that, or you say you proved otherwise. Those are different things. If you're saying we don't see that, you're claiming that you have observation that disproves that, and you don't, because you have no expectancy of what you should see, so you can't say that's refuted. I mean, if you look to pixels of a photo of a balloon and tell, depending on how far you are, where the camera is, a tilt will be. Let me finish. The tilt will be smaller than a pixel. So saying that counting the pixels is not giving you any tilt, it's just isn't backing up your claim.
This is a good example, because we should be able to see 69 miles of balloons if we have the right equipment. Okay, now you're saying 1 degree, right? But I look at an Earth curve calculator, and 1 degree over 69 miles is 3,174 feet of curvature.
No, we're not talking about curvature.
Hang on. On the ground, 1 degree, your nautical 69 miles on the ground is 3,174 feet of curvature. So don't say 1 degree like you can't see it. How many feet is 1 degree in the air? Do you know the math on that?
Oh, you just add the altitude to the radius.
Can you do that for us? Because
I'd like to know that. The balloon is. Yeah, but when you're measuring,
degree, like you're dismissing it, but how many feet is 1 degree?
It's a greater tilt because they're up in the air at elevation.
Can you describe it better? I didn't get how many feet of what is 1
We're
degree?
doing that. Like 1 degree, your nautical miles, 69 miles, 1 degree on the Earth. We should have observed a physical curvature of 3,174 feet.
Now, what he's saying is exponentially away.
Are you talking about the height of the curvature, like the sagitta of the curvature?
I'm talking about the physical, according to geometry, a physical curve. A physical
Shut
curve,
up. Just mute Dimok.
3,174 feet. A physical curvature according to geometry. That's your
Right.
1 degree over 69 miles. So don't dismiss it saying, oh, it's
I'm not
only
dismissing it.
How
I'm
many
not dismissing
feet is it in the air is 1 degree?
I'm trying to Godric. Wait. I'm trying to understand what you're saying because I don't understand what you mean when you say that many feet of curvature. Are you talking about the height of the curvature? Are you talking about drop? What exactly are those feet
when you
telling
observe
me about the curvature?
If you have a sphere, okay, so you can put a point A, point B, and if it was really curving, you would have a curvature. You have occlusion of a certain amount of height from point A to point B. That's why.
Right, that's the sagitta.
That's why that Glober said you can't see the boat because it went over the curve. So now, from point A to point B, according to geometry, not observation, but physical curvature is 3,174 feet over 69 miles. You can look that up yourself. So
Yeah, I'll look it up right now. 1 second.
Now, keep in that, 1 degree, how many feet is 1 degree in the sky?
Hold on. 3,000 feet of drop for a
1 sec.
The boat should be curved out.
How many feet you said 69 miles are? Of curvature?
On the Earth curve calculator, between point A and point B, over 69 miles, we should have 3,174 feet of physical curvature.
No, no, that's not the physical curvature. I think that's the drop. What you described to me.
Yes, the drop. Yes.
Yeah, the drop. Yeah, but what you describe it to me is the sagitta, isn't the drop.
Drop curve
so,
until.
I mean, now we're no longer talking about tilt.
Yeah, you
we're
are
talking about drop.
Yes, no,
I mean which is an entirely different subject. So we have to talk about different setup, right?
There's no difference with drop curve and tilt. They're the same fucking thing.
And I'd like you to explain to us. I'm asking you.
Hold on, Godric. And the hot air balloons are a certain elevation in the air.
Okay, so I'll draw. I think that will make things easier.
Yeah, they have exponential. No, you can see the video of hot air balloons. We can all look at the live footage of them right now. They go every year by the thousands.
Go.
Do you comprehend? Live footage, dude.
Dimok, he has you muted.
Show the live footage of hot air.
Speaking to me.
Put the fucking put the calculator.
Oh yeah, I had to mute him because I wouldn't be able to speak to Godric.
Show the live hot air balloons on your screen and put your fucking ruler to the screen and show us the tilt. Simple. Put your ruler to the screen.
Yeah, but no, though, Dimok, because I mean, it's
still. But fuck that. There's an exponential tilt that's greater than your 1 degree because you're away from the ground. Every foot you're away from the ground, there's even more of a tilt as you go away. An exponentially greater. Yeah.
Well, no, actually, no, hold on. Not an exponential tilt.
Stop.
It's exponential drop.
Hot air balloons.
It's not exponential. It's polynomial.
So the hot air balloons can be a certain height, which is high as fuck, right? Over the schools, over the shit, 100 foot, 1,000 foot in the air, whatever, right? So 1,000 foot away from you, it's going to have an exponentially greater tilt from all these hot air balloons spread thousands of miles in the sky. You're telling me when you back and you can see the first one, you can see the last one. It's thousands of miles covered between them, at least 1,000. And you're telling me, and you put the ruler right there, there's no tilt. You line the first one with the last one. You take all these little lines on the ruler, you line them up with the hot. There's no tilt.
Okay. Well,
mixing. You talked about tilt and then drop over, like you're mixing those two.
A tilt and a drop and a curve are all the same thing. Get it straight.
No, they're not the same. Tilt is measured in angles.
Exactly.
Tilt is angle. Drop is meters.
Show us how a needle doesn't tilt from the first horizontal needle. Get two needles on a globe that you claim right now on your little diagram, and get them 10 inches long or longer than the fucking globe, bigger than the globe, and move them away from each other and show how the drop isn't tilt.
You can have something dropping without tilting.
Show us the needles being dropped away from each other without tilt. Stop talking your garbage, please.
They would tilt, sure, on the globe, but that's not exponential.
Yeah, so drop and tilt are the same. Yeah, sure. Well,
they're not the same. They're not the same. It's a
you
different
just said they're
shape.
the same. They
And
would
guys, I
drop.
just posted a picture of a
It would
result
do.
from the Earth curve calculator in Livestream. Can you look at that and confirm you got it?
You're not
69
going over a
mile
waterfall without
distance.
tilting, son. I don't care
It's
what
a
you say, dude.
69
Godric.
miles distance is a physical
Yeah,
curve
but-
of 3,100 feet.
Godric, can you check the live stream?
I just posted something in Livestream. I wanted you to check that you received my message.
Oh, I was right for you. But alright, let me check it.
How come you guys aren't showing us all the hot air balloons tilting from the center hot air balloon? Wouldn't that be so easy?
Like I said, it's a little bit more complicated than that, J-Box. It's a little bit more
Wait, are you
That's what you
giving
keep
us?
saying.
Hang on, are you giving us a
You say
video?
it on a flat Earth, it's not complicated. It's very simple. They're level. It's really simple. There's no
it's
tilt.
60.
It's
Yeah,
really,
that's
really
true. But it's
simple.
60.
A
Are
third
you
grader.
sending a video?
This
1
is
degree
third
per
grade
60
shit.
nautical miles.
This is third grade shit. Line up the balloons with
Yeah,
the
but
Someone
lines
has to
on
mute
your ruler.
Dimok.
Line
Dimok,
up the
it's 60
balloons with the
nautical.
lines on your
It's
ruler.
1 degree.
Is there a
It's 1
moderator
degree.
here?
You're
Dimok,
talking
it's
over me.
Dimok.
You need to line up the ruler
He's
in
not going to
the
listen. You might as well not bother
We
responding.
need moderation.
God.
You're not listening.
I'm just
You know
gonna
what?
mute
Oh,
you,
you guys
Dimok.
keep
You
talking
can
Yeah,
over
that's
me.
I'll do the
Yeah,
same.
you're not supposed to mute people.
I tried to mute him,
fuck
but
you, Dimok.
yeah. I mean, okay,
Did
Godric,
you
can you?
post
I
a
saw.
video? Foolish decisions. Is that? Are you talking to me with that?
About what?
Godric, can you check the live
Oh,
stream?
if you're talking about the French expedition that shaped the Earth or hyperbolic geometry, no, they're generally aimed at Bev.
I see foolish decisions. Video about boats.
I haven't posted any videos.
Did you get my live stream? Did you get my my picture of a result from the Earth curve calculator?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, so here's my issue. Here's my issue. You're saying 1 degree like it's you want to dismiss it, but 1 degree
No.
is how many feet of tilt between 69 miles. Let's say you can get a balloon. Let's say you get a row of balloon in 69 miles.
Godric, tilt isn't measured in feet. Tilt is measured in angle. A thing doesn't get tilted feet from the other. It gets tilted degrees from the other.
Yeah.
Right. You're saying that it doesn't measure in feet. So you're saying you can't tell. Is that what you're saying?
No. You can tell. But if you expect to see a tilt of 0.1 degree on a balloon, that's not going to make any difference on picture.
You see, first it's 1 degree. Now it's 0.1 degree. Do you see what you're doing?
I gave an example. I just gave an example. What I'm saying is
1 degree. Now you're saying it's 0.1. Do you see how you're dismissing it?
No. Because let me back me up. I haven't mentioned any distance. I'm just saying that an angle of 0.1 wouldn't be measurable. I'm not saying that that's the distance that any of you mentioned. I mean, because I don't know what distance you're talking about.
That's a red herring fallacy.
I'm just explaining.
We're talking about
Not a red herring. Come on, man.
69 miles. You said 69 nautical miles. So don't tell me 0.1. It's 1.
But I wasn't referring to 60 nautical miles when I said 0.1. I just said if there is a difference of 0.1, you can see, right? So if you have something 6 miles away from you, 6 nautical miles away from you, that there will be 0.1 degree of tilt. And if you take a photo of a balloon, you won't see that. Now, if you have a balloon that is actually a photo of a balloon who is 69 miles, and you have a camera that is supposed to detect a tilt of 1 degree, now we have something. But you don't have that. You're just saying we don't see it.
We're not talking about 0.1 or 6 miles. We're talking about 69 miles.
Sure. Do you have a picture of balloons 16?
Please don't tell me 6 miles.
I was giving an example. Because when you have a picture of something, it's usually not that far. I mean, it's not easy to take pictures of things that are...
I don't have a picture of balloon 69 miles. I thought it was an interesting experiment to do. So I was asking you, how can you?
Sure, I was just giving examples. That's all. It's.
A quick question.
You're not giving examples. What's a straw man?
How is that a straw man?
Something that
you mentioned fallacies. They have nothing to do with anything I said.
Yes, it is. You're creating a straw man because you're saying that 6 miles. I never said 6 miles, and you're saying it doesn't work. You can't tell. Nobody
No.
said 6 miles. Nobody said 0.1.
I never
It's
said
1
you
degree,
can't tell.
69 miles.
I never say you can't tell.
He can
You
make
just
whatever
told me you
example
can't
he
tell
wants
0.1.
to.
You just
He
told
can
me you
make.
can't tell 0.1.
Yeah, if you take a
He
regular
made.
photo.
Oh my god.
I don't think anyone else can get in, Funk.
I was just saying he can make whatever example he wants to. It is not a straw man. He's just making examples from himself.
Well,
But see,
I
I'm
want to ask
asking a
Godric.
question.
I just wanted to ask Godric one really simple question. You know, how many feet in a 90-degree angle?
I have no idea. I'm asking
Well,
you to show
exactly.
us a
So,
tilt in 69 miles.
but that's my point. You wanted to say, well, you know, how much in this 1 degree, and I'm just taking that up to a simple 90-degree angle. Of course, we don't measure that in feet. We measure it as
Okay,
an
I
angle.
can see there's no feet in a degree, but what we do want to see is the tilt in 1 degree and 69 miles. Can you tell? Can you use pixels from a picture? I don't know.
Yeah, well, it depends on the
You can say you don't know, or
resolution of your picture.
You do know.
Oh, it depends on the resolution of your picture, of course. I mean, how much is a pixel on your picture?
But you're giving example. You're giving examples of it not working out.
Sure,
Can
because
you show a 1 degree tilt?
Right, yeah, I'll agree on that. Yeah, I mean, maybe DMOC was mentioning something very high precise that 1 pixel actually is enough to give you a very slight measurement. But I mean, unless he present that, it's just his words, right?
Yeah, I think you know the best way that we have simply with equipment that you can go and pick up in a shop for less than a sort of £100 or $100 is use a sextant and measure the angle of elevation to Polaris. That shows
Polaris
1
moves.
degree, yeah, and that shows 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles or 60 statute miles.
Or you can look at something really far away, which is really tall, and you can know from the height it has how much it has dropped, because drop is actually exponential. So something which is really far away would be actually dropping a lot in distance.
Right. We can use buildings too. We can use the curvature is occluding the bottom of the buildings. Or we can use the top of the buildings with the degrees tilt. If you can get 2 cities that are 69 miles across, or at least 2 buildings, we should be able to determine that they're tilting away, 1, and that there's curvature between the 2. 2.
It's not exponential. I mean, you guys keep saying that, but it's actually polynomial.
And we get answers like you can't tell, like you have to have precise equipment,
Well, that's why I say you can do it with a simple piece of equipment that you can go and buy from a shop for not a lot of money, and that's looking at the angle of elevation to Polaris as you travel north from the equator. And it's very consistent. And then you can start to plot that on a surface and say, well, if I move this distance and it's going up an elevation by that, what sort of shape does this work on?
Don't you have to know how far Polaris is to do that?
No.
Doesn't it matter how far an object is if you're going to measure it?
Well, actually, we should be able to tell exactly how high they are on the flat Earth, right? Because if we are seeing Polaris at 45 degree of the angle, that means the same distance we have from the GP of that star is actually the star's height, right?
Don't you have to triangulate the distance of Polaris to measure the degrees and angles?
Sorry?
He said Polaris moves from one position to the other, right?
No, it doesn't.
So don't you need to know?
Very minorly, it's got less than half a degree off the point of rotation.
If it's not moving, then why are we measuring it? It would have to move.
Because we're measuring its angle above the horizon. It's been something that navigators have used for the last 400 or 500 years.
The angle would have to be different from position A to position B for you to get it at the result.
Yeah, and what we care about is the distance moved. You're right. And whether there
I
is a
did this.
Sorry.
Sorry. I was just saying I did this calculation from. Yeah, and you can do that yourself, Godric. You have the information, and yeah, you can measure you can triangulate the distance. Actually, from ground level, see how high above the Earth the Polaris is.
Don't you need to know how Polaris is, though?
Huh? Sorry.
Don't you need to know how the distance to Polaris to triangulate it?
No, you need to know the distance between the points you are measuring from.
Correct.
But we know that, like, you can walk we know the ground, and that's what you need to know.
But you actually don't need
Yeah,
to.
I've never done that, but I'll tell you, if I wanted to find out about the ground tilting and curving, I would measure the ground, not the stars.
Well, that's just because that's a simple get out. You're taking something that you can easily do with a sub 100 quid piece of equipment to now making something that took people years to do if you want to do it on the ground. Like
I'll tell you what. Can you show us your
1735?
I'll tell you what. Can you show me? Can you show me your result? I'll look at it. I've never done that. I don't know how to do it, but if you show me how to do it, I'll look at it and I'll see what you get. Can you do that much for us?
Well, I'm not planning on traveling sort of 180 miles anytime in the near future, but it's been done many times and it's been
Has
used for hundreds of years.
done it so you can show us without a 2-hour
how
video?
much more do you want that? So that's the problem you've got, yeah?
I just want to see the result. That's all. I've
There's
never
the
done this.
results
Don't know
of
how it
other
works.
people having done it.
Don't know why you would measure the stars trying to measure the ground, but let me see what you're doing.
There you go. That's what I'm doing. Posted it up in the chat.
Is this by foolish decisions? Is this the thing?
Yeah.
This is a cartoon drawing.
No, this is actual measurements that people have taken. So what do you want me to do? Attach a camera to a sextant and show you every single measurement?
Well, you can show me at least 1 or 2 measurements, I think. You're showing me a cartoon drawing. I wanted to see somebody do this, what you're claiming.
Then I would suggest, if you need that level of evidence, go and buy a sextant and do it yourself.
Thousands of people have done it. You said it's easy to do.
And I don't think you're going to believe them if they sold you.
Define easy. Easy means you can just do it. If you said it's easy,
so I think the problem
show me you've done it. Don't show me a cartoon
you're
drawing.
not going to accept evidence from anybody else, Godric. So the best
Don't
way
worry
to
about the
do
evidence.
it
I just want to
do
see
it
somebody
yourself.
do it and not draw pictures. How do you know 90, 75, 60? You're assuming a globe. You're assuming a globe to give you a measurement of a globe. Look
What
at
I
this picture.
suggest you do is you go and look into the method and do it for yourself.
I don't know how to do it. I'm telling you, I don't know how to do it.
Then I
Show
would
me how to
say
do it,
you
and
should
you
learn,
said it's easy.
because if you
Now
don't
you're
know
showing
how
me.
to... Go on, sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you.
Sorry, you're showing me pictures of a globe to measure a globe. Does that even make sense?
No, I'm showing you
Drawings of
the
the
two
globe.
different things. I'm showing you a comparison between the flat plane and a curved surface. All I'm showing you.
You don't believe the flat plane.
Sorry,
You don't believe the flat plane.
Can I finish my point? Thank you. Because you keep wanting to jump in and it's really kind of annoying. And I'm doing the same thing, which is equally annoying for you. So I'm sorry for that. So all it's doing is saying the same data set, the same information we have collected, projected onto a flat surface and a curved surface. That's all that's showing.
Right, and that doesn't actually show what you said was very easy. Maybe you shouldn't use the word easy. If it's not easy, if you can't do it, then don't say it's easy. Don't give us drawings of something that would happen if it was a globe. That's not showing me how to measure Polaris.
I would say that the only person that's going to convince you is you. And if you're trying to argue against something that you don't understand, isn't that a silly thing to do? The best thing to say is, I don't know.
I don't know. And you're not telling me. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, we're both intelligent, right? We know how to measure stuff. How do I measure Polaris, and why? And how does that tell me anything? Go. You're the teacher, and this is whatever 6th grade, whatever geometry.
Measure
Hey,
what about
I'm
Polaris?
not. I'm not. Godric, don't get this wrong. I'm not responsible for your education, mate. No way, shape at all.
Well, you
You're
said
the
it
one
was easy, and if
responsible.
you can't explain
You're
it,
the
you gotta
one
show
who
me
is
drawings of
responsible.
globes.
I'm going to finish this fucking sentence if it kills you. You are the one that is responsible for your education, not me. If you choose not to educate yourself, that is a you problem, not a me problem.
I like that quote. That is a you problem, not a me problem. I can appreciate that outside of what you're talking about right now. Thank you.
That's okay.
Sorry, Godric.
I have a video here.
you. I
Sextant
wasn't.
tutorial. Honestly, I've never used a sextant. You know, I suppose I can learn how to use it, but you said it was easy. I thought you would show us. I guess you can't show us. You're giving me video. How long is this video?
Godric, I mean, any sextant tutorial you find, you know how many degrees from, I mean, when you're below a celestial body, you're at the GP of that celestial body, right? So the celestial bodies is at 90 degrees of the horizon for you. If you get away from that position, the position on the celestial body in the sky starts to drop. And you know how far you have to go for it to drop 1 degree?
No, but I know objects vanish in the horizon depending on how high they are, not depending on. It has to do with how high they are. Like street lamps, for example, will vanish in the horizon in about 4 blocks. But if it's a tall building, it will take longer. It will take a bigger distance to vanish in the horizon. So
I'm not even talking about
even
the horizon.
longer, but we have to know how high it is.
No, I mean, I'm just starting. I'm starting at the GP, so it's right above your head. So it doesn't matter the horizon. It's just straight up vertical, right? That's the. I mean, when you're at the GP of the celestial body,
how high it is. If it's higher, it'll vanish in the horizon at a big greater distance. If it's closer, it'll vanish in the horizon at a shorter distance. Like street lamps over your head, they appear to vanish in the horizon.
That's the thing, Godric.
The street lamps are getting shorter because they appear to be shorter because of the distance.
Godric, that's the thing. In any sextant tutorial you'll find, that doesn't matter. Every object on the sky is going to drop 1 degree every 6 nautical miles you get away from that GP. That's
well, I'll tell you what, I don't know how you sext it, but I'll tell you what, I'm gonna call bullshit on it if you think that the height of the object doesn't matter. Because obviously it will take farther. It will take a longer distance.
I agree.
Horizon if it's higher, and
I agree with you.
Lesser distance if it's lower.
I agree with you on the flat Earth, but that's not how they use it. They don't care about how high it is because all they get from the almanac, all the almanac gives you is the GP. That's all. It's in which position on Earth you have to be for that celestial body to be above your head. That's all you get from the almanac, and all you get from the sextant is the angle from your horizontal to that celestial body. That's why we constantly say it doesn't work on the flat Earth. Because you're right, if stars were close high up in the sky, their height would make that difference. And if they all had the same height, then you wouldn't have. I mean, actually, it doesn't even matter the height. You wouldn't have a linear relationship between the angle and the distance to their GP.
It
That's
would
why it
work on
doesn't
a
work.
flat Earth. It would just work differently. It looks like the 69 miles per degree is an average based off of the visual activity of Polaris, up to the point where Polaris merges with the ground at the diffraction limit.
No,
You're
no,
gonna
it has
get
nothing to
different
do with
degrees
Polaris.
per mile depending on which body you choose and how
It has
far away
nothing
you are from the body. So
No,
that's kind of an arbitrary starting point based
No,
off of the
that's
belief
false.
that Polaris is in the center. You
That-
could
that's
just pick
false.
something else and get different degrees per mile over a flat plane.
No, that's false. Any tutorial you find is going to say a degree from 90 degrees means 60 nautical miles from the object. It might be a bit less and more, but it's still like less than 1% difference.
The point that I've been trying to make very quickly, Godric, is we've been using sextants a lot longer than we have established the approximate distance to a Polaris.
And that relation?
Sextants work on a flat plane, and you know why people get lost because they think it's a globe out there in the sea.
They don't, Godric. I'm just explaining why. You wouldn't have a constant difference in angle from getting a constantly further distance.
Well, you could see Polaris dip 69 a degree per 69 miles, but that doesn't mean that you're on a ball. You could be looking at the star that's in the dome of the sky while the land is flat. And so assuming that the land mirrors this activity visually in the sky to make a globe is a bit of a far assumption. We could still be over a flat plane simply watching an object merge into the surface at the rate of 1 degree per 69 miles, roughly, over a flat plane.
Good luck creating a scenario in which that happens. Because
you need to back it up.
No, you need to.
No.
About...
Of course, I mean, Godric was talking about the height of the celestial body, and if you're invoking that many distortion on how we see things on the sky, then they can't have actual positions.
You just
they
made
have
a claim
actual
that,
positions.
Sorry,
you just made a claim that something in the sky above you wouldn't change angle as you get further away from it, or it gets further away from you. That's a false statement.
No, I don't think I said that. Maybe I misphrased it.
You absolutely said that.
Right, maybe I misphrased it then because
so on a flat plane, with a star like Polaris above you, as you get further away from Polaris, or if it gets further away from you, the angle would change. Correct?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's what we have.
I thought you didn't hear my sentence. I remember exactly what I said. I said that you wouldn't get a linear relationship between the angle and your distance.
I'll bet you $1 million you said that's not what you said. How about that?
So basically, you took 69 miles. You took 69 miles per 1 degree and multiplied it times 360 to get your ball. But you had to assume that the activity on the land mirrors what's going on in the sky. That's a bad assumption when you can look down a hallway.
I'm not assuming that.
Like down without the land ramping down at all at a certain degree measurement. You know, maybe the ceiling ramps down at 1 degree per foot or something like that.
Hang on.
Right.
I didn't hear anything that got said. You clipped him like 5 times. You got to quit that, man.
Basically, you took 69 miles per degree and multiplied it times 360 based off of that assumption. That assumption is not backed up because you can look down a hallway and see a dip of a degree per foot, and you could get a similar globe in that hallway too if you wanted to. That's just a bad assumption.
No, you can't.
I'm not making that argument. That's a red herring. I'm not making that argument.
Lemon.
No one's making a claim for the circumference of the Earth here.
That claim is implicit in what you're talking about. Now, when you make explicit claims, that's what you're talking about directly. When you make claims that have implicit claims that are unstated, those need to be covered as well.
No, if you want to have
that we're assuming that we're on a ball based off of seeing 69 miles per degree and multiplying it times 360 degrees to get a globe of roughly 24,000 miles.
If you have that as a conclusion, that's on you. I didn't post that as a conclusion. If you think that's a necessary
doesn't matter.
We can talk about that, but that's I haven't finished. I haven't finished. That's a different conversation. I haven't finished. That's a different conversation. That's just red herring at this point.
It's not red herring to talk about the implicit claims that you make, whether or not you directly state them. If your argument has any sort of meaning, there are implicit claims and implicit implications in what you're talking about that also need to be covered.
No, nothing that I said, at least from the last part of the argument, has anything to do with the size of the Earth or the Earth being spherical. All I'm saying is that if the Earth is flat and you're looking to celestial bodies that have actual positions, the difference in angle is not going to be constant regarding your distance to that GP, which is obviously true geometrically speaking. I can demonstrate it if you want. But go on, Jenny.
Oh, thanks. It's funny you ended your what you were saying with demonstrating, because I don't know how to pronounce Lemon's name in here, but I'm not being facetious when I say this, that I would really want to see a globe in a hallway, sir. That would be great.
I wasn't talking about the globe.
No.
Jenny's talking about Lemon, because Lemon made that
Yeah.
claim. Globe in the hallway.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, the thing is, you see
won't
the
see it.
ceiling. Well, you see the ceiling dip down at like a degree per foot, and you could derive a globe off of the assumption that that rate per degree times 360 gives you a ball too, with the same specious
Yeah, but no
line.
one's talking about ball.
Hold on, that's a
So
lie, Lemon.
basically,
You're not
you
even.
guys, it's a ball when
That's a
assumption
lie.
that's
Don't
necessarily
even
wrong.
enter that.
That's a
Rakia, are you still here? Rakia?
Yeah, but I'm not enjoying listening. Everyone's clipping.
Well,
It's useless. No one's hearing. You're clipping me as I'm telling you that people are clipping. It's ridiculous, bro.
That was a nanosecond.
No one can hear you.
Right.
You're wasting your breath because no one out here can hear you.
You
When
think
people
so?
are clipping you, yeah. Oh, as you clip me again.
It doesn't count. It's
What
lag.
the
It's
frick?
lag. That doesn't count.
So anyway,
I'm
you
lagging?
don't even get 69 miles per degree when you take into
Not
account the sailors' accounts that say Antarctica is at least 60,000 miles or 20,000 leagues. You get 60,000 divided by 360, and you get something like 166 miles per degree based off of that metric. So
No one's
depending on
talking
which
about that.
metric you use, you get different miles per degree anyway. We don't even need a ball for that. We could
That
just have a
never
flat
happened.
surface with
No
a
one's
circle
saying
of
that.
Antarctica.
No one's saying that.
What are you talking about, Lemon?
He's talking about things that we are not talking about, so we
Isn't there
can't
a
make
fact
any
that
conclusion.
but we know that like how we use 60 is that we used it based on like that it's a linear relationship between the stars and the horizon.
Exactly. And
We
that's the whole
couldn't
point.
use it if it didn't work. We couldn't use it if it didn't work like that. To say that it's not doing that, I don't know. Then how did they navigate the last 400 years?
You just use it over a flat surface with different presumptions. You're on a flat surface looking at something dip down in the sky, like looking down a long hallway with Polaris attached to the ceiling of the hallway that appears to dip due to perspective at a fairly constant rate, as long as it's at a constant elevation over the flat plane.
Do you have a map? Do you have a flat map on the Earth so you can triangulate that?
You just flatten out the map. Continents in the
Which
center
one?
are radiating out from the center more or less toward an Arctic ice wall of roughly 60,000 plus miles, roughly.
Right. Which map is it? Are we describing the AE map?
Gleason.
Go to a truck stop. They got plenty.
A or Gleason would be best.
It doesn't work. We have. I mean, I can give you multiple examples in which if you use the AE map with certain angles to certain stars, that's not gonna give you your position.
But the globe doesn't even work itself.
Yes, it does.
It's for entertainment purposes only, and they have all sorts of
prove it
other
to you.
projections on top of this globe conception. So I'd go with AE or Gleason and just go from there.
Let's do the thing. Let's
Prove the
do
globe
one
by
thing.
waterfalls. Show us how
Let's
waterfalls work on a ball, little ball.
let's do one thing. I'll get the almanac. I'll get the position or the GP of 3 stars, right? And give you their angles to the horizon, and you tell me where that is, and you do the same thing, and I'll tell you what that is, and then we can compare that to the globe and to a AE map, right? Let's do
not
that.
going to prove a globe. We were already on a topic before you guys all jumped in and got all crazy with this garbage. We were on hot air balloons, and we were on Arma, and Godric and I, we were doing so great until Funk jumped in, and then we were doing great. And then we were talking about Leaning Tower of Pisa and hot air balloons that are like so many miles apart. There's so many of them. You can have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them spread apart in the sky. They're a distance off of the ground. They're a super distance away from each other. Where's the tilt? That's what we were on. We were going to force the tilt. We were going to start a 3.9 degree tilt and then pull it away from us until it straightened up on the globe. As soon as it did that, we're all good. We can shut up and go home.
You guys have fun with Demo.
Like 200 miles away. That object needs to be 200 miles away to straighten out. By the way.
Scared to force the tilt? They don't want to force the tilt and then straighten it up for us. That's pretty odd. I'd be running to do that if I was a Glober. I'd be doing it right now.
It's the 4. You said like 4 degrees. You know how many miles that would have to be away for you to see that straighten out?
Show
to
us.
0 degrees.
Show us.
You want me to show you something which wouldn't
Yeah, do
be
you know how you could show
possible?
us?
Show you
Yeah,
something
whatever.
that does not exist.
Listen, if
But you
you're
can't see
talking
it.
about it or making it up, you should show us. And if you can't, then
I
shut
can't
up.
show you something you can't
Then
see.
shut up.
That's impossible.
Then what are you
But you're
talking
asking
about?
for something.
Then
Show
we
me
don't
that
need you to
something
talk.
doesn't exist.
We don't need your
Dimo,
input
you're...
on something you
Oh my
can't
God.
do. Why would we need your input on something you can't do?
You are asking us to do
Why would
something
we
you
need
can't
your
see.
information on
Show
something
me
you
something
can't
that.
do? If you
Show
can't
me
build a
something you.
sandcastle, I do not want to talk to you about sandcastles. Please shut up.
Dimo, you're like, show me
If
that
you
unicorns
cannot
doesn't
do
exist.
something,
How
please
can you
stop
do that?
talking about it. How can you
But
talk
Dimo,
about it when you can't
you're
do it?
so fucking stupid. I don't know
How
how to
can
even
you talk
explain
about
that
it when
more
you can't
precisely
do
to
it?
you.
Gentlemen.
We can't. Oh my God.
Listen,
Gentlemen here.
you're the one that's scared to fucking get the tilt at
It's not
3.9
about being
degrees
fucking
and
scared,
straighten it
Dimo.
up. Scary.
Like,
Just
Dimo,
do it,
show me
Scary.
that the unicorn
Scary.
doesn't exist. Dimo, show
Listen,
me that the unicorn.
if
No,
you
no,
can't
you.
force the tilt and straighten it up, you
Listen.
don't live on a globe. I don't
Listen.
have to listen. I
Show
want to
me. If
see.
you can show me that unicorns don't exist, then I'll show you something that
We're
doesn't
talking
exist
about
also.
a curve that you think does exist. We're not talking
Also,
about
the tilt doesn't
You can't
exist.
see it,
We
Dimo.
already
the
knew
tilt
that.
That's
doesn't
the
exist.
fucking point, you
So
fucking
your
idiot.
tilt is a
Oh
unicorn.
my God. You're
So you have a
fucking
unicorn
stupid.
tilt. Welcome to Flat Earth, Funk, and your unicorn globe.
You are so fucking dumb, Dimo. I can't
So
even
you
talk
can't
to you,
prove
man.
your unicorn? Okay,
Oh,
cool for you.
I can't show you.
He's asking you to show him
can't
something.
see,
You're bringing up
you idiot.
unicorn.
I can't show you something that you can't fucking see, you fucking idiot.
You can't see the tilt.
Then where did
Yes,
you
you
get
can
an
see
angle
it.
in a globe measurement if you can't
It's
see
too
it?
fucking small for your
Where did you
stupid
find
fucking
out you
eyes
were
to
on a
see it.
globe? How did you find out you're on a
Too
globe?
fucking stupid to be able
How
to see
did you
that. How
find
can I
out
show
you're
you?
on a globe? With your ears?
There are other ways to see it, but you want
Did
us
you
to
use
prove it.
your
It's the
ears and
only
your
way you can
nose?
see it.
Funk, if you didn't use your eyes, did you use your ears and nose to find
We
out you
use
were on
all
the globe?
I use my
Tell
fucking
us your
brain, like
tedious
the thing
method
that
of
you
sniffing the
have.
globe.
The thing you don't own, I use.
Is
I
that why
use my
your name is
fucking
Funk?
brain.
Because you only use your nose for things? You don't use your eyeballs? Is that what it is?
Wow, you guys. What are you
Fucking stupid,
doing?
Emo. You
So I'm
fucking
just
idiot.
saying, he said you can't see it. So how do
Can you
you know
fucking
there's a
go and
globe?
do some plumbing or
How
something
do you know
instead?
there's a
Stop using
globe?
your brain.
You go
I
see
get
something.
Why are
stupider
you
by
guys
talking
getting
to you.
mad?
Why are you mad you can't see the
I
globe?
don't know.
Both of
Hey,
y'all.
look, I'm gonna mute you now.
I'm happy. I'm not mad. Shit.
Good.
Yeah, Demok is happy. He's just
I
raging
help you guys.
for no reason.
Living
regular
ignorance
democracy.
is a bliss. He's too stupid to understand that he's a fucking moron.
No, I'm struggling to
So,
understand how you know
I
all
would
this
want to be
stuff that you
happy if
don't
I was
know,
too
and
stupid to understand what I'm
you
wrong
keep
at.
talking over
I
me
would also
unlimited
leave.
times, and it don't matter for you.
Of
Yeah,
course.
that's cool, right? Of course, talky boy. You're not
Can you
got
guys
any
hear?
evidence. You want to
Yeah, I'm
talk
gonna
over
just
people.
babble over you, fucking idiot.
You don't have any evidence. You just keep talking over me. You
Drunk
can't
Yeah,
show it.
you
to me.
don't have a fucking brain. You
All
just
right.
keep on talking over me.
Guys.
Somebody's
I just
about to get
asked him
muted.
how he
Yeah.
saw
Who
the
wants to get
globe.
muted
Hey,
first?
look,
Who's it gonna be?
shut your
Who's not gonna
stupid
stop
fucking
talking?
mouth,
So I'm gonna
Demo.
mute him.
How did
Jeremy,
you see it was a
both of
globe,
them.
Funk, if you didn't see it?
Demo, shut your
right.
stupid fucking mouth. I don't want to hear you talk anything more this night.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. I took care of it. You're all set. I mean, I walked in at a hot mess, dude. Jesus, I was just over at Gems. I thought it was a mess there.
Right?
While Demo's muted, let me quickly say my bit about tilt. We don't expect to see tilt on a globe because it's really big.
Dawn.
They ruined. Sorry.
Okay, can I unmute these guys? Are they going to control themselves or what?
I don't know, man.
I'm not playing this game all day. I'm going to just let you
Demar,
guys know.
yeah, I'd say you can unmute him, but the other dude was just insulting him
Well,
and everything.
we'll see if everyone can control themselves. Now they know that adult supervision is here. Maybe they'll behave.
Well, as long as you take into consideration what the the witness here said that I wasn't doing the wrong shit. Just take that into consideration.
Well, you were kind of poking a stick maybe a little, sir. So I'm just saying.
Afterwards, sure.
You're all fine. You all did fine. Just spiraled.
Anyway, what I was going to say was, you're wrong, Dawn. Sorry to ruin your dawn, but there is a tilt on the sphere, or else you don't have a sphere, buddy. Good day, sir. Welcome to Flat Earth.
On my sphere, we don't expect tilt.
Listen, you go take your garbage somewhere else unless you can show us what you're talking about.
Hold on. Isn't okay? I'm seriously no joke, John. What the fuck are you? Are you a flat earther or are you a globe earther? Because that you keep.
I'm a globe earth conspiracy theorist.
No, you're definitely a flat earther, being a fucking troll. But I mean,
He doesn't
can't
know
tell
what
sometimes.
he's
I can't tell. I can't tell.
He's just saying random shit. Apparently, that he
I don't
doesn't
fit into
back
either
up.
group. I believe in the globe, but
you're definitely
I
not,
feel
but-
as earthers on nearly everything else.
That doesn't even make any sense. What you just said doesn't make any sense. You're a
Dawn
flat earther, but
is-
you believe in a globe.
No, Don is a globe earther. But he knows all the flat earth arguments is why, because he's been here for 5 years plus.
See, now I can't tell now. Now I'm fucked now.
Listen,
I really can't tell.
my flat earth argument for you, Dawn. I expect tilt on sphere. You and your brain don't expect tilt. That's you only, Dawn. Dawn, speak for yourself. Don't speak for me. I expect tilt on a sphere, buddy. Sorry, pal.
Well, that's a misconception, and you'll have to deal with that.
Separates me from your circle and square. I like circles that are circles. You like circles
You
that
can
are
keep
squared.
saying
Dawn.
for 8 hours every
You can
day
keep
that you
saying
expect
circles
tilt,
are squared.
but you're wrong.
Right, Demak. I just unmuted you, bro. I just
Well,
unmuted
explain
you.
to him a circle isn't a square.
Well, let him respond, and we'll see what he has to say.
Not
about
expecting
it.
tilt. All plums are not
Well, I like
parallel.
your square, Dawn.
Too far
Yeah,
away
Mark.
to see tilting.
Demak, man, come
what
on,
You're
bro.
not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get
Jeremy, he
anywhere.
just said
mute
you heard. He
now
said
or what?
no.
It always ends up the same with Democ. You can't speak with him. He
No,
only
Democ,
understands
I
screaming.
know. 2-second phrase. What are
Only
you guys
language
talking
he
about?
speaks.
I came on to sort out. I'm the media. I'm helping.
He hasn't said anything, but he doesn't know how a circle and a square work together.
He was about to say something, and you started talking over him. Just shut the fuck up and let him respond, please. Pretty please, with a cherry on top, Demak.
Fine, Jeremy. I came on especially to talk to these guys. I don't care how they go on.
That was
Demak
great.
wants
You
to know
said
how
I'm
it's-
full of nothing. So show us the square and the circle, please.
Misconception.
There we go.
Can you put a square next to a circle or not, Dawn? Are you physically able?
You need to learn scale. You need to think of
No,
a
you
bigger
need to
circle.
learn. You need to show us what a square and a circle is next to each other, and we can talk about it right now live on your thing.
That doesn't mean anything.
No, you're showing us how a circle doesn't have tilt, but a square does.
I'm telling you how you can't see tilt on a big circle.
You're stupid. You lost
You
your
don't
mind. You
understand
can't
big and
Relax with
small.
the name calling. Demak.
Understand the
Demak.
difference.
You're all,
I
who got
didn't call him
Demak
a
all
name.
fired up?
I didn't
You just
call
said-
him a name.
You just said he was stupid.
That's not calling him a name. That's
Just
something that he's
relax,
being.
bro. You're all
I'm not
fired up.
calling him a name.
All right, you're all
That's
fired
something
up.
that
Just
you be.
relax.
That's like a wave. You know what I mean?
Take like,
you
take
being
like
a
10
wave.
deep. Take like 10 deep
Well, he
breaths
should
real
take
quick.
Okay, he should take 10 deep circles and put them next to 10 deep squares and show us how they match.
Instead of being a denialist, I could ask you that.
Put your
why do
circle
you
in the
expect
square
tilt?
shape. That's all you got to do. Get
You
yourself
explain
a
to me
circle hole.
why
Stop.
you
Let me
expect
talk. Let me
tilt.
finish my sentence. Can I finish my sentence? Put your circle in a square hole in front of us and we'll be good.
It's a silly sentence.
I'm suggesting this to just put Democ
You're
on
saying the silly
priority.
stuff that a circle doesn't have a tilt. That's silly.
No,
That's
you explain why we should see
you
tilt on a
explain that a
globe.
circle
You
doesn't have
explain
tilt. Move your line around the circle and show us
it.
it
If you're
doesn't
not going to
tilt.
explain it, I'll just keep saying you're wrong. Then that's easier.
You can present it for us.
Yo, Demak, you're not leaving me any options, bro. Relax.
We can present it. I'm relaxed.
All right, relax, man. Please, come on.
Present your beach ball with no
No,
tilt.
I'm not presenting. I'm coming on to say you've got a misconception about
So
the
you're not
globe.
doing nothing.
That's all.
Can I
So
jump
you
in and
said
ask a
nothing.
question?
Sorry, bro.
You're wasting your breath.
What is going on tonight?
You have a great worthless opinion, Don.
Democ,
5 billion.
I haven't heard Don say one time that there is no tilt on a sphere. You keep saying that he says that, Democ. So are you being deliberately dishonest?
Show me the Leaning Tower of Pisa straight now.
You're not answering my question, Democ. Are
You're
you
not
being
showing me
deliberately
the tilt.
dishonest?
Your sphere's dishonest. There's no tilt on it.
That's not still answering my question.
Listen, our conversation started with me, Arma, and Godric. We all got jumped on. No, listen. Funk came in here and jumped all over us, muted me for no apparent reason at all because he just doesn't like to answer questions. And I said, can anybody present me with higher tilt or the leaning
Because
tower
didn't like the answer.
talking over me, or the leaning tower of Pisa being straight? I'm done.
I wasn't going to yell at you. Guys, we gotta calm down, bro. I just left Gems because it was an absolute shit show, and now I'm coming into this. This is supposed to be like the calm place with scented candles and heart music.
Demok is the problem in here. He's always causing everybody to being fucking idiots.
Get on my level. Come on. Explain to me your tilt theory, if that's what your theory is. 'Cause if you're just going to keep saying, silly ball, no tilt, silly ball, no tilt, all I can say is, silly Demok, no idea, silly Demok, no idea. You know what I'm saying? We won't be able to discuss.
That's fair.
Like I literally told you many times, show me something, and I'm telling you, like it's like you're asking me to show you something that is like show me something that is 10 nanometer big. I can't show you that. It's too small for your eyes to see. You're telling me if I can show something impossible to you, then it's my problem. It's not my problem, it's your problem that you don't understand that you can't see it.
But it's not impossible for us to see something that big. Maybe not with our naked eye, but we could see something that big. So what's the problem?
I don't think you can see something tilted 1 degree.
Here's the question.
If
they're on a globe and they measured that they're on a globe and they measured all this drop and all this other shit and they measured it and they see it because they measured it, how are we not seeing it?
Drop you see it's no problem, but you won't see it tilting 1 degree away if it's 69 miles away.
That doesn't make any sense. That's a flat plane.
If it's tilted,
if you don't think it makes sense, that's on you. And
Where have you ever seen a ball?
We have to move
I
on.
can't explain it any better to you.
Listen, hold on a minute. Where have any of you ever seen a ball where you're standing on a ball that you know you're on? A ball. Not in your mind, not in your attitude of ignorance. I'm saying, when have you ever stood on the surface of a big ball and actually seen what you think you're talking about?
First of all, it's not a ball, it's a planet.
So,
Completely
that's your
different. They just
inference of
happen
your
to be both
stupidity.
spherical.
No, that's your leprechaun you keep putting in there. Earth's a leprechaun too. Wow.
You need to sort your language out first of all, because
I
it's not a
asked
big
you, when have
ball,
you
is
ever
it? It's
stood on a
planet.
ball, Dawn? In reality, when have you ever stood on a real ball ever in your life? Have you ever?
Silly comparisons, wrong word.
You haven't?
You need to understand scale.
Funk, have you ever stood on a ball?
Yeah, but the problem is you need to take into account the scale.
Ball.
Yeah,
You ever
but you need to take into account the scale. Something can be big and something can be small, and they will look different. That's just.
Have you ever stood on a big ball?
I answered you yes 100 times.
Here's what we're doing, guys.
What was the biggest ball you stood on?
Stop. Please stop. 1 second, guys. I want everyone to finish talking. Don't start talking till the next person stops. There's going to be a person talking.
Yeah, but
they're going to make it clear. Like right now, it's not clear that I'm stopped.
Sorry.
Yeah. See, just like that. I know. I'm not done. Bro, I'm not done. Funk.
Yeah,
we're gonna slow this down. We're gonna calm down. I want everyone to don't start talking until it's very clear that the next person stops talking. Everyone's gonna be able to get all their words out. Okay? It's just gonna take time. Now go. Oh, you didn't have to wait that long. I was clearly done. Come on.
Demok needs to explain why he wants to see tilt.
He wasn't finished
That's
with
the
his point.
misconception. What I'm calling out. So if he can't explain why he wants to see tilt, we should move on.
How do we see the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Everyone, do you see tilt in that building or not with your eyeball?
You know that's a nonsense question.
Stop talking over me.
That's nonsense.
Stop saying, no, it's not. Do you see tilt with your eyeballs, yes or no?
It is. It's total nonsense.
Fuck you, I'm talking about reality, liar. Listen, the Leaning Tower of Pisa has 3.9 degrees tilt. 3.9 degrees tilt. 3.
We heard you, Demok. Please don't call names, man. Come on. You're making this really
impossible to talk to. Nothing to do with Earth or observing real tilt because of curve.
He's making it real hard to have a truthful conversation when he clearly said the Leaning Tower of Pisa has no tilt. He's a liar.
I think Dawn was talking.
He's clearly a fucking liar.
I didn't say that. You're lying now.
Can you?
If the Leaning Tower of Pisa
that was good.
I gotta fucking mute you, Denmark. You're out of control, bro.
I mean, how many chances is he gonna get? He's like this every fucking time he's on here.
Listen, I do this for everybody, even you guys. So I don't want to hear
Yeah,
it.
but he is like this every single night. Like,
Stop, Funk. Is that you, Funk? Stop. Jeremy just muted him. What else do you want? Quit talking about the mod.
Times over here.
Stop. Get back to the subject.
Okay.
Maybe pick a new subject so we can move on.
No, you guys are supposed to have tilt. Where are we at?
No, we're not.
I'll carry on with his argument.
That's the guy
Go ahead,
master. We're
go
not
ahead,
supposed to have
Rocky.
it.
I was gonna too, but go ahead. It's all.
What he's saying is, in reality, we see tilt. When anytime something's leaning, we see it. So at a certain point, we should be able to see tilt. So if you say you got to go further away, like 250 miles, let's say the ISS, when they zoom into something, they seem to be zooming in straight down for whatever reason. Well, can't they angle out to the extreme edges of what they're able to see and show us something at one angle and another thing at a different angle?
Glad you tried to vocalize, explain it, but I can't answer that. It's just too far out and silly.
Yeah, well, maybe disengage from the conversation then. But does anyone else see what I'm saying? Because I've seen pictures from the ISS of like a marina where you can see the white cap on top of the plastic cap on top of a pole that holds the ropes for the boats, but they're straight over it. Well, angle out at a different marina and show that pole at a different angle, like leaning because it's on a different surface of the ball.
Well, real fast, Rakia. Wait, real fast. I did see a video that that Sin Cleanser sent. It was an ISS thingy, whatever, and it was pointed at the horizon. And I swear, I mean, maybe I was looking at it wrong, but I swear you could almost see the clouds going over the curve in that video. And I think the math checks out that you would see some kind of tilting. Not a whole lot, but there'll be a little bit there. It would be a little bit. So.
Well, I mean, we're seeing these poles and these boats and cars parked in the parking lot from this zoomed in image from the ISS. Surely they could zoom in on something that's leaning away from them, straight underneath them, and then leaning the opposite way.
That's what I was saying with the clouds. I swear the clouds were leaning away. I swear it looked like that way.
Yeah, come on, man. You're using a cloud. I'm talking about a pole or a building or, you'd see the different side of a boat.
It's 1 degree away.
You know if a cloud was
Do
tilting.
you understand that bit?
Well, we're talking about the ISS. That's so far away, it can show us.
That's why I did the clouds, because they look like it's actually big enough to where if there was, you could kind of make it out, But
your statement was, I swear, I think I saw the cloud.
I could send it to you, and you can, I guess, judge it for yourself, I guess. But
well, I'm not going to use the clouds for any tilt. Come on, I wouldn't be so lame.
Why not?
Bro, how do you know if the cloud is tilting or not?
Yeah, anyway, we'll move on from that. I can use a boat or a ship when they're over the top of a ship and they're looking straight down, and then they can angle out at let's say 45 degrees or whatever it may be, 30 degrees, and show me the side of another ship. Then that would tell me that things are tilting, right?
You've said no to a good way that he came up with, and you've suggested a way that seems completely made up and silly to me.
He doesn't even seem too confident in this cloud.
The cloud is not a good way.
Still, he's more confident than
that's
you.
a made-up way. It's a pretend way. That's not a good way.
Well, it's the cloud. Like the clouds actually go, because it's not just like a stationary cloud. The cloud's actually like moving. Granted, I guess it's the ISS that's moving, but the cloud is whatever. But relative to it, but if you look at it though, it's the cloud in one spot, and then like a few seconds later, it's like going over. Like it really does seem that way.
What I would like to know is why.
Define the start and the end.
Hold on, I was trying to talk.
Yeah, I got you, Funk. Hold on a second. Funk was right in the middle of the sentence. We're gonna let him go. Then you, whoever that was.
I wasn't talking. I haven't been.
Yeah,
talking.
he wasn't talking.
I was trying to talk.
That I could hear.
It was paper. My bad.
Yeah, no problem. What I would like to know is why is the cloud idea being dismissed, even when we haven't looked like it sounds to me that we are dismissing an idea when we haven't even seen the video. So let's at least wait until we see the video and then talk about whether we should dismiss it or not.
No, we don't need to. I can tell you why we can dismiss it right now. You pick any cloud you want, and define exactly where it starts and ends, and then we can use a cloud. If you can't do that, then there's no reason to use a cloud.
The point is, the clouds are at a level height above Earth, and they're a good measure because they're like watching one plane. Yeah,
You're
this level
misusing the word measure.
Earth, and you
The
see
clouds
them
are
tilt
morphing.
down over the horizon in the distance. That's what happens.
Well, that's the thing.
So define the
Human,
start
we see
point
this.
and the end point of a cloud, any cloud you want.
No,
Define the
that's
start
silly.
point and the end
That's not
point,
the
and
point.
then we can use the cloud to measure something.
Not the point.
If you can't define the start and the end point of the cloud, we can't use it to measure something.
Yes, we can.
It's that
Hang
simple.
on. Okay, all right, that's fine. So if you can use a cloud, then you should easily be able to show other objects on Earth doing the same thing. Easily, if you can use a cloud.
Different.
So we're
Are
still
you kidding
still
me?
not
Objects on
dismissing the
Earth
cloud
don't
then.
spread across the sky. You can't see them tilting the same way.
You're kidding me,
They're
right?
just tiny little poles that you're talking
You would
about.
see
It's
different
ridiculous.
angles of those objects.
Ridiculous.
You would see different angles of those objects.
As a man to man, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, you using a cloud as your fantastical proof,
I was
and
just
not
saying.
saying that you can see it in a cloud, but you wouldn't be able to see it in other objects. That's the ridiculous part.
The way you would measure this is you would have something of known height, and then you would just back away from it on the ground, stay on the ground level, and then you back away from it, and then if it starts getting shorter than the perspective math allows, then it's tilting, right? Or no?
That's not the tilt that they're looking for, though, Joe. They want to see tilt. They're just making up that they want to see a
That's
tilt.
the tilt they're looking for.
Oh, it's backwards.
doesn't
I
the-
agree. You can measure drop like and add the tilt in if you really want to get
doesn't-
nerdy.
But doesn't the same concept still apply as we were? I cannot say for sure how far away ISS would see to their horizon, but the same concept applies. It's just that you're higher, which means it would be tilted more away because you can see longer. I just don't know for sure how many degrees, but it could be a tilt. But it's not. It doesn't have to be like 20 degrees. It could just be like 5 degrees or maybe 10 degrees maximum. So we need to take that into account. I'm not sure actually.
I mean, you're never going to be able to see something actually tilting because if you're looking at it, well, maybe you could if you had a flat plane or something. Demok always talks about this box, and we had an idea for the blinds and shit to see the tilt. I think you guys would ended up. What's up?
You just said, Jeremy, that you can't see it. It's just tilting away.
You couldn't see it in like a straight up object, I don't think.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why they keep saying it. I just
You'd have to have a flat plane or something. You could measure the tilt with the perspective math though, because like say you go to what's that giant tower in Abu Dhabi or some shit, Dubai, the big.
You, Jeremy. Yeah. You could factor it in observation of it dropping and angular size.
No, not.
You would have side to side tilt too on a ball. Wherever you're at, you could see left, right, away from you. Dawn, you talk over do you hear me?
So painful. Sorry.
Maybe you don't hear everybody. You literally
I
talk
just
over.
objected straight away. I couldn't help it.
Right, I know you've done it to everybody. That's why DMOC got upset actually. So anyway, if you're looking down at a sphere, you're not just looking away at objects. You're looking in all directions at objects that would be at a different angle on a ball.
You don't understand looking.
I don't understand looking.
No, sorry, you don't.
Yeah, okay.
That's the best argument I've heard.
That's the best
so
argument
far
you
today.
have. You don't understand looking.
Good
When you're looking towards a pole, you're not looking at another pole to the right, are you? You're looking towards the pole. Do you not get that? You can't look at two poles at 90 degrees.
But if I'm looking left and right, not straight
You
away
can't?
from me, I can see angle. I can see tilt. Very
Are you
easily.
are you saying that you can't have two poles in your vision at one time? That's impossible.
69 miles apart.
You
You think that's
1,000 miles
impossible?
apart. Yeah, 1,000 miles apart. That would be 30 degrees difference in those two objects from
How
top
are
to
you
top.
going to get two poles 1,000 miles apart in
No,
your
I
vision?
figured it out. This
What are you
is how we
talking
do it. We get two laser beams. We shoot them straight up 90 degrees. You'd be able to see that dumb far away.
Absolutely.
No,
Is that a good
wait.
idea?
Two laser
They're
beams.
zooming in on poles in a marina. You don't think you can't see buildings, huge buildings from
If you
1,000
zoom
miles
in,
away?
you can't see 1,000 miles apart, can you? If you zoom in, now you don't
Yeah, but
understand zooming.
you can check the angle. You can see if it's leaning away or not in your frame.
How would you?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it seems
Rocky
like
is.
maybe Dawn doesn't understand looking. Maybe that's
Rocky
the
is.
problem, actually.
What's up, Bob? Rocky
I
is
would
right here.
agree. I would agree, Jeremy. If you're let's take the Leaning Tower of Pisa. If you're looking directly at the angle that it's leaning, you can't tell it's leaning. It's difficult. But if you get to the side of it, you can easily, at any angle, tell that it's leaning something. And when you get exactly perpendicular to the side that it is leaning to, you can see a huge tilt.
Tell me, how do you zoom in to see it clearly and see two of them 1,000 miles apart?
You think you can't zoom in on something and know that it's straight up and down in your lens, and then zoom into something else and see that it's at an angle? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and not in the way you think. Oh.
I could do that with the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
That's
But
totally
you were,
different.
but on the globe, when you turn your camera to see something else, that is also everything you look at from the ISS would be tilting
You're
away
kidding
from
me,
you.
right?
You can't see
No,
the
it's
things that you can see, Rakia, just like you can't sense the things
what?
that you can sense either. That I mean,
If
it's coming from the
I'm
same people.
if
Well,
I'm a
I'm
mile away
sorry.
from the Leaning Tower of Pisa and I look at something else next to it and I zoom into it and see that it's straight up and down, and then I go over to the Leaning Tower of Pisa and lean and zoom into that, you don't think I can tell it's tilting
Of course, you
from
can
my
see it
same
tilting, but
position?
then your camera
So
is
you
tilted
can.
sideways comparable to it.
Why would my camera be tilted sideways? I'm in the same position.
No, but
I'm not tilting my
the
camera.
pizza is yeah,
You
but the
are being
problem is
ridiculous.
when when you're
Yeah.
when you're on the top of a sphere, we say everything tilts away from you, which means if you turn your camera whichever way you look, everything you look at will be tilting away from you. Nothing will be tilting sideways.
Let me tell you something though. If you have two poles in your eyesight, both of those poles have to be leaning away from each other. I think that's the point here.
Yeah, but
Like yes, if you look straight up at something, it's going to be leaning away from you, so you wouldn't be able to see it side to side. But if you have two poles next to each other, that's why I suggested the laser beam straight up, because you'd be able to see that from dumb far. I don't know about how the dispersal of light and shit, whatever. But if you had two poles or two buildings or something, those buildings would have to be tilted away from each other. And if you had a side-on orthographic view of that, you should be able to. That's where you would see it.
Do we have buildings that we can have the camera far enough away? Because of course, just your some poles in a marina won't do, because if your camera is actually that far away that it shows the poles being 1,000 miles apart, then you're not going to be able to see the poles. So do we have any objects that would be big enough to still be visible at that range?
I mean, couldn't you zoom into so say you have two poles and they're, I don't know, 69 miles apart. So we'll have 1 degree of tilt, right?
Hmm.
We get the poles 69 miles apart, or buildings or whatever. Then we back up, we get an orthographic side view. We zoom into one,
Hmm.
or we take a picture of both of them in view, and then we can zoom into one, and then swipe over to the right and see if we count pixels or something. Like, there's no way to measure this.
Technically speaking, it would be possible. There's a slight minor hitch. We don't have actually control of the ISS and what it's doing. So it's
You don't
sort
need
of
to be on
a
ISS for this.
experiment that is not possible to do.
You don't need to
Because
be on
we do not
ISS.
have control of the ISS.
You don't need to be on ISS for this. You can get on a mountaintop or a hot air balloon, just something up high.
Well,
Maybe a
in that
mountain.
case, it won't work, because they are every object you're looking at is actually on the horizon, so it's not tilting side to side. Because the horizon is a circle, that means it's tilting away from you and not side to side.
So here's the thing: you get up on a mountain. Right now, you can see dumb far. Let's say you can see, 100 miles away. So you got 2 poles set up 69 miles apart from each other. Those poles have to be leaning away from each other. Right? By 1 degree. That's gotta be measurable, right?
Yeah, technically speaking, yeah.
I mean, I feel like this is something we could do right here. We've been looking to do something, Rakia. This could be it. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how you measure long distance not using the.
It's going to be still 1 degree, so it would take some very careful measurements. And I cannot tell whether it would be plausible or not, but it's an idea.
I don't get because it depends on how tall your pole or whatever. As you go up on a sphere, if they're 100 like 69 miles away at the bottom, as you go up, the distance in between at the top depends on the height of your pole or your mountains or whatever. They're going to be more than 69 miles at the top, and if you go a long way up, they're going to get extremely far.
Yeah, like if we had 2 buildings or something 69 miles apart and we got to an orthographic view from up high and we could get, I mean, it doesn't matter how far, you just need to get far away enough so that you could have them both in one camera shot, I guess.
Okay, but okay,
I don't think you can measure that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, bro. If you get that in 1 camera shot, right? You would need some fucking crazy ass resolution, all right, for you to make out those things, all right.
Yeah.
Just
What
saying.
if all right, how about this? How about this? We get a tripod that you can swivel the camera around, and we zoom in real close, and then could you count like the pixels or something in between the top of the buildings and the bottom of each of the buildings? Is that crazy?
Wait, when you say swivel,
You like a tripod on a mount, and you can turn it.
How do you take out all the factors? I mean, if the wind's blowing the building and it's swaying, and you take a picture and it's swayed one way,
Oh,
I mean,
they do sway.
you can't shit. Are you kidding me? These.
I forgot. Yeah.
but also
I have an
once
idea, gentlemen.
Okay.
Let's hear it. Essie's got some good shit. What do you got, Essie?
How about you zoom in on one of them fancy satellites, right? Or I don't know if the ISS can do this. How about you zoom into a nice big cruise liner cruising upside down or sideways? I'll be happy with that.
Why do you guys let him talk? You know, it's always sarcastic with this guy. I mean, I don't even know why. Come on.
Why is it sarcastic? What's wrong with what I said? Go ahead.
I think the ISS. Go ahead.
What the upside? Hold on. You mean the upside down ship? You don't think that's like, you know? Come on.
Does your ball have up and down?
Well, there's a relative up and down. That's why I'm thinking. That's why I'm saying this is kind of silly, because if you're gonna have an upside down boat, then you would have to imagine the satellite taking the picture was oriented in such a way that the boat is upside down. You know what I'm saying? But if it was rotated, then it wouldn't be upside down. I don't know. It's just, I feel like it's a really sarcastic answer, but maybe you're being serious. I don't know.
Because you're used to Star Trek when they show they're zooming into the ball, and all of a sudden, it turns upside down. But you think that would happen in reality?
I don't know. Anyway,
I have an idea.
Hold on. How the ISS can only see, I think, 3% of the Earth's surface, right? So I mean, they're not even seeing the whole half of the ball.
I'm glad you said that. Now, back in the 80s, Jeremy, the agencies had a satellite. They were bragging that they can zoom in and see a penny and tell you what year it is.
Remember that movie Head of State with Will Smith? Something like that, yeah.
Uh-huh. Now, with one of those, I ask you, can they not zoom in far away from the Earth, show the sphere, just zoom in to any one of those big boats, those huge liners, and just show it, cruising upside down, game over. Everybody
no, it's not
goes home.
game over, because how do you know they didn't just take a normal picture of the boat and just flipped upside down? I mean, there's so much, like, that doesn't make any sense. This is silly.
No, but ask yourself why this has not been done in 50 years. They had this in the 80s, I believe. Why has this not been done?
I don't even know if they have cameras that powerful. I don't know if that shit was legit.
Research it, bro. Research
but you know that there is no concept of up and down, only exists when you have like a gravitational pull. So you could say every point on Earth is up and down at the same time, depending on where you are on Earth. So when the ISS is flying, it's orientates its camera so that up in the camera is up to you. But you could also say, well, it's actually down, depending on if you're on the other side of the Earth. So all they can do is just switch the camera upside down and say, now we're oriented as if we were on the other side of the Earth. Here you can see a boat upside down.
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
kind of
Yeah.
pointless, right? It's kind of pointless.
It's so
What?
Listen, I'm gonna unmute
Really?
Democ.
I was hoping one of them would say that, Jeremy. Give me a second. So you're saying now if we point to the moon, right?
Okay.
Yep. And we can
And I tell you where is up and where is down. If there was like a big, huge building on top of the moon or on the bottom of the moon, would you be able to distinguish if I told you point to that thing? Would you be able to distinguish what I was talking about?
It's good to find the top and bottom of that moon. I mean, people, I'm pretty sure, isn't it where people in the South Pole, I mean, not
Yes,
South Pole, south
wagon
of the
wheel
equator.
effect.
What?
So you're
Yes,
saying if we
wagon
zoom
wheel
in,
effect. The north for this other people are going to be flipped. So on the other hemisphere, just like
Yeah.
from like on the other side of the, just say it's a flat Earth. We can't. There's, you're looking at from the. I don't even know. It's so confusing, north and south.
it's not
It's on
confusing.
flat Earth.
You're in La La Land. Let's say now
Well, yeah,
we're in
right.
the north of your sphere, right? Let's say we're in
It's called
Canada.
the wagon wheel effect. If I'm standing on the other side of something, I'm seeing I'm seeing the reverse of it. That's just basically what he's saying. And since you do see that, then there's that issue, that variable that needs to be discussed.
What are you talking about, dude? If I was to tell you, look at the moon, there's the bottom crater and there's the top, would you not understand what I was talking about?
Not if I was on a
Only-
different hemisphere than you, because it would be the opposite
Yeah.
of what you're seeing. Is what I'm trying to say.
Let's say you were
Right.
orbiting far away from the moon like we are on Earth, right? Let's go into your La La Land fantasy. You're going to tell me if there was a big structure on the bottom of the moon pointing down and another huge structure pointing up, you wouldn't be able to distinguish if you zoom in which one is pointing down and which one is pointing up?
If I'm not on the moon and I'm looking from that edge and I'm fixed, and that's the position we all agree that everyone is going to be fixed to, then yeah, man, sure.
What, man? You can tell me
Yes.
which is up and which is down, right?
If there is a fixed position, if we're not
Yeah,
changing,
like there was
right?
a fixed geostationary satellite like there is on your spinning ball fantasy, for example.
Right, but then we would call it the surface because there would be no up and down, right?
Call it whatever you want. Would you be able to distinguish which building, which tower is pointing down and which one is pointing up from your perspective? Yes or no?
Right. If I just assume that the top is up and the bottom is down, then yeah.
There's
if I
no
assume that what
assuming.
I'm looking at, no, yeah, there is. Like if I'm just looking at a ball from my position at that moment, I can say this is a top and this is a bottom.
Okay, perfect. We'll go
But
with
there's
that.
no
We'll go with that.
actually, yeah.
All right. So now
There's no
let's go back. Now let's go back to Earth. We're not on the moon now. We're on a geostationary satellite. On your
We
fantasy
weren't on the
spinning
moon
ball.
before. We weren't on
Hold
the moon
on.
before. Remember, we were out in space looking at the moon. We weren't
Yeah,
on the moon.
exactly. From a
Okay, so-
geostationary position.
All right, so
You wanted a fixed position. I gave.
and so
Okay, so now
But
we
his
go on Earth.
orientation, but his orientation was arbitrary. He just picked one. He could just easily be the other way around. He could be 180 degrees twisted.
Yeah, fine.
And then the
I'll give
exactly, I'm
you
just
that. Take your
arbitrarily
fantasy.
picking.
Sure, that's yours on a platter. So now we're on Earth now. We pick our position and we say that's north and we say that's south.
But see, now we're
You
on
with
Earth.
me so far?
No, because we weren't on the moon before, so now we're on a surface. Now you're trying to change the
We're
whole
not on.
platform. Okay, you said you were on the Earth. Sorry, I got confused.
I
when
mean
heard you
the
say now we're on the
scenario.
Earth.
Now the scenario
Same
goes
scenario
to
now,
Earth.
looking at the Earth. Okay, so same thing.
Exactly.
We're just making up a top and making up a bottom.
Exactly. So we make up a top. We have the top and we have the bottom from our vantage point, right? We're on a geostationary
Exactly.
satellite. Pick
Yes,
any
sir.
distance you want that you're comfortable with.
But this is
Any card?
arbitrary. Like you said, pick a point, and then anything could be top and bottom at this point because it's arbitrary.
Well, he
You're
knows
just
that. We're
voting in
there.
space anyway.
Yeah, I think you're behind here in the conversation, Punk. So
Okay, sorry.
So we're moving forward, right? So
Come
now
on,
we
you got
have a huge boat on the South Ocean, on the bottom, on
The south would
what
be
we
the
call
top,
the South,
right?
and we have a boat on the top, what we call the North, the positions we gave them, correct?
Well, yeah, we'll line that up. Go ahead.
So we zoom in to the top boat. What do we see? We see a boat on the top riding the waves, right?
Okay.
Now, when we zoom in on the bottom boat, what do we see?
The same thing.
What do you mean? Do we see a boat upside down riding the waves? On the downside of the ball, on the southern side of the ball?
It looks like it's upside down because you're upside down now looking at it, right?
No, you're not upside down. You're in the same position as you were looking at the one at the top.
No, well, that's the thing. Like, but compared to the surface, like, what are you comparing it to? Because only a surface, you can only be on something, call it an upside down or not. When you're out there in free space, what's the relationship between up and down?
The relationship is.
But we already established that.
No, we didn't. We established that it was arbitrary, so there was no fixed up and down. So that your argument doesn't keep going to fix an up and down. There is no fixed up and down.
If you establish an up and down, that's the standard you use for up and down until you've decided to stop using that standard then. So he already took care of that when he said, we decide what's up, we decide what's down. That's the standard now. That's how human standards work. So that's the standard until you're done using that standard.
Well, yeah, from your location out in space, it would seem that they are upside down.
It's the same
Okay,
anywhere,
okay,
man.
fine. Okay, great,
Come on, it's the
great.
same
We
anywhere.
established that. Do we have any pictures of that? Any video ever taken? Ever?
Of course not.
It's so far away that you
come?
couldn't see that.
Give me a camera
Ask
that
yourself
can
that,
take
Grim.
that.
Ask yourself that, bro.
I will. I'll ask you that. Give me
But
a camera if you could just give me a camera that could actually do that.
I gave you one. I gave you one. It could zoom in to a penny and read the year according to the agency.
But that's not from the vantage point where you can see the whole Earth. Like the ISS could zoom in pretty far. You could like see airplanes or maybe buildings, right? But that's still like you see only like 3% of the Earth. You don't see the globe. You don't see.
I didn't say the ISS. Again, you're behind in the party, dude.
Right,
You're
but to
gonna
zoom in on such a small object,
You're gonna
you
catch up.
shrink your
Yeah,
field
but
of view will shrink.
I don't think
right?
that
You know
camera
what?
exists.
You know how you do this? Hold on. You know how you do this? You'd have to zoom in to one side, see a ship. You know, you have your up and down, so you zoom in to one side. You see how the ship. You see how the ship's facing. Well, video. You see the direction of the ship. Then you go to the other side to another ship or building or whatever you're doing. Zoom into that without changing the camera's orientation, and it should be antipodal.
It's as simple as that.
But how do you know you don't change your orientation?
It's a video, so we'll be able to see everything.
Yeah, but if you fly quote unquote around the globe, how do you know we're not just flying across a flat plane or actually keeping our orientation steady?
What are you talking
How would you know that?
What are you talking about, dude? Make some
He's talking
sense.
about they're talking about, dude, from space. They're taken from a fixed position in space. They're able to see the entire side of the planet, and at the top of the planet, which they would call the top, or one edge, and then an opposing edge. That's what we should call it because of edge of view, right? One horizon basically to the other, right? So opposing horizon. That way you don't have to worry about up and down and left and right and all those things. We could just say that, and that's clear. So what he's saying is, do we see the ships sinking over the horizon on both sides? One being facing, upside down and going and sinking over the horizon bottom first, and the other one, they're still sinking over the horizon bottom first, either way you look at it, right? So let's take a look, is what he's saying, right?
But that's how you would do it, though. You would do it in video form. That way we know the camera's orientation didn't change. You'd be able to see it all happening.
That's it. Very
But
simple.
I mean, if we were
every
far
one
enough
of
away
us
to
goes
do that,
home.
Essie,
We never say flat Earth again.
Essie, let's see. Hold on. Let's say
If
they
we
came up
were-
with this footage. Hold on, Graham. Essie, let's say they came up with this footage. Would you even believe it?
I would scrutinize it, yeah. And look, we can represent it, we can recreate it. We got all kinds of commercial flights going up, so that shouldn't be a problem soon. Then we could all go home.
Yep, and I think even before that got there, if we were far enough away to do what you're asking to do, you'd also just be able to see the entire fucking planet, right? So you'd already know before you even ask.
How come it is that we can... I'm sorry, I thought you was done. How come it is we can see the ISS with our eyeballs, but then when you guys are supposed to be able to like zoom in with these high-powered things down on the Earth, you can't see nothing, but our eyeballs are good enough to look up and see the ISS no problem?
Because you don't really see it, no problem. You just see the brilliant light reflecting off of it, and the light is bigger than the actual object because of the
What's
reflection.
the problem where we don't see
And
what
you're
we
seeing what it's like saying, you know,
I see a bright
I can
object
see a little.
that I see. Very good.
Yeah, but it's like seeing a little mirror, right? If I'm on a mountain, you cannot see that little mirror until
how am I seeing
reflect this. Hold on a second. With your eyes, you can't see the mountain because it's so small. You can't see that little mirror until I reflect sunlight off of it into your face. Then you can see the mirror because you're
So
not
you're
really
saying
seeing the mirror so much
all
as you
your
are.
stories are cool, but we can stare
Never
right
mind.
up at the fucking thing, and you say, "Hey, can you guys look out your door and see the ISS?" And we're like, "Yeah." So if we can see that with our eyes, you can say it's a mirror, a turd, a donkey duck. It doesn't matter. All you have to
It
be
does
able to do
matter
is see
because
it.
you can't
That
see
means
it with your
that
eyes. You're not.
hold on a minute, man. So a guy on the ISS should be able to
Never
see
mind.
me wave at him or see a thing that's as big as the ISS from the ISS clearly, easy every time with his own eyeballs.
Except you can't actually see the ISS in itself. You're seeing reflection
we
of
seeing?
light, sun off of.
No,
I'm
that's
almost
not
gonna tell
true.
you.
You're seeing that.
With your naked eye. Excuse me, dude. Hold on a second. He's saying that you can see it with no problem, like you can see a little guy standing in it or something. That's just
No.
ridiculous.
You see, listen, no. The
I
little
didn't
guy
hear him
should be
say
able to
that.
see the guy.
Waving at me?
You're not listening, Grim. The little guy. I see the ship he's on, and the little guy that's on the ship should have the same eye power as me, looking down as I have looking up. If I can see his ship, then he should be able to look down and see my building. It's the same size as his ship. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But you can't just see his ship unless you're reflecting sunlight off of it. And if you are reflecting sunlight off of your building, you can definitely see it from space.
If the sun is reflecting off the ISS, it would be flashing you. You wouldn't be seeing an object.
It does
Reflected
flash
light
you.
is how we see. So
He's
it does
talking about the
flash like
naked
a
eye.
mirror. So it flashes like
remember?
a mirror.
Yeah, it does. The sunlight actually does reflect off of the solar panels.
And it flashes like a mirror would. You know what a mirror flash does, right?
Yeah, man. I said I explained that in a moment ago, giving an example about standing on a mountain with a mirror 2 miles away. You can't see the little 4-inch mirror from 2
Can I bring
miles
up the
away
thing I was going to bring
until
up a while ago?
I signal you by reflecting the light of the sun off of that little 4-inch mirror. Then
You're
all of a
saying
sudden
the
you can
ISS
see
does
them.
that?
Never mind.
You're repeating yourself. I'm just asking you to clarify. You're saying the ISS reflects like a mirror? I've never seen a video of that. I've only seen images of the ISS reflecting light back because that's how it works anyway. How you see a tree or a mountain or the ISS, if is this in the sky, it's reflected light. But it's not mirroring. It's not flashing light. I've never seen that, at least.
Do they have live ISS footage still, or did they stop doing it?
If that was the case, you would think it would be able to shine the light down on the ground, and you'd see like a little circle of light going somewhere, following the mirror reflection, right, Grim?
No, not at all, dude. I don't even know where you're getting your shit from sometimes.
Oh my God! Now the sun's not powerful enough to shine on the Earth from a reflection on a mirror flying through the sky. That's crazy.
It's not quite enough light, dude.
Oh, it's never
It's a
enough,
thin-
never
it's
good
a-
enough, never
Okay,
this,
well,
never that. It's always a big
Right,
excuse.
well, look, you're the one saying that the sun can still be right over my head and be invisible.
I didn't say anything
Don't give
about
me
the
no
sun.
shit. On a
I didn't say anything
flat
about the
Earth.
sun. What the hell are you talking about? I said the
Yeah,
ISS.
the sun can just
I
travel
see a
around, and
light
all of a sudden,
object.
I can't see the light from the
Clearly,
sun
we were talking
anymore
about the
because it's just
ISS.
too far away. You say
Graham?
that's.
We were talking
How
about
are you
the
holding?
ISS.
Yeah, but I'm giving an example of how you're holding two conflicting ideas.
So now
to
you're
be
talking about
true.
the sun.
Well, actually, technically, Grim, those aren't conflicting ideas. In one scenario, there is an obstruction that is nearby that would eventually cause it to be covered up due to perspective. Whereas in the other scenario, it's directly over the thing that you're standing on, so it would never be obstructed in that way. I mean, it's the difference of angles. It's pretty simple.
Well,
Light attenuation angle.
At what height can the sun actually ever touch the horizon on a flat Earth?
Okay,
Visually.
nothing anywhere in reality can
What
touch a
distance
horizon,
would I
because the
need to go?
horizon is just an apparent meeting of the ground and the sky. Nothing
Yeah,
can
well,
touch it. You
apparently,
can't touch the horizon.
apparently, no shit, bro. Apparently, pedantically.
Why are you always so combative, man?
Well, I mean, 3 people talking at me at once just sort of lights a fuse.
No, that's your excuse. There was one person
No,
asking you
maybe
very
when
direct
someone
questions.
interrupts me and says no,
Oh, please.
while I'm answering a question they just asked
Okay,
me.
there was something I wanted to bring up a little while ago, guys. And it had to do with the laser things that Jeremy brought up. If we had a perfectly level table according to the Glober's quote unquote model, if we had a perfectly level table and a cup on the table with some water in it, do they consider the surface of that water to be perfectly level and flat, or do they consider it to be perfectly level and still curved at a minuscule level, like a
Curving to
very
them. It's curving. The water in the cup is curving to them.
Well, hold on.
It's funny he said minuscule because meniscus.
With or without the meniscus.
I know, but he said minuscule. It was just funny that he said that.
A very small
meniscus-
amount. Like, do they actually think that cup on the perfectly level table and the cup's perfectly level, that the water inside that is still technically curving, just a very small amount?
They're saying you can't measure it. It's so small you
All right.
can't measure.
Great.
Well,
so do we have the capability?
I don't think that.
If we like put light through like a container of water, like let's say a laser or whatever, do we have the capability to calculate how the light should come out of the water on the other end? If we have a container, like a fish tank or whatever, do we have the ability
What's
to
that
do
going to
that?
help you with? Who lives underwater?
Demok, I'm trying to get to a point. Shut up. I don't need you to just ask dumb
Yeah,
questions.
but he doesn't want to
okay?
hear about lasers in a fish tank.
Yeah, I
Do
don't want to hear
do
about
we as
lasers.
human beings have the capability of making that calculation?
Sorry, what are we calculating again?
I'm asking if
The
we
curve
have the
of water?
capability
No.
to calculate
of water in a cup.
if we have a fish tank of water and we fire a laser up through it, do we have the ability to calculate where the laser should come out of the surface of the water and hit something?
Are you assuming that the laser is not going to be refracted in any way by the water?
No, I'm asking if we have a way to calculate exactly how it will be refracted. You know, like let's say you're standing above the surface of the water and you see like a fish, okay? Well, if you want to stab the fish with a spear, you can't aim where the fish looks like it is, right? You have to aim somewhere else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we have a way of calculating that through mathematics where we should stab, or is that an intuition thing that humans we haven't figured out how to calculate it? We just have to feel it out and learn how to do it with our bodies instinctually.
That's
No, I
Snell's
think
law.
it's calculated by parts per million. How many parts
It's Snell's law. He's talking about Snell's law.
Or Fermat's principle. Both, yeah.
So we would have the ability to calculate that particular thing.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they do have calculations for particular mediums.
Okay, I'm gonna share my
actual
screen.
refraction right there, like the
I'm
real.
gonna share my screen and tell me what you guys think of this then. Okay. If we got, let me know when you guys can see it.
I can see it.
If we got a large container of water, I mean, I guess like a large pool would work or whatever, and we set the lasers on one end of it basically, and on the other end we have basically targets for the lasers to hit. Okay. The Globers would say that the water is curving, and we should be able to calculate where the lasers should hit based on that math, because the surface of the water is curving and it should hit exactly where they say it should hit if we're aiming the lasers straight, okay, 90 degrees. If it's not curving, then the calculation would be off and they wouldn't hit the targets, and it would be, I mean, we're talking about laser precision here. It would be a very it wouldn't have to be a very large body of water for it to be a pinpoint laser amount. We would be able to see if the math is off or not, if the laser is off or not, if the water is actually curved or not.
You're saying the refraction coming out of the water, but it's going straight up though. They say there's no refraction when you're going straight up.
Well, no, what he's designing is it's like the water acts upon the laser as a lens, right? And if the lens is curved, then the laser would be reoriented.
It would have to move the light if the water's curved. It has to.
Am I right though? I mean, that's what you're designing.
That's the basic idea. Is if they're right, this body of water, the surface has to be curved. When the laser comes out, it has to be different than if the water was simply a flat, level surface. And so we do the math to figure out where it should come out if it is curved according to their math, and we see if that lines up or not.
There could be something to this. I just wanted to let everyone know that I started this, so I get at least partial credit.
Yep, Jeremy gets credit, of course. I wouldn't leave that guy out.
Can I ask you a question, Bob?
Yeah.
The point that you're aiming the lasers at is level above the surface of the water, correct?
Assuming, yes,
Well,
I think we assume it would be, right?
You would
Or if
have
it even
you would have
mattered.
to. It depends on what you mean by level. You would have to
Having
you
no
might have-
part higher altitude than any other.
above
Well, here's
the
the
water.
thing: it doesn't need to be level. What it needs to be is target painted, right? Without the water first. You set up the lasers and the targets, no matter if they're level or not. You mark out exactly where they are without the water. Then you just fill it up with water and see if they change. So you really don't need a level surface for the top. You just need a fixed surface.
Okay, here we go. We got the lasers. We got the lasers going to the roof, and they're hitting 2 points. Then we fill it with water. If it's curving, what's going to happen?
It should alter
the light
dots are
should
going to move
end up
away from
actually
each other or
bending.
closer.
They should be bending away from each other because the Earth, in their model, is curving basically away from whatever point you're at. It has to be curving away if it's a sphere or whatever. That's the way it has
towards
to work.
each other.
All right,
think
I'm gonna put
towards
my
each
math
other, though.
people. I'm gonna put my
I
math
think
people on this and see what kind of
Oh yeah, it might refract the other way.
distances.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
they're going to refract towards each other because I mean, if you just look how like they're on the outside edges, they're going to push like a ramp. You imagine it like you're hitting it from the left side and the right side of inside of a ball. You're not going up the middle, and then you hit the edge of the ball and you get drawn towards the middle. Same with the light.
How do you know it's the water or the glass containing the water?
Because you're not shooting through the glass. You shoot the glass. Everything you shoot without the water to get your exact markings. So even if the glass,
you could do it without the water, and then you know what you're negating the glass.
Oh, I got you.
And then you add the water after, yeah.
Or
Then
even,
you just
I mean,
add
like,
water.
if we're going to get really fancy, we could probably just find underwater lasers we can attach to the bottom of the tank that shoot up through the water, but don't, they're inside
Right.
the water. I mean, we
They're
could
not
do
on
that.
the other
Like,
side of the glass at all. Exactly.
the point of this is just like,
bad.
is it a legitimate idea for showing the thing that we're trying to show? That's the question. We can work on
Like, I don't know that it is. I don't know that it is, but I still like it. Right?
This plan needs to involve sharks with laser beams.
Oh man, freaking sharks with
Anytime you
freaking
got-
laser beams on their.
Yeah.
Darn it,
laser.
Jeremy, that's the prestige. Come on.
Hook a laser to a shark and see what
Can we
refraction you
get some dinosaurs involved?
Those are dinosaurs, aren't they?
No, but I like this,
I mean,
Bob.
know
I like
your
this.
model, dude. Sharks are dinosaurs.
Bob, I'm gonna put my math guys on this and see what kind of distances, how much water.
I'll go ahead and save this as.
Save that.
Let's see here. Totally
I'm not doing
flat Earth proof 100.
Bob, while
There we
you're
go.
saving that, can I propose a couple
hypothesized
questions?
evidence.
Sorry, go ahead, Grim. I didn't realize the middle of my sentence was interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah, you came in a little quick. I was still trying to just after my toke say hypothesized evidence.
Hypothesized?
Yeah, hypothesized evidence.
We're gonna say Kool-Aid.
So my question is, you've got these lasers in the bottom of this tank. No water in it. Everything's set up. You've got them aimed directly 90 degrees, directly up.
That's right.
The surface of the earth, right?
Yes.
Right.
Then you pour water over the top of them.
Mhm.
Both
Right.
both of those lasers are going to refract because now it's moving through water and then air, and you could even use
There's
sugar.
no refraction. Sorry, there's no refraction 90 degrees.
No, there is in the atmosphere. There's less, but in water, it's just going to be a homogeneous refraction, though. So you're still going to have to deal with the diffusion.
You have 90-degree refraction in water.
Yeah, it's called diffusion. You'll
My
have
question-
the light will diffuse into a bigger,
Well, guys, let him.
wider
What's the actual question that he's getting into?
region.
My question is, if they're already pointed straight up, why would they? And then they refract. They're still going to be pointed at the same relative angle. That's not going to change.
Well, if the water's curving, right, then the surface of the water would act upon the light as a lens, basically, a direction.
Right, but unless your tank is 60 nautical miles long, that gets you 1 degree.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about lasers, though. We're talking about laser pinpoint accuracy. So we can get really, really small with it if we need to detect it.
Right. I don't see it being able to show anything because both lasers are going to refract the same amount and they're going to maintain more or less parallel lines. Because
it wouldn't be. We wouldn't be comparing it with like whether or not they stay parallel. That wouldn't be the point. The point would be we would already have the calculation for where, if the water is curved, where those lasers should end up. Then we'll have where they do end up without the water and where they do end up with the water. And that should be different between a surface that's perfectly flat and level and a surface that is curved. Those should be two different answers.
Why?
Because one's curved and one's flat. You don't get the same
But
result
it's
of
not.
light going through a lens as you do
How do you falsify that?
Glass.
Hold on.
How do you falsify that, though?
It's not curved though, because you're aiming directly up. So all you're aiming through is, let's call it 6 inches of water, and then you're back into air. You're not going over any kind of curve or anything. You're just aiming from the bottom of the water up.
Yes, you are. That's the whole point. Is that you have to be. If the water is curved the way they say it, that's why I asked that beginning question. Do they think that cup of water is curved, or they consider that to be perfectly flat? If they consider that to be curved at a very small level, that means no matter where you hit that water surface at, it has to have some amount of curve. It has to. Otherwise, it's not curved. That's how a lens works. If you take a lens on a camera, you might not be able to, with your own eye, see it very well, that it's curved at one particular point, but it literally has to be to make the lens shape that it makes. There has to be a curve there, even at one little point. That's how a sphere works.
Here's the problem, though, right? I'm crunching the numbers, like not for real, but just kind of like intuitively, and I'm seeing an error margin larger with the diffusion of the laser than the actual curvature of an allowance of what we would see as an alteration due to curvature.
Yeah,
so
that might be something
gotta
we have
learn
to-
how to get that signal to noise mess out of the way. And I don't know with a laser that we can do that, depending, I guess I don't know what kind of laser we're using or something, but
It's very suspicious that every time we go to make a measurement, the error margin is above what the Earth would be curving at. Come on.
well,
guys.
it's not suspicious unless it's like, I could say the same thing, Jeremy, if I was trying to be a jerk. I could say it's suspicious that you always choose something that is well within the error margin that we're supposed to look at. That's
but
what's suspicious.
it does kind of make you wonder how they actually measure it. If all the error margins, not including human error or tool error, just the margin of refraction or whatever is more than what the measurement is.
It's not for all tests. It would be for something like this, but it's not for all tests. astronomical observations, for example, don't fall into the same category.
We are at some point we're going to need to address this thing RC showed me with the 5 points, all touching the water on the coastlines of America, and those distances can't both work on a flat plane and a curved surface.
Jeremy, who was I arguing with yesterday? Who was calling me a liar and doing all this weird stuff, posturing,
I
beating
don't
on
know,
his chest?
Grim, you're a maniac. Just relax.
You'll have to be more specific than that. That could describe anybody I know.
No, he kept saying I was playing some 4D chess or something like that.
Well, that doesn't sound like an insult. That sounds like a compliment.
Yeah, well, it wasn't. It was.
You're so intelligent that you've somehow managed to enter into a whole other dimension of game playing. I mean, that's just a positive thing, right? Or was he saying it in a snide, sarcastic manner of there's obviously no such thing as a fourth dimension and you're being dumb? Did he mean it like that?
No, no. I said you're beating on your chest, and then he must have mistaken what I said and said something shit about 4D chess the whole fucking for the rest of the argument.
Oh.
And I'm like, dude, you're beating on your chest like you won an argument. You didn't. Just because the link has disappeared. And the link did disappear, and there's evidence of it, and I found it all that, and that's why I was bringing it back, because I was like, why can't I find this damn link, and why did it send me to a packaging thing about how to package fucking minestrones, you know?
No, but Jeremy's got a really good point. Distances don't work on flat Earth, and you brought up the ones in
I don't think that
the
was his
United
point.
States. Well, they don't work on a flat Earth map.
Well, I didn't hear him say that.
Yeah, what
Okay,
I
you're
heard him
right.
say is that
I
they
boiled
can't
it
work
down.
on both.
Right, they can't work on both. They do work on, in reality, they do work on the globe map, but on the flat Earth map, they don't work. You're right. I did
There's a
boil
globe
down what
map?
he said. Yes, there's globe maps. That's what a globe is.
Can you show me a globe map?
Sure, it's called a globe.
They can call it an
So
atlas.
I can use a
right?
globe to
World atlas?
navigate accurately?
Yes, you can.
Really?
Yeah.
Please, if you could find me a link, some sort of a
Noah too.
verifiable, credible source indicating
Noah
which
too.
globe that I can
Noah
use to
too.
navigate, please.
Noah
He just
too.
told you.
I only said it like 5 times. I mean, you can choose to listen or not.
It's like 4, but okay. Yeah.
I was still talking, so were you saying it while I was speaking? Because that might be why I didn't hear you.
Right. Every time he said it, you decided to start saying, you don't have it. You don't have it again and again. You were just
No, I
repeating
didn't
yourself
say
over
that
the
multiple times. That didn't
It's kind
happen.
of
I
your
never
own
once
fault.
said that he didn't have it. I said if he does have it, can he point me to a credible, verifiable source pointing out
Noah
this
too.
globe I can use to navigate?
Noah too.
How come we all heard it?
Is that a
That's
name
a
of
better
something?
question.
Yes.
How come we all heard it?
I don't
National
know
Ocean.
what you mean by we all. I hear two people speaking. It's the same two people that just got something wrong about what I said, but I never said. I never said he didn't have it.
Noah too.
So, is there anybody else that thinks there's a
yeah, but
problem here?
the sentiment was just like you just kept talking over his answer as he kept giving
Okay,
the answer.
well,
and you just
I
kept,
googled now Noah 2. I'm not seeing any globes.
It's National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration. Their mapping, their current mapping is the NOAA 2 mapping software and mapping data that is a globe map. Would you like a link?
Yeah, please, because Google apparently doesn't even
I
know
will
if this
get
thing
you one.
exists, which seems strange. I'm getting Fantasy
Maybe you
Star,
got a typo.
Minecraft, Noah's Ark, Bible, Shemham. I'm getting
well, it
nothing
knows
about.
what you like looking at. It knows what you like looking at. So let's get through the algorithm
Maybe
first.
I do like video games.
Charts.noaa.gov. Links in chat.
Oh,
let's see here. Right,
Noah. Ooh, what is it? This is crazy looking.
Okay, this is a
The
chart.
Ark of Noah.
Where's the globe?
That's what this is.
No, this is a chart. It's not a globe.
These charts, when
This
put
is flat.
together, form a
A
no. They're
globe
not.
is a
No,
sphere.
no,
This is flat.
no. It's not.
Yes, it is.
This.
I can
Okay,
see that it's flat. Clearly.
Bob. Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
We're gonna try this one more time. I'm gonna have a sentence that you don't interrupt, and you're gonna listen to it, and then you can talk. Okay?
Okay, as long as you don't say anything ridiculous like this isn't flat when it obviously
You
is.
stop
I
saying
can see
stuff
it.
ridiculous, dude. You're not the arbiter of things ridiculous. All right.
This is not
No,
flat.
I'm not.
The curvature
That's
of
what
Earth.
this whole argument is about. So you're
The
both fucking
curvature of-
ridiculous, and you both need to know that you're both ridiculous, so that you both can't call each other ridiculous.
The curvature of Earth is taken into every one of these nautical charts. These are the nautical charts that are currently being used by all North American sailors and most power boats as well off the North American coast. These charts use the same curvature map as used by the Brit, or as developed by the British, because it works.
Okay. So if I printed this out right now, I would be able to wrap it around a globe, a ball, and it would line up perfectly. I'd be able to use it to navigate.
Yes.
Well, not the wrap, but yeah.
Let's see it.
What was that?
Print it up.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be like 100%, it's not gonna wrap because the warping, because there is.
Yeah, I know it's not.
But
it's not a globe. It's flat.
But the data is round though on this actual site.
The map that I'm looking at on the website he gave me is not a globe. It is a flat chart.
But the
period.
data,
There is no globe on this website.
Bob's right here. If this is if this is from a globe, you should be able to print this out and wrap it around a globe. Go ahead, my bad.
No, because of how spheres work. It's really hard to print out something and then wrap it on a sphere because how spheres work. I mean, it's just you want to be like.
It is. I agree with you that it's difficult to print out a flat thing and wrap it around a ball and make it work because it doesn't. This is not a globe. This is a flat chart.
No, but this has.
And why?
Oh, you first.
Then why is there curvature and why is there all of the things that you asked for in every one of these accurate charts?
Oh, well, let me rephrase your question. Why is there numbers written on these flat charts? Well, that's so that you can get where you're going. That's why. It's
flat,
still not
it's
a globe.
flat so you can read it.
Yeah.
That's not
It's
at all what I
flat
said,
and
Bob.
has numbers on it so
You-
that
you
you
know
can get
that's
where
not
you're
what I
going
said.
and still think it's a globe. It's pretty simple. But you still haven't shown me a globe.
Well, no, so you
I
can
use
read
to
it and put it
navigate.
in a flat book. It's a little
Okay.
So
bit
we're clear.
cumbersome to carry around a bunch of warped.
Yeah, I don't care
crumpled,
what your
curved
excuses are.
pages.
He made the claim he has a globe you can
Those aren't
navigate with. He
excuses.
doesn't.
That's just utility. That's just
That's what
regular
this is, Bob.
That's fine. I don't care what your excuse is. He made the claim
So is
he
it
had a globe.
practical?
He
Is
doesn't.
it practical to carry around a bunch of shell-shaped pages?
It doesn't matter what the excuses are. He
it
said he
practical to
had a
carry around a
globe
bunch of
you could
shell-shaped
navigate with. He doesn't have a globe you can navigate with. He has a flat chart. Thank you.
And when you lay out
Because
these flat
nobody
charts, and
navigates with a globe.
if
So
you lay
don't
out these
have a
flat
globe.
charts,
You
just
have the
cumbersome.
precursor to a globe, maybe.
Bob,
Maybe.
Bob, can you hear me?
What? Yeah, I hear you.
Is there a reason
Fire.
every time I fucking talk, you decide that's your turn to talk?
No, just
Yeah,
this
because
is
you
your
say
time to
stupid
talk.
stuff
Hold
that
on,
we
Bob.
just got done establishing is incorrect.
Hold on, Bob.
No
This is your
digging.
turn to talk, Kool-Aid. Go ahead, bro.
If you print out these charts and you were to put them so they would actually overlap in some areas, but if you put them side by side, they would form a sphere, same way that flight charts do.
I'd like to see this.
Do you
I'd like
have?
to
Do
see
you
this
know what a globe is?
You want to see any of those? Go on to any of MC Tunes channels. It's sitting over his left shoulder. There's
you
a
know
flight.
what a globe
There's a
is?
bunch of flight charts that have been printed out. If you want to do the same thing, I just gave you the link for the nautical charts where you can do the exact same thing yourself.
Okay, so
Please
just to be
don't
clear,
be lazy.
Just to be clear, you
I
gave me a
was
link to
almost done
something
with
that
the
isn't a
sentence.
globe, and you're saying I can build my own if I want to. Just so we're all clear, you didn't give me a link to a globe I can navigate with. Thank you.
This
And he
is
didn't
a
even
globe.
finish the last of his sentence either. Imagine that.
Yeah, he kept going on for a while, and his first part
Less than
already
30
negated
seconds.
everything he was saying. He didn't provide a globe you can navigate with. He provided the precursor, maybe, he claims, if I want to build my own globe to navigate with. He doesn't have one. There isn't one.
That's where this information comes from, Bob.
Yeah, you can make that claim all you want. You still haven't provided a globe you can navigate with.
He just provided you the actual data that came from a globe.
He provided me with flat charts that he says I can build
interrupting
my own
everyone who
Earth
speaks
with
to
if I
you.
want to in a globe shape. He still
And
hasn't
you're
provided a
still
globe.
interrupting everyone who speaks to you.
Yeah, stop saying the incorrect thing. He didn't provide it, and you're saying he did.
You're
He
not the
didn't.
arbiter of correct and incorrect.
No, I'm not the
rest of the
arbiter.
class
Hold on,
is.
Bob.
The thing he showed me isn't a globe. It's pretty
You
simple.
don't get to do that because
Yes,
you
I do.
believe
Yeah,
it's wrong. That's why you're in a debate, dude. You
No,
obviously
it's
don't
not
agree
believe
with
wrong.
him. So you,
Look at the
in
link.
that case, if I just disagree with someone, I
Guys.
never let them talk. Huh? That's your logic?
Look at the link.
Relax. I'm trying to gain control of the
Yes,
room,
sir.
guys. Bob, let him finish. If it's wrong, we'll address it after.
Word.